बड़ी बात होती है। उन्होंने देशवासियों कहा था, मैं तमिल में ही बोलने का प्रयास कर रहा हूं, उच्चारण दोष के लिए आप सब विद्वज्जन मुझे माफ।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान।
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं।
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City Mumbai
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set.
Government and opposition stick to their sides. In fact, Rahul Gandhi meets the speaker, wants remarks on him to be expunged. In Rajya Sabha, government slams India bloc motion against the chair. Pandemonium continues in the parliament. TMC slams Congress and the BJP, says disruptions are because of the Treasury benches and the Congress. Bengaluru techie suicide sparks debate on dowry law. Lawyers, lawmakers demand relook at the anti-dowry law. Actor Mohan Babu assaults a journalist. Son apologizes. Mohan Babu hospitalized, skips police summons. Aam Aadmi Party escalates voter deletion charge. Arvind Kejriwal to meet Chief Election Commissioner. BJP hits back, says Kejriwal scared. Some important news coming in, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment where the Supreme Court has spoken on the anti-dowry law. The Supreme Court has said that 490A is often misused against the husband, and there is a growing tendency of misuse. These are important remarks coming in by the Supreme Court at the back of the suicide of a techie in Bengaluru, in fact, which has outraged a lot of people. The Bengaluru techie who had killed himself, alleging harassment at the hands of his wife, and multiple cases which were registered against him. He left a very long video and a 40-page suicide note. The Supreme Court has cautioned against the dowry law misuse. Now, this is a very important development. There have been many activists, those who have, in fact, been saying that there is a need to relook into the dowry law, and there has to be at least a preliminary inquiry before these cases are slapped against the family. On the other hand, women activists have been saying that in terms of absolute numbers, the women have suffer more, and the misuse cases in comparison are very, very minuscule. So this is in fact at this moment a hot debate. It is on the back of a 34-year-old man who killed himself in Bengaluru, alleging harassment at the hands of his wife and her family. Let me go across to my colleague Ashish Bhargav, who is joining us live with more details from the Supreme Court on this story. Ashish, very important in fact remarks coming in there by the Supreme Court. And they also come at the back of the allegations which have been made by the Bengaluru techie who committed suicide. And also, I think he's not able to hear me. What we'll try and do, we'll try and reconnect. We'll check this audio line with Ashish and go back to him in just a short while from now. But ladies and gentlemen, this is important news coming in where the Supreme Court has spoken about Section 498A and has said this is often used against the husband. Remember yesterday when this news, the video had gone viral and which had created a lot of flutter, became a part of discussions not only in people's houses but here on in the news as well, after this 34-year-old techie from Bengaluru who committed suicide, alleging that harassment at the hands of his wife and her family. He also said that he has been denied any visitation rights to his son. Now, Supreme Court, while there are lawyers and arguments on both sides, but the Supreme Court making these comments hold a lot of weight, ladies and gentlemen, as the court has cautioned people against the dowry law misuse. Ashish is back with us. Ashish, this is an important observation by the Supreme Court, because in the suicide letter of this Bengaluru techie, it is just not the family, the wife and her family, but also a judge who he says he was facing harassment, when the cases were filed.
Yeah, this is a big judgment, we can say, because Supreme Court in many judgments, including this recent judgment and the day of this shocking suicide, Justice B.V. Nagratna led bench has given a detailed judgment how sometimes recourse is taken to invoke Section 498 of IPC against the husband and his family in order to seek compliance with the unreasonable demand of a wife. So basically Supreme Court is saying it can be a tool for unleashing personal vendetta against the husband and his family. Supreme Court is cautioning all the courts to scrutinize this matter and proceed further. Interestingly, in 2017, 2 judges bench gave an important judgment, and this judgment was to not to automatically instant arrest of husband in any 498A case. But after some time in 2018, 3 judges bench overruled this judgment for securing the rights of women, particularly the wife. Now this 1 or 2 weeks back also Supreme Court, another bench of Supreme Court also gave this type of judgment on 498A, cautioning the trial courts and said that distant relatives should be excluded, or cautionally courts should take cognizance on the allegation on distant relatives in dowry harassment cases. So this time now from everywhere, every corner of the country, every section of the institutions, now voice is being everybody is raising a voice because there is a shocking incident, and now Supreme Court on the same day is giving a big judgment or misuse of 498A. But categorically we have to see this also. In many cases Supreme Court has declared that merely because there is a tendency to misuse of a law cannot be a ground to strike down that law. So we have to see how the balance of a woman, of a wife, securing her rights and the right of a person who is husband or his family can be protected, balance can be maintained by the judiciary, the investigative agencies. So it's a shocking incident. Maybe there will be some cognizance from High Court or Supreme Court on this issue, but it's a big issue, and there is a debate, right. And this debate will, this case, maybe we can say, trigger a bigger debate in the country. Yes.
Thank you so much, Ashish, for joining us with all those details. Just, in fact, telling our viewers about what has happened in that story so far. The 34-year-old techie who died by suicide at his residence in Bengaluru and recorded a very long, more than an hour-long video, and also wrote a 40-page suicide letter. Now, the Bengaluru police have found the suicide note and registered a case of abetment to suicide following the complaint against the wife and her family. In fact, the entire 40-page suicide note detailed why he was resorting to such an extreme step. Atul Subhash was found dead at his residence in Bengaluru, and a placard which read, "Justice is due," was found in his room. His brother, Vikas Kumar, told the police Atul's estranged wife had filed false cases against him and his parents, and he was mentally upset.
टॉर्चर किया, हम लोग को भी टॉर्चर किया, पर मेरा बच्चा अपने ऊपर सब लेके अपना मेरा बच्चा सब बर्दाश्त किया, हम लोग को भी नहीं सहने दिया, अपना कष्ट अपने झेलता रहा अंदर ही अंदर।
मार्च के महीना में वो गया था। मार्च के महीना के बाद जब आया ना तो कहा कि पापा वहाँ का जो मीडिएशन का जो जज है, चाहे जो भी लोग है, वकील है, चाहे जज है, जो भी है, वो वहाँ के कानून व्यवस्था जो लॉ है अपने भारत का, उस लॉ से नहीं चलता है। लोग उस लॉ को मानता ही नहीं है। जो ये बता रहा था कि इस धारा में ये लॉ होना चाहिए, तो वो उसको हाई कोर्ट के, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के लॉ को भी नहीं मानता था। उनको तो 40 बार बेंगलोर, कम से कम 40 बार गया होगा बेंगलोर से जौनपुर, और माने इतनी धारा उस पर एक खत्म हो जाता था केस तो दूसरा लगा देती थी। इस बात के कारण जो है तो भीतर से फ्रस्ट्रेट था, लेकिन हम लोग को महसूस नहीं होने दिया कि क्या है नहीं है।
Atul Subhash on the 9th of early morning committed a suicide. Regarding this issue, his brother has given a complaint in Maharashtra police station, stating that there were multiple cases running on him in Uttar Pradesh. The family members of his wife and their relatives demanded money for settling these issues. So they harassed him. For that reason, he has committed suicide. He has given a statement. Based on that, we have registered a abatement for suicide under 108 of BNS in Martali PS. Investigation is underway.
बहुत ही सैडनिंग है, क्योंकि पूरा 1 महीने या 2 महीने से जो प्लानिंग, डिटेल प्लानिंग करके जो जिम्मेदारियां हैं वो लिख के रखना, और फिर सुइसाइड नोट में भी डिटेल रखना, इन-लॉज का हरासमेंट, पेरेंट्स का हरासमेंट होना और जज पर भी आरोप लगाया है। तो ये जो विजुअल हम टीवी में देख रहे हैं तो उससे तो डेफिनेटली आई थिंक एवरी जो नागरिक हैं डिस्टर्ब हो रहा है, लेकिन वी रेस्पेक्ट द जुडिशरी ऑफ दिस कंट्री। नाउ द केस इज़ अंडर इन्वेस्टिगेशन, सो पुलिस में कार्रवाई चल रही है, तो जो सही में जिनका मिस्टेक है तो उन पर भी कार्रवाई चलेगी।
तो डॉरी एक लगता है कि कई सारे सवाल खड़े किए गए हैं, जिस तरह से कोर्ट में बार बार जाना, परेशान होना,
तो इस पर भी चर्चा होगी। फिर एक बेंच बिठाएंगे और अगर लॉ में भी अमेंडमेंट चाहिए तो उसके ऊपर भी डिस्कशन होना चाहिए।
अब लगता है कि एक वक्त आ गया है, जिस तरह से उन्होंने मुद्दा उठाया है, उन्होंने यह भी कहा है कि जब तक न्याय न मिले, सजा ना हो महिला उसके परिवार वाले को, पत्नी को लेकर, तब तक बॉडी को लेकर, तो एक पूरा सिस्टम को सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं।
लेकिन डेफिनेटली सेंसिटिव इशू है, लेकिन हम लोगों को भी न्याय के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा होना चाहिए। जुडिशरी हैज़ टू इन्वेस्टिगेट द केस इन डिटेल एंड सी दैट जस्टिस मिलना चाहिए।
The 34-year-old techie in Bangalore has died by suicide after releasing, of course, an 81-minute-long video explaining the reasons behind his suicide. This also sparks discussion on the anti-dowry laws as well. I am currently being joined by senior advocate Vikas Pava to tell us more about the anti-dowry laws and the implications of this in this case.
Well, when these laws were formulated, the intentions were very, very good, because we could see a lot of cases where dowry was being demanded and the women were being harassed. But gradually we have seen in the last about 2-3 decades how this provision has been grossly misused for the purposes of extracting settlement, extracting money from the husbands and the relative. This was not the intention at all. And being part of the criminal justice system, I also find myself speechless and also a bit responsible, because we all lawyers are the one who are handling these cases. Sometimes lawyers also facilitate, something like this, which is very unfortunate. And the police, which also accept these false complaints, takes action and then try to get a settlement and extract money from the husband and the relative, give it to the wife and then say, now you settle the matter. We see every day in the high courts, because the power to quash these false cases are only at the high court. The high court is seized off with almost, say, around 100 cases, if we see all the single benches. Every day, false complaint files, matter is then settled, money is being paid, they are withdrawn. The high courts obviously intervene with a good intention. They don't want that parties should suffer. But then that is the job of the court. When they are settling, the FIs have to be quashed. So I think we have to take some very serious action, and we must amend 498A. My view is we should make it bailable. We should make it compoundable, number 2. And there should be a mandatory preliminary inquiry before the FIR is registered. And of course, there should be a provision of taking action against the person who's filing the false case.
ऐसे हादसा होना ही नहीं चाहिए कहीं देश में। अगर आम जनता को ये उम्मीद बचा नहीं है कि कहीं भी जाओ हर दरवाज़ा को थपथपाओ और उसमें उनकी नाइंसाफ़ी हो रही है, तो ये बहुत खतरनाक बात है एक समाज के लिए। इट्स वेरी रिग्रेटेबल। और इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज और सख्त कार्रवाई इस पे करना, कोर्ट में का भी करना है और पुलिस का भी करना चाहिए।
जुडिशरी पे भी सवाल उठाया।
ऑफ कोर्स जुडिशरी पे सवाल उठा है तो सवाल का जवाब देनी चाहिए। सो मोटो कॉग्निसेंस कोर्ट।
अब पूरी फैमिली पे केस दर्ज किया गया, तो ये उसमें वीडियो में
कानून में प्रोविजंस है, उसको अमेंडमेंट भी कर चुके हैं, तो वो क्यों नहीं लागू हुए, ये तो सवाल यही है।
मेरे साथ जगदीश शेट्टर हैं। जिस परिस्थिति में अतुल ने सुसाइड किया है, क्या सवाल खड़े होते हैं और क्या लगता है आपको प्रशासन को, पुलिस को आगे क्या कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए?
It is a very serious matter. It is a suicidal case, and there is because of matrimonial relations strained and harassment is continuously going on. And he approached the judiciary and other forums also. He has not succeeded. Because of disappointment, he lost his life by suicide, making suicide. So the state government has taken it very serious, and thorough serious investigation has to be done, and judiciary has to take it on its own course, because of these are a lot of cases are before the Honorable courts. So this is take one example of this case, and who are the culprits? They have to be investigated and they have to be punished.
तो इसमें पुलिस को भी आपको लगता है कि गंभीरता से कार्रवाई करना होगा?
हाँ, definitely, because whenever complaints comes to regarding harassment by the wife or regarding matrimonial cases is concerned, even from husband or from wife also, the police has to take it very serious. If not, like this, suicides will continue in everywhere.
And Section 498A also being raised now, whether it is being misused.
No, because there is a case of the misuse. There is a case of helping some people. It is continuous. It is everywhere. It is there. In atrocity case, in so many things, there is a section is there. There are a lot of complaints. There is a excess. There is harassment like that. So the investigation officer has to inquire it properly, impartially.
हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया। संसद से हिमांशु शेखर, NDTV इंडिया।
BJP MP Sambit Patra at this moment is in fact addressing a press conference. Let's listen in.
किसी नहीं दिखाते हैं, सम्मान नहीं दिखाते हैं, और आज जाति के बात करने वाले एक साधारण किसान परिवार से आया हुआ किसान का बेटा जगदीप धनखड़ जी के विरोध में अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लेकर आना, ये किसका असम्मान है? ये किसान पुत्र का असम्मान है। अ मैन हु कम्स फ्रॉम अ हम्बल बैकग्राउंड, उसका असम्मान है। और आप जाति की बात करते हैं। मैं आपको एक स्पष्ट रूप से बता दूं यहां पर कि कांग्रेस पार्टी भी जानती है, घटक दल भी जानते हैं कि संख्या उनके हक में नहीं है। दिस नोटिस इज गोइंग टू फॉल, यह नोटिस गिर जाएगा, कुछ होगा नहीं। मगर केवल जाट समुदाय का किस प्रकार से असम्मान करना है, इस भाव के साथ पहली बार राज्यसभा के पटल पर कोई पार्टी राज्यसभा के सभापति के खिलाफ इस प्रकार की नोटिस लाने की हिमाकत कर रही है। जाट वतन परस्त होते हैं। जाटों ने अपनी खून बहाई है हिंदुस्तान की आजादी के लिए, हिंदुस्तान के लिए। आज आप एक जाट उपराष्ट्रपति के ऊपर इस प्रकार से आक्षेप लगा रहे हैं, आप उनको कहीं ना कहीं कलंकित करने की चेष्टा कर रहे हैं कि वो अपना काम ठीक से नहीं कर रहे हैं। मैं आपको बता दूं, एक किसान पुत्र, एक जाट कभी झुकता नहीं, वो कभी नहीं झुकेगा, और जाट का सम्मान सदैव हिंदुस्तान में बरकरार और अडिग रहेगा। बंधुगण, जहां तक ये सारे प्रकल्प, कहीं जाके PIL करना है, कहीं जाटों का अपमान करना है, उपराष्ट्रपति जी के खिलाफ बोलना है, ये सारा और सारा खेल केवल और केवल नेहरू गांधी परिवार को जॉर्ज सोरोस, ये जो गठबंधन हमने दिखाया है, इस चित्र से बचाने की कवायद है। और आज एक और खुलासा हुआ है। हमने तो खुलासा किया ही है OCCRP का, हमने तो खुलासा किया ही है फेडरेशन ऑफ डेमोक्रेटिक लीडर और सोनिया गांधी जी का, कश्मीर को किस प्रकार अलगाववाद के पथ पे ले जाने की जो चेष्टा थी। मगर आज खुलासा यह भी हुआ है कि फोरी नेहरू जो कि हंगेरियन थी, शी वॉज नॉट इंडियन, हंगेरियन थी, और उनकी शादी BK नेहरू जो कि नेहरू जी के कजिन थे, जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी के कजिन थे BK नेहरू, और भारत के दूत थे, एम्बेसडर थे US में। BK नेहरू जी की शादी फोरी नेहरू से हुई थी, और फोरी नेहरू ये भी एक तरह से इनका बहुत बड़ा जुड़ाव और संबंध सोरोस जी से था। एंड द गांधी नेहरू क्लैन मेंटेन्ड दिस करस्पॉन्डेंस टिल फोरी जी वॉज देयर, and after she left, after her demise as well, this correspondence continued. ये जो extended correspondence था फोरी नेहरू और गांधी परिवार के बीच में, वो गांधी परिवार की ही हिस्सा थी और राहुल गांधी की आंटी थी अगर देखा जाए तो। आंटी ऑफ राहुल गांधी। तो ये जो एंटी इंडिया एक्टिविटी थी, ये कोई आज से शुरू नहीं हुई है, ये आंटी के जमाने से चला आ रहा है। तो ये एक इसकी लंबी परिधि है, एक लंबा इतिहास है। और मैं कहूंगा इन सभी चीजों को छुपाने के लिए आज अंततोगत्वा जिस प्रकार से संविधान के खिलाफ कांग्रेस पार्टी काम कर रही है, वो सब भी हमसे छुपा नहीं है। पार्लियामेंट जवाब देगा, देश की जनता जवाब देगी। धन्यवाद।
Mohit Bhatt, Times Now.
Samit Patra there, in fact, on this press conference, once again attacking the Congress for, in fact, bringing a no trust motion against Jagdeep Dhankar in Rajya Sabha and saying that the Congress party has insulted the Vice President. Moving on now, in the Parliament showdown, the TMC has now hit out at both the Congress and the BJP. The TMC said both these parties are unwilling to run the House, and Kalyan Banerjee, the TMC MP, said that nobody is willing to listen to us.
Both for the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress Party, House is adjourned every day. House will continue only on the choice of the Congress and BJP. If Congress thinks that today House will continue, the House will continue. If the Congress thinks half an hour House will continue, the half an hour House will continue. If BJP thinks that half an hour House will continue, the House will continue. This is not proper. There are so many parties are there. Parliamentary democracy does not depend upon the Congress and the BJP. One day Congress wants to continue, the BJP is disturbing. One day BJP is trying to continue, Congress is disturbing. And we, the rest of the parties, can't speak anywhere. We can't speak. BJP ruling party, they get the preference. Congress is the main opposition, get the preference. We are not getting, we can't point out our points, our conditions of the state.
Well, joining us is Arvind Sawant, Member of Parliament from the Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena. Sir, पार्लियामेंट नहीं चल पा रहा है, रोज हम देख रहे हैं एडजर्नमेंट्स पे एडजर्नमेंट्स हो रहे हैं। अब तृणमूल कांग्रेस बीजेपी और कांग्रेस को ब्लेम कर रही है। वो कह रहे हैं अपने इश्यूज के चक्कर में बाकी रीजनल पार्टीज का नहीं सोचा जा रहा है और देश के मुद्दे, देश के जो इम्पोर्टेंट बिल्स हैं वो पास नहीं हो पा रहे।
I do not want to be the part of this blaming game, but the fact remains that the BJP, when they were in opposition, don't forget that 2G, 3G scam. And that was hypothetically, it was revealed that it was a hypothetical one. And during that period, they did not allow to function the parliament for the entire session. That entire session was of 1 month. So all 4 weeks the parliament did not work. And during that period, the late Honorable Arun Jaitley ji has said, not to allow the parliament to function is also a democratic function. So it's a right to do that. And same thing Honorable the late Sushma Swaraj ji also said. So therefore, don't think that not to allow the parliament to function the parliament doesn't mean it to work. It shows that there is a reaction, there is a commotion among the people on that issue. See, you are at liberty to blame someone directly on the floor of the House. The Honorable Speaker or the Chairman allows you to speak, and then you don't want to listen to the answers from the other side. That itself is not judicious functioning. And that's what is happening right now. How can we accuse the LOP that he is a Deshodoi on the floor of the parliament? Do you feel it is the way to work? It is the way to the parliament should function.
Meanwhile, leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi met in fact, before we go to Rahul Gandhi, let's just understand what my colleague Vasudha, in fact, is giving us a big picture on this story where in the parliament at this moment, it seems, Vasudha, that the TMC, after wanting to claim the leadership rights to the India bloc, is now somewhere seemingly walking the BJD way, equidistant from the Congress and the BJP, hitting out at both of them.
Absolutely, Ankit, and that's right. There are about 16 MPs who belong to parties like YSRCP, BJD, BRS, who are not really aligned with the India bloc or with the BJP. And of course, there are also 4 MPs of the AIDMK who have also not been aligned with the India bloc and who are not even in an alliance with the BJP. So clearly, when it comes to this impeachment motion against the Vice President or the Chairperson of the Rajya Sabha, 116 is the number that the opposition needs. India bloc just has about 85 MPs, which is why it is going to be very difficult, and that's why we've been saying that it is just a political move to make a mark, and the opposition at least trying to say that, it is upset with the way the upper house is being run. And like you rightly pointed out, TMC is walking the middle path here, at least trying to do the same. At least, they supported the India bloc when it came to that no confidence motion against Jagdeep Dhankar. But they're also not aligned with the Congress party when it came to the Adani issue, or for that matter, other issues as well. They want to, raise issues which have meaningful resonance with the people of West Bengal, including the Bangladesh issue, unemployment, the dues which are, the kind of central dues which the state of West Bengal needs. All of those issues they want to raise. But of course, let me also tell you what happened in the parliament today. As soon as the houses convened, there was complete chaos, at least in the Rajya Sabha, with 2 ministers, Kiran Rijiju and JP Nadda, picking up some very important issues. One is, of course, doubling down on the allegations against Congress party on the George Soros matter, and also saying that the party has been undermining Jagdeep Dhankar, who is the vice president. So, of course, there's a press conference by the India bloc allies now at 3 p.m. in about 15 minutes from now. So we'll get to know as to what re-strategizing of the parliament method is being done, or at least being thought upon by the opposition bloc.
Thank you for joining us with all those details. Vasudha joining us with details from the Parliament. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, met, in fact, the Lok Sabha chairperson. On the other hand, the opposition Congress and the Gandhi family continued to face attacks in the Parliament, as proceedings were also paralyzed on day 4. In fact, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla reprimanded prominent leaders of the opposition for staging indecent protest on the parliament premises, while leaders of the House in the Rajya Sabha, JP Nadda, continued to indirectly target Sonia Gandhi over alleged links with an organization advocating independent Kashmir. During the question hour, some opposition members demanded action against BJP MP Sambit Patra for his defamatory attack on the leader of the opposition.
भारतीय लोकतंत्र में 72 साल बाद एक ऐसा किसान का बेटा उपराष्ट्रपति के पद में पहुंच करके इस देश को सेवा करने का काम किया है। इस राज्यसभा सदन का सभापति के रूप में पूरा देश देख रहा है किस तरीके से उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय ने इस सदन का गरिमा को रखा है, और हम शुरू से देख रहे हैं कि विपक्ष के लोग ना लोकतंत्र को मानते हैं, ना चेयर का गरिमा को ध्यान रखते हैं। आप लोगों ने, मैं नाम लेकर कह सकता हूं, टेलीविजन में बाहर जाकर के पब्लिक के सामने में उपराष्ट्रपति का नाम लेकर के आप लोग बेमतलब से आरोप लगाते हैं। आप लोग इस सदन का सदस्य होने का लायक नहीं है। आप चेयर को अगर इज्जत नहीं दे सकते हैं तो इस सदन का सदस्य होने का कोई अधिकार नहीं रखता है। उपराष्ट्रपति के पद को, उपराष्ट्रपति का गरिमा को अगर आप लोग अटैक करेंगे तो हम बिल्कुल बचाव करेंगे, और आप लोगों का जो इंटेंशन है इसको हम कामयाब नहीं होने देंगे। आज जब सोनिया गांधी जी और सोरोस का लिंक का जो नाम आ रहा है, हमने ये लिंक नहीं किया है, ये रिपोर्ट हमारा नहीं है। अंतरराष्ट्रीय जगत में, पूरा दुनिया में ये रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा है। कांग्रेस का नेतृत्व और सोरोस का OCCRP का ये लिंक है, ये देश के सामने में है। शर्म आना चाहिए आप लोगों को। देश के विरोध में काम करने वाले, भारत के खिलाफ काम करने वालों के साथ आप लोग तालमेल में रहते हैं। जो जॉर्ज सोरोस बोलते हैं, आप लोग भारत में वही भाषा बात करते हैं।
Well, joining with me is Trinamool Congress MP Sushmita Dev. Ma'am, we have seen days after days, adjournments after adjournments, the houses, both the lower house and the upper house, are unable to function. Do you think that by this way, the constitution debate will and can be conducted?
You see, it is blasphemous to what the Bharatiya Janata Party and NDA is doing. Parliamentary Affairs Minister himself instrumental in stalling the House by diversionary tactics. Today, for instance, in the 0 hour, Trinamool Congress had rising prices of fertilizer and how to eliminate poverty. Did they allow it? So the question is, it is crystal clear. Anybody who's watching the proceedings of Rajya Sabha, it is crystal clear BJP doesn't want the parliament to function. That's their only modus operandi, because they don't have answers to people's issues. You're asking me about the constitution. I mean, this is a party that's running the entire nation unconstitutionally. And if that debate happens, BJP has everything to lose and nothing to gain. We will expose them bitterly. We will expose them bitterly. You watch if that debate happens. So what is the modus operandi of the BJP? Bring up irrelevant issues, diversionary tactics to stall the parliament, and that's what happened today.
Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju also lashed out at the opposition, stating that the Rajya Sabha chairperson is a son of a farmer, and it's an insult by bringing the notice against the Rajya Sabha chairperson as far as the impeachment is concerned.
The Constitution of India has equality of law. Everybody is treated equally under law. You can be the Prime Minister, President, Vice President, Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister. The law applies equally to everybody. Nobody is above the law. That's why I say that the BJP has never read the Constitution. They don't know what's in it.
All right. In fact, Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi met the Parliament in Lok Sabha chair. In fact, today he met Om Birla and demanded that the defamatory remarks which were made against him and his party should be expunged from the parliamentary proceedings.
कि ये जो भी प्रोवोकेशन करें इनको हम करने देंगे, बट हम हाउस को रन कराएंगे और हमारी पूरी कोशिश होगी कि हम किसी ना किसी तरह हम हाउस को रन करें. हम चाहते हैं कि डिबेट हो, डिस्कशन हो. 13 तारीख को कमिटमेंट था कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पे डिबेट होगा. हम चाहते हैं कि वो डिबेट हो और हम हाउस को रन करने देंगे.
Mentioned that this is an India bloc, India alliance led initiative. Biju Janata Dal is not part of the India alliance. We are equidistant from both the India alliance as well as the NDA alliance, and therefore getting associated with this does not arise.
After outrage, Mohan Babu's son has issued an apology. All is not well between the veteran Telugu actor Mohan Babu and his son, who in fact has filed a police complaint against his son and daughter-in-law, claiming he has been threatened by them. He also requested the police to provide him protection. As per Mohan Babu's police complaint, his son, along with some antisocial elements employed by him, caused disturbance on Sunday at his residence.
నిన్న జరిగిన సంగతి ఒక టీవీ రిపోర్టర్ ఆయనకి గాయాలు తగలడం, ఇట్ ఈస్ రియలీ అన్ఫార్చునేట్. ఉద్దేశపూర్వకంగా ఎవరిని హర్ట్ చేయాలని లేదు. నిన్న మీరు విజువల్స్ చూస్తే, టీవీ విజువల్స్ మీరు కానీ కరెక్ట్గా చూస్తే, గేటు పగలగొట్టుకొని తోసుకొని గేటు ఎరగొట్టి లోపలికి వచ్చేటప్పటికి ఒక తండ్రిగా ఆయన రియాక్ట్ అయిన విధం చాలా తక్కువని నా భావన. కానీ ఆయన ముందుకొచ్చి, మీరు విజువల్స్ కరెక్ట్గా చూసుకున్నారంటే, ఆయన మీడియా వాళ్ళకి నమస్కరిస్తూ ముందుకొచ్చారు. ఆయన చేతులు జోడించి నమస్కరిస్తూ ముందుకు వస్తే, ఎవరో ఒకరు ముందుకొచ్చారు, ఏదో మొహం మీద పెట్టారు. ఆ హీట్ ఆఫ్ ద మూమెంట్లో జరిగిందే కానీ ఉద్దేశపూర్వకంగా ఒక వ్యక్తిని కొట్టాలని కానీ, ఒక వ్యక్తి పైన ఆగ్రహం చూపించాలని కానీ వ్యక్తిగతంగా లేదు. ఆయన గాయపడి వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీతో నేను టచ్లో ఉన్నాను, వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీతో మాట్లాడాను. వాళ్ళకి చెప్పాల్సింది మేము చెప్పాం. We are in touch with them, and it is a really unfortunate incident. I wish this did not happen. Idi jaragundagudadu. It's really unfortunate. It happened.
Meanwhile, the tussle continues in Maharashtra over the portfolio allocation between the three alliance partners of the Mahajuti, and now the Chief Minister along with his deputies is heading to Delhi to try and sort out the differences. All eyes on the Maharashtra cabinet expansion. The headache continues for the coveted cabinet berth as Chief Minister Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar head to Delhi.
No consensus reached on portfolios in Maharashtra. All three leaders, including Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, along with the Deputy CMs Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar, heading to Delhi to hold discussions with the BJP top brass, most likely over a portfolio distribution. We know for a fact that no understanding has been reached. Eknath Shinde are trying hard, negotiating hard for some of the key portfolios, including home. He feels that because he sacrificed chief ministership position, he should be given the plush plum portfolio of a home, and therefore he is playing hardball at this point is what we are hearing. Most likely Sena may have to make do with urban development as well as PWD and also revenue. But will he get home? That remains to be seen. BJP at this point not ready to give up a home portfolio. They feel that because they have some able leaders to look after home portfolio and because it was held by the BJP in the last term, it should go to the BJP. But as far as Ajit Pawar is concerned, he would want finance as it was held by him in the last term. But we're also hearing that Eknath Shinde is vying for finance as well. Most likelihood Ajit Pawar will get finance along with planning as well as irrigation. So it remains to be seen how the division will happen. A tentative formula, we believe, has been reached as per the numbers won by all the three parties, as per the seats won by all the three parties. Most likely BJP to get 22 berths, NCP to get 9 and Sena to get close to 12 is what we are hearing. The cabinet expansion decision will have to take place before the assembly session, which is scheduled to happen from December 16. But will this Delhi visit yield any results? Will all the differences be ironed out? Will Eknath Shinde be made happy, as far as divisions of portfolios are concerned? And will BJP really give in? All that remains to be seen, but an important meeting to be held in Delhi.
Meanwhile, the Kapoor clan flew to the national capital to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi ahead of Raj Kapoor's birth centenary celebrations. In fact, the Kapoors have organized a Raj Kapoor Film Festival. The festival will be held from December 13th to 15th in 101 theatres across 34 cities in India. This event is expected to be one of the most extensive retrospective ever dedicated to Raj Kapoor's cinema. Asia's first Consent Cafe has been launched in the Hornbill Festival in Kisama Heritage Village in Nagaland as part of the Durex, the Birds and Bees Talk program. The groundbreaking initiative promotes a crucial aspect of healthy relationships and social interactions. Let's take a look.
No is a no, a maybe is also a no, I don't know is also a no. Only yes is a yes, I feel.
I think consent is something that we are still trying to understand.
Breaking boundaries and sparking conversations, the Birds and Bees Talk launched Asia's first Consent Cafe at the 25th Hornbill Festival in Nagaland. The cafe aims to provide a safe space to initiate dialogues on consent and promote a culture of mutual respect.
The Birds and Bees Talk, their partnership with the Nagaland Tourism Department and with the people of Nagaland has been going on for a few years now. And their initiatives are quite genuine. And I think we are going ahead with deeper partnerships with our people. So we are very glad that the Birds and Bees Talk, and they are part and parcel of today's Nagaland.
This innovative approach is crucial to normalize discussions around consent, break down stigmas, and empower individuals to prioritize their own comfort and well-being.
There's no other occasion better than today to actually start the Consent Cafe, which is full of vibrance, full of culture. And really, in this, need of the hour is basically we need to have the consent cafes in India, across India, because consent is something which is very sensitive. Gen Z is asking for it. Millennials have experienced life. Baby boomers have been seeing the changes India is experiencing. So this more the reason, like, to have the Consent Cafe.
The Consent Cafe offers an immersive experience combining light, music and art to encourage reflection on the meaning of consent and foster healthy connections.
As you know, the TBBT program, the Birds and the Bees Talk, has been running in Nagaland and other states of Northeast for about 6 years. So now the next step that they're taking is to create safe spaces within tie-ups with coffee shops across the states. And these are going to be spaces where young people are able to come and talk and speak and have, interesting engagements and activities that they'll do. So here we've created a consent dome. The idea of the dome is also a safe space, so that dome structure gives a very safe environment. And what we've come together to do is to put the 5 pillars of TBBT to bring them alive. And then there is a light fixture here which is actually meant to create that idea of these 5 pillars, which are all about human connection at the end of the day.
Empowering conversations one cup at a time. The Consent Cafe strives to make discussions on consent, equality and inclusivity comfortable, accessible and normal.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चलेगा.
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान.
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं.
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your lives.
news that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. Let's get you some international news now. And at least 3 people have been killed and 5 others injured in a strike in the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia on Tuesday. The head of Zaporizhia region, Ivan Fedorov, said that the strike hit a private clinic in the city center, damaging buildings nearby. The Ukrainian authorities shared footage of what they said was rescue and cleanup operations following that strike. Each such strike proves that it is necessary to increase our capabilities of our air defense, is what Ukrainian President Zelensky said. He took to social media to put out that message. Protesters gathered outside a court in Tel Aviv on Tuesday, both in support and against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as he was set to take the stand in his long-running trial for alleged corruption. The trial will set off what's expected to be a week-long spectacle that will draw unwelcome attention to Netanyahu's legal woes as he faces an international arrest warrant for war crimes and the fighting in Gaza that continues. It is the first time an Israeli Prime Minister took to the stand as a criminal defendant, an embarrassing milestone for a leader who has tried to cultivate an image as a sophisticated and respected statesman. Now, Netanyahu has answered, this is during his court appearance, on charges of fraud, breach of trust and accepting bribes. He's accused of accepting tens of thousands of dollars worth of cigars and champagne from a billionaire, as this is a Hollywood producer, in exchange for assisting him with personal and business interests. Netanyahu told the 3-judge panel that Israeli media had launched absurd attacks on him over the years. He accused Israeli journalists of hostility towards him because he had not joined that push for a Palestinian state. Dozens of people gathered outside of that court in Tel Aviv as the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, took to the stand on Tuesday in his long-running trial for alleged corruption. Some were protesting against Netanyahu, including family members of hostages held in Gaza, and others were also seen supporting him. Netanyahu is charged in 3 separate cases under Israeli law. Indicted Prime Minister are not required to step down. Israel carried out a wave of heavy airstrikes across Israel as its troops advanced deeper into the country. A Syrian opposition war monitor said on Tuesday that the Israeli defense minister announced that his forces had destroyed Syria's navy. Israel acknowledged the pushing as far as pushing into a buffer zone inside Syria following the overthrow of President Assad. Now, but it still remains very unclear if its soldiers had gone beyond that area, which was established more than 50 years ago. Israel denied that it was advancing on the Syrian capital of Damascus. Now, Israeli officials have said that they're striking military targets, including heavy weapons, suspected chemical weapon sites, and air defense systems to prevent them from falling into the hands of extremists. Photographs circulating online showed destroyed missile launchers, helicopters, and warplanes. The suspect in the killing of United Healthcare's CEO struggled with deputies. These are deputies, and shouted on Tuesday while arriving for that court appearance in Pennsylvania a day after he was arrested at a McDonald's outlet and charged with murder. He was heard shouting insult to the intelligence of the American people while deputies pushed him inside. Prosecutors were beginning to take steps to bring him back to New York to face a murder charge, while new details have emerged about his life and how he was captured. The 26-year-old Ivy League graduate from a prominent Maryland real estate family was charged with murder hours after he was arrested in the Manhattan killing of Brian Thompson, who led the United States' largest medical insurance company. At the brief hearing, the defense lawyer has informed the court that he would not waive extradition to New York, but instead wants a hearing on the issue. He has about 14 days to challenge that detention. Protesters gathered in Brazil's Rio de Janeiro on Tuesday against amnesty for those who participated in the coup plot against the government of President Lula da Silva in 2022. Former President Bolsonaro allies in Congress have been negotiating a bill to pardon individuals who stormed the Brazilian capital and rioted on the 8th of January 2 years ago in a failed attempt to keep the former president in power. Now, analysts have speculated that lawmakers want to extend the legislation to cover the former president himself. While denouncing amnesty for the coup plotters, protesters in Rio de Janeiro walked through the city's downtown with flags and with banners. The Bolivian Navy has added to its rank a robot capable of discharging large amounts of water and combating wildfires An artisanal robot built by the Bolivian Armed Forces will join its ranks in the fight against wildfires 2 months after fires ravaged at least 10 million hectares in Bolivia. The robot, named Arizo, which stands for Event of Reaction Against Fires in the area of operations, it can be taken right to the heart of the fire and can carry about 3.8 tons of water to combat the fires. In September and October this year, Bolivia experienced the largest fires in 10 years, which led the government to declare a national disaster due to the wildfires. US President-elect Donald Trump met with Britain's Prince William at the British Embassy in Paris after attending the reopening ceremony of Notre Dame Cathedral. Well, Trump shook the royal's hands and said, "This man, he's a good man," is what he told reporters. The Prince of Wales was doing a fantastic job, is what Donald Trump had to say about Prince William. Prince William joined the soldiers of the 1st Battalion, the Mercian Regiment, and their families at a Christmas party on Tuesday. First up for William, the Colonel-in-Chief of the regiment, was a meeting with this regimental mascot. Then it was down to joining in the festivities at the barracks. And Sotheby's auction is celebrating arguably the greatest football player of its generation. We talk about Tom Brady, the GOAT collection, which includes watches and treasures. This is the auction that's celebrating his rich and multifaceted life, offering a glimpse into a side of him that many find these fans of his that might not even know about him. This December, a trove of cherished items integral to Brady's passion will be showcased in this dedicated single-owner evening sale that's taken place in New York, featuring items that include game-worn jerseys and his college days at the University of Michigan, iconic games with both the New England Patriots and Tampa Bay, along with the treasured Super Bowl mementos as well. Highlights of the collection have traveled from Los Angeles and Miami and Dallas before returning to New York. Jay-Z, Beyonce and Blue Ivy Carter made a surprise appearance at the Los Angeles premiere of Mufasa, The Lion King. The family's appearance was unexpected as days before Jay-Z was hit with a lawsuit accusing him of raping a teenage girl. The woman accusing the rapper, who previously had sued Sean Combs, alleges that she was raped at an awards show right after that party back in 2000 when she was only 13 years of age. Amended her lawsuit on Sunday to include a new allegation that Jay-Z was also at that party and participated in that sexual assault. The rapper, the business mogul, says that the rape allegations made against him is part of an extortion attempt. He called the allegations idiotic and heinous in nature in a statement that was released by Rock Nation, one of his companies. And the latest installment of Lion King is Blue Ivy's feature film debut. The comedians who brought the entertaining and charitable Comic Relief to life were celebrated in New York City. The Comic Relief Live Gala honored the contribution of Billy Crystal, Whoopi Goldberg, and the late Robin Williams for their dedication to providing comic relief to households across the nation and the world. And actor Pamela Anderson thought that she had retired until The Last Showgirl. Pamela Anderson thought that she was done with Hollywood when she got the script for The Last Showgirl. And now her leading role in the latest film has resulted in her being nominated for the Golden Globes.
Oh my goodness, well this is a tiny little film that got me out of my garden. I was making pickles and jam. I didn't think I'd be doing any more in this industry. I was a little, disappointed in myself and was kind of reassessing some of my life choices. But then this came up and I read it and I could hear her voice in my head. I could see it already and I just thought, this is life or death. I have to do this film. This is that feeling that people get when they respond to material and they have to do it. I love to transform. I love to, disappear into a character, but, it's also autobiographical when you're doing something. It's interesting feeling to see yourself up on the screen where you don't really see yourself. So that was really interesting and new to me. So I want to do more characters where I disappear into roles and can be a little chameleon and I'm excited. I've been talking to some really great people in the industry, from directors to other actors, And so there's a lot of exciting things percolating. But I have Naked Gun coming out in the summer that I shot with Liam Neeson, and Rosebush Pruning I did with Kareem Anuz. So already it's been a busy year. I've done 3 films this year, and I'm just excited to do more. But this is a big part of filmmaking, is promoting and all this part that you don't know until you know. This is a wild ride. This is nothing like I imagined. I didn't know people did this for their films like at this level. So I'm just trying to do the best I can. You can't outwork me. I'm the hardest worker. So I'm every day is a win.
The Blue Hedgehog is back in the latest chapter of the Sonic series. Sonic and the Tails ally with Dr. Robotnik to take on a new foe, Shadow in the Sonic Hedgehog 3. Keanu Reeves and others, the star-studded cast along with Jim Carrey and others reprised their roles. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 will be in theatres on the 20th of this month.
But you didn't change who you are.
It's fun to play pretend, I love acting, so it's fun to try and inhabit another character, and there's an intensity to doing voice work and a specificity. It's kind of more like it's its own thing, because it's kind of like theater, but no audience, so it's like doing radio.
Yeah, that's the wonderful thing about this character. He keeps, with every failure, with every defeat, he becomes more bitter and hostile. His megalomania has gone to another level completely, and he keeps coming up with these more and more elaborate, incredible technical wonders. And I don't know, where he gets his funding.
Taylor Swift's Eras Tour brought in $2.2 billion in its nearly 2-year run, making it the highest-grossing tour of all times for a second year in a row. Pollster has estimated from data collected across 149 shows. The morning after Swift wrapped up the Eras Tour with his final show in Vancouver in Canada. Last year, Swift's landmark concerts became the first to cross the $1 billion mark in North America. Swift's tour earned an estimated $1.04 billion over its run. Globally, that number jumps to an estimated $2.2 billion.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा अखंड धारा उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution.
Amid the face-off in Parliament between the centre and opposition, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi meets Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla and urges him to expunge derogatory remarks against his family and the Congress. The government slams India bloc motion against Rajya Sabha Chair Dhankar. The Trinamool Congress, meanwhile, hits out at both the Congress and the BJP over the Parliament disruptions, alleges because of their shouting, they are not able to raise their own issues in the House. After Bengaluru techies suicide with a long note as well as a video, it sparks a debate on the dowry law. Even the Supreme Court observes growing tendency to misuse dowry law. Lawyers and lawmakers demand a relook at the anti-dowry law. After actor Mohan Babu assaulted a journalist last night, his son apologizes. Mohan Babu is hospitalized, has skipped the police summons that were issued for him. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut, and our top story: as the ruckus in Parliament continued on the 13th day of the winter session, the Trinamool Congress has now hit out at both Treasury benches as well as the Congress party, saying that both sides are continuously disrupting the House and not allowing any work to be done. Trinamool Congress leader Kalyan Banerjee accused the BJP of not ensuring that the House functioned smoothly, and he alleged because of their shouting, they're not able to raise their own issues in the House.
Both for the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress Party, House is adjourned every day. House will continue only on the choice of the Congress and BJP. If Congress thinks that today House will continue, the House will continue. If the Congress thinks half an hour House will continue, the half an hour House will continue. If BJP thinks that half an hour House will continue, the House will continue. This is not proper. There are so many parties are there. Parliamentary democracy does not depend upon the Congress and the BJP. One day Congress wants to continue, the BJP is disturbing. One day BJP is trying to continue, Congress is disturbing. And we, the rest of the parties, can't speak anywhere. We can't speak. BJP ruling party, they get the preference. Congress is the main opposition, get the preference. We are not getting, we can't point out our points, our conditions of the state.
Well, joining us is Arvind Sawant, Member of Parliament from the Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena. Sir, पार्लियामेंट नहीं चल पा रहा है, रोज हम देख रहे हैं एडजर्नमेंट्स पे एडजर्नमेंट्स हो रहे हैं. अब तृणमूल कांग्रेस बीजेपी और कांग्रेस को ब्लेम कर रही है. वो कह रहे हैं अपने इश्यूज के चक्कर में बाकी रीजनल पार्टीज का नहीं सोचा जा रहा है और देश के मुद्दे, देश के जो इम्पोर्टेंट बिल्स हैं वो पास नहीं हो पा रहे.
I do not want to be the part of this blaming game. But the fact remains that the BJP, when they were in opposition, don't forget that 2G, 3G scam. And that was hypothetically, it was revealed that it was a hypothetical one. And during that period, they did not allow to function the parliament for the entire session. That entire session was of 1 month. So all 4 weeks the parliament did not work. And during that period, the late Honorable Arun Jaitley has said, not to allow the parliament to function is also a democratic function. So it's a right to do that. And same thing Honorable the late Sushma Swaraj also said. So therefore, don't think that not to allow the parliament to function, but it doesn't mean it to work. It shows that there is a reaction, there is a commotion among the people on that issue. See, you are at liberty to blame someone directly on the floor of the House. The Honorable Speaker or the Chairman allows you to speak, and then you don't want to listen to the answers from the other side. That itself is not judicious functioning. And that's what is happening right now. How can we accuse the LOP that he is a Deshodoi on the floor of the parliament? Do you feel it is the way to work? It is the way to the Parliament should function?
Well, let's go across to Aishwarya now, who joins us from Parliament. And Aishwarya, the Trinamool Congress, they're further distancing itself from the Congress party, in fact blaming both the Treasury benches and the Congress for not allowing the House to function, and therefore Trinamool Congress not being able to raise the issues that they spoke about earlier, issues that concern the common man.
Well, so far we have seen Trinamool Congress getting away from the Congress party on different issues. But this is for the very first time when it is the Trinamool Congress who has openly blamed their own ally of the India Bloc, Congress party, over the non-functioning of the parliament. In fact, Kalyan Banerjee, Trinamool Congress MP, hit out at both Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress, stating that these both national parties have taken over the rights of the smaller and regional parties, and the regional parties want to raise the issues pertaining to their states, and these two political parties, which are the national parties, have completely stalled the entire parliament. He clearly blamed the Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress for doing so, putting their own agenda first and not letting the House function. Certainly, it is the entire, at different stage, we have seen Samajwadi Party also blaming the Congress party and not coming out in open to support every issue as far as the protests are concerned or their own agendas are concerned. But now, for the very first time, it is Trinamool Congress who had hit out and stated that regional parties' interests should be kept in mind. More importantly, the parliament should function so that important bills can be put out, can be tabled, and important matters can also be raised in both the houses of the parliament.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks so much for joining us with those details. And speaking of Parliament, the opposition Congress and Gandhi family continue to face attacks as Parliament proceedings were paralyzed for a fourth day today on Tuesday on the Soros issue. In fact, today Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla today reprimanded prominent leaders of the opposition for staging indecent protests on Parliament premises, while leader of the House in the Rajya Sabha, JP Nadda, continued to indirectly attack Sonia Gandhi over her alleged links with an organization advocating an independent Kashmir. During question hour, some opposition members demanded action against BJP MP Sambat Patra for a defamatory attack against the leader of the opposition. And amid this face-off, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi met with Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla and urged him to expunge derogatory remarks made against his family and the Congress. He also said, he told the Speaker that opposition MPs want the House to function.
जाति के बात करने वाले एक साधारण किसान परिवार से आया हुआ किसान का बेटा जगदीप धनखड़ जी के विरोध में अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लेकर आना, ये किसका असम्मान है? ये किसान पुत्र का असम्मान है। अ मैन हु कम्स फ्रॉम अ हम्बल बैकग्राउंड, उसका असम्मान है। और आप जाति की बात करते हैं। मैं आपको एक स्पष्ट रूप से बता दूं यहां पर कि कांग्रेस पार्टी भी जानती है, घटक दल भी जानते हैं कि संख्या उनके हक में नहीं है। दिस नोटिस इज गोइंग टू फॉल, यह नोटिस गिर जाएगा, कुछ होगा नहीं। मगर केवल जाट समुदाय का किस प्रकार से असम्मान करना है, इस भाव के साथ पहली बार राज्यसभा के पटल पर कोई पार्टी राज्यसभा के सभापति के खिलाफ इस प्रकार की नोटिस लाने की हिमाकत कर रही है। जाट वतन परस्त होते हैं। जाटों ने अपनी खून बहाई है हिंदुस्तान की आजादी के लिए, हिंदुस्तान के लिए।
भारतीय लोकतंत्र में 72 साल बाद एक ऐसा किसान का बेटा उपराष्ट्रपति के पद में पहुंच करके इस देश को सेवा करने का काम किया है। इस राज्यसभा सदन का सभापति के रूप में पूरा देश देख रहा है किस तरीके से उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय ने इस सदन का गरिमा को रखा है। और हम शुरू से देख रहे हैं कि विपक्ष के लोग ना लोकतंत्र को मानते हैं, ना चेयर का गरिमा को ध्यान रखते हैं। आप लोगों ने, मैं नाम लेकर कह सकता हूं, टेलीविजन में बाहर जाकर के पब्लिक के सामने में उपराष्ट्रपति का नाम लेकर के आप लोग बेमतलब से आरोप लगाते हैं। आप लोग इस सदन का सदस्य होने का लायक नहीं है। आप चेयर को अगर इज्जत नहीं दे सकते हैं तो इस सदन का सदस्य होने का कोई अधिकार नहीं रखते हैं आप। उपराष्ट्रपति के पद को, उपराष्ट्रपति का गरिमा को अगर आप लोग अटैक करेंगे तो हम बिल्कुल बचाव करेंगे और आप लोगों का जो इंटेंशन है इसको हम कामयाब नहीं होने देंगे। आज जब सोनिया गांधी जी और सोरोस का लिंक का जो नाम आ रहा है, हमने ये लिंक नहीं किया है, ये रिपोर्ट हमारा नहीं है। अंतरराष्ट्रीय जगत में, पूरा दुनिया में ये रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा है। कांग्रेस का नेतृत्व और सोरोस का OCCRP का जो लिंक है, ये देश के सामने में है। शर्म आना चाहिए आप लोगों को। देश के विरोध में काम करने वाले, भारत के खिलाफ काम करने वालों के साथ आप लोग तालमेल में रहते हैं। जो जॉर्ज सोरोस बोलते हैं, आप लोग भारत में वही भाषा बात करते हैं।
Well, joining with me is Trinamool Congress MP Shmita Dev. Ma'am, we have seen days after days, adjournments after adjournments. The houses, both the lower house and the upper house, are unable to function. Do you think that by this way, the constitution debate will and can be conducted?
You see, it is blasphemous to what the Bharati Janata Party and NDA is doing. Parliamentary Affairs Ministers himself instrumental in stalling the House by diversionary tactics. Today, for instance, in the 0 hour, Trinamool Congress had rising prices of fertilizer and how to eliminate poverty. Did they allow it? So the question is, it is crystal clear. Anybody who's watching the proceedings of Rajya Sabha, it is crystal clear BJP doesn't want the parliament to function. That's their only modus operandi because they don't have answers to people's issues. You're asking me about the constitution. I mean, this is a party that's running the entire nation unconstitutionally. And if that debate happens, BJP has everything to lose and nothing to gain. We will expose them bitterly. We will expose them bitterly. You watch if that debate happens. So what is the modus operandi of the BJP? Bring up irrelevant issues, diversionary tactics to stall the parliament, and that's what happened today.
Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju also lashed out at the opposition, stating that the Raj Sabha chairperson is a son of a farmer, and it's an insult by bringing the notice against the Raj Sabha chairperson as far as the impeachment is concerned.
The Constitution of India has equality of law. Everybody is treated equally under law. You can be the Prime Minister, President, Vice President, Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister. The law applies equally to everybody. Nobody is above the law. That's why I say that the BJP has never read the Constitution. They don't know what's in it.
कि ये जो भी प्रोवोकेशन करें इनको हम करने देंगे, बट हम हाउस को रन कराएंगे और हमारी पूरी कोशिश होगी कि हम किसी ना किसी तरह हम हाउस को रन करें। हम चाहते हैं कि डिबेट हो, डिस्कशन हो। 13 तारीख को कमिटमेंट था कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पे डिबेट होगा। हम चाहते हैं कि वो डिबेट हो और हम हाउस को रन करने देंगे।
All right, let's go across to where Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge is speaking.
नहीं लाया गया क्योंकि वो हमेशा निष्पक्ष और तरह राजनीति से परे रहे। वो कभी राजनीति नहीं करे, केवल सदन चलाना और वो भी जो सदन के रूल्स और रेगुलेशन होते हैं उसी के तहत वो सदन चलाते रहते थे। लेकिन आज हमको ये कहना पड़ता है, ये आज रूल्स को छोड़ के राजनीति ज्यादा हमारे सदन में हो रही है। बाबा साहब डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर ने ड्राफ्ट कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में ये ऑफिसर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट खंड में पेज नंबर 31 पर साफ लिखा था कि द वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया शैल बी एक्स ऑफिशियो चेयरमैन ऑफ द काउंसिल ऑफ स्टेट्स। भारत के पहले उपराष्ट्रपति और राज्यसभा के सभापति डॉक्टर सर्वपल्ली राधाकृष्णन ने 16 मई 1952 को सांसदों से कहा था, मैं किसी भी पार्टी से नहीं हूं और इसका मतलब है कि मैं सदन में हर पार्टी से जुड़ा हुआ हूं। यानी ये इम्पार्शियलिटी बताती है। वो उन्होंने कहा कि मैं किसी पार्टी का नहीं हूं और सदन में मैं हर पार्टी का आदमी हूं, ये उन्होंने कहा। लेकिन हमें अफसोस है कि संविधान के अडॉप्शन के 75वें साल में चेयरमैन की तरफ से हो रहे बायस्ड पार्टीजन व्यवहार विपक्षी पार्टियों को उनके खिलाफ ये प्रस्ताव लाने पर मजबूर किया। पिछले 3 वर्षों में उनका आचरण उनके पद की गरिमा के विपरीत रहा है। कभी वे सरकार के तारीफ में कसीदे पढ़ने लगते हैं, कभी खुद को आरएसएस का एकलव्य बताने लगते हैं। इस तरह की बयानबाजी उनके पद को शोभा नहीं देती। सभापति जी सदन के अंदर प्रतिपक्ष के नेताओं को अपने विरोधियों की तरह देखते हैं। सीनियर जूनियर कोई भी हो, दोनों सदनों के विपक्षी नेताओं पर आपत्तिजनक टिप्पणियां कर उन्हें अपमानित भी करते हैं। सदन में वास्ट एक्सपीरियंस वाले कई नेता हैं, कई प्रोफेसर्स हैं, डॉक्टर्स हैं, इंजीनियर्स हैं, राइटर्स हैं, जर्नलिस्ट हैं, ऐसे अनेक फील्ड में काम करके इस सदन में आए हैं। उनका और कई सालों से वो बार मंत्री भी पहले स्टेट में रह चुके हैं। 40-40 साल, 50-50 साल वर्षों का लेजिस्लेटिव अनुभव रहा है। ऐसे नेताओं की भी सभापति जी हेडमास्टर की तरह स्कूलिंग करते हैं, उनको प्रवचन सुनाते हैं और अपोजिशन पार्टी के लोग या नेता लोग 5 मिनट बोले तो 10 मिनट उनका भाषण खुद ही होता है। तो आप जर्नलिस्ट हैं, आप लोग सभी विद्वान हैं, इंटेलेक्चुअल हैं। हाँ, आप सबको मालूम है, आप टीवी में भी देखते हो, अंदर आने का अगर आपको प्रवेश मना उन्होंने पहले से किया है तो कम से कम आप सुनते तो हो। तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं, संसद में विपक्षी की तरफ से रूल्स के तहत जो भी महत्वपूर्ण विषय उठाए जाते हैं उन पर चेयरमैन प्लान्ड तरीके से संवाद, बहस, वाद विवाद नहीं होने देते। बार बार विपक्षी नेताओं को बोलने से रोका जाता है। उनकी निष्ठा संविधान और संवैधानिक परंपराओं की जगह सत्ताधारी दल के लिए है। वे अपनी अगली प्रमोशन के लिए सरकार के स्पोक्स पर्सन बनकर काम कर रहे हैं, ऐसा हमें दिख रहा है। मुझे ये कहते हुए कोई संकोच नहीं कि द बिगेस्ट डिस्टर्बर इन राज्यसभा इज द चेयरमैन हिमसेल्फ। सदन अगर डिसरप्ट होता है तो उसका सबसे बड़ा कारण हमारे चेयरमैन साहब है और दूसरों को वो सबक सिखाते हैं और बार बार इंटरप्शन करके हाउस को बंद करने की कोशिश रूलिंग पार्टी से और चेयरमैन साहब की तरफ से ज्यादा होता है, अपोजिशन पार्टी से कम होता है। ये आप इस सेशन में खुद देख रहे हो। नॉर्मली विपक्ष चेयर से प्रोटेक्शन मांगता है, वही विपक्ष का संरक्षक होता है। पर अगर खुद सभापति सत्ता पक्ष और प्रधानमंत्री का खुला गुणगान कर रहे हो तो विपक्ष की कौन सुनेगा। इसके लिए तो वही कहावत कही जा सकती है, बाड़ी खेत को खा रही है। और हमारे कन्नड़ा में कहते हैं कि बेली ने ಹೊಲ ಮೈದ್ರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, यानी खुद फेंस लगाते क्रॉप को प्रोटेक्शन करने के लिए, अगर वो फेंस ही खाने लगा तो रक्षा कहां से मिलने वाली है। तो ऐसा हम जो सब प्रोटेक्शन मांगते हैं उनसे, अपेक्षा करते हैं उनसे, लेकिन इधर ध्यान भी नहीं देते और मेंबर्स को, रूलिंग पार्टी के मेंबर्स को वो बार बार कहने के लिए इशारा करते हैं। जब भी विपक्ष सरकार से सवाल पूछता है तो मंत्रियों के जवाब देने से पहले ही चेयरमैन खुद सरकार की ढाल बनकर खड़े होते हैं। उनके आचरण ने देश के गरिमा को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया है। मैं और एक बार ये सेंटेंस पढ़ता हूं, उनके आचरण ने देश के गरिमा को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया है। देश के संसदीय इतिहास में ऐसी स्थिति ला दी है कि हमें उनके खिलाफ ये रेजोल्यूशन का नोटिस लाना पड़ा। उनके साथ हमारी कोई निजी दुश्मनी या द्वेष या कोई राजनीतिक लड़ाई नहीं है। देश के नागरिकों को हम विनम्रता से बताना चाहते हैं कि हमने बहुत सोच विचार और मंथन करके देश के संविधान और लोकतंत्र को बचाने के इरादे से मजबूरी में एक कदम हम सब लोगों ने उठाया है। Few words I will say in English. Welcome to this press conference, all my friends, and we have already given a notice to Vice President, and the joint opposition is here to speak on the sensitive matter in regard to the notice of resolution for removal of the Vice President of India. who is also the chairman of the Rajya Sabha. I am very sad to say that the chairman left us no option but to go ahead with this notice. For the last 3 years, rather than providing time and space for opposition members to raise critical issues, the chairman has resorted to schooling senior leaders, speaking down to them like a headmaster as though they were students in a classroom. He never misses an opportunity to insult any opposition leaders, whether they are senior or junior, or there are lot of members who have got more experience than others. But unfortunately, the advocate of the opposition ruling party, he always tried to insult the opposition leaders. For the first time in our history, we have a vice president who openly criticizes opposition parties in public forums and behaves as a spokesperson for the ruling party, sometimes even outperforming them in their role. Moreover, as chairman, he frequently interrupts proceedings, routinely denying the opposition the opportunity to present their views in the House. As the custodian of the House and the protector of the rights of every member, the chairman is expected to rise above politics, seek consensus, and ensure that the voices of all members and parties are heard. His conduct of the House on 9th and 10th and today, December 2024, was particularly troubling as it was marked by blatant partisanship and a total lack of fairness. The chairman openly encourages and provokes the treasury benches to make outrageous remarks against the opposition, undermining the dignity of the House. When 267 notice is given, he rejects all the notices. But on the same subject or under 267, the ruling party member gives notice. He allows them and asks them with name that please get up, what you want to tell. He tells everything in that. And then number 2, number 3, number 4, 5, whosoever signs it, for them he gives chance to speak. Where here, when we raise our hand, fingers, because not to disturb, with great respect, he never allows us to say one sentence. He asks us, me, please, Khargeji, you. When I get up, even he never allows us 2 minutes to speak. Whereas our great respect to the leader of the house, when he gets up, he allows fully. It is my right as a leader of opposition, whenever I raise, the chair should give same respect as to the leader of the house.
Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge there addressing the media over this issue of bringing the motion against the chair of the Rajya Sabha, saying that we expect protection from the chair, however accusing Jagdeep Dhankar, Vice President. He says that he allows the Treasury benches to speak, he allows the BJP MPs, but does not allow the opposition. He says even I, when Mallikarjun Kharge as leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha get up to speak, he never allows us to speak, and that his behavior in the House is the reason that they're very pained, but they had to bring this motion against Jagdeep Dhankar and claim that he is biased. Now, to talk more about this or respond to these allegations, we're now joined by BJP leader Shazia Ilmi. Your response to the allegations brought up by the opposition, 60 MPs have signed this petition.
It's very unfortunate that the opposition has to resort to this, to this state. And I find it extremely unfortunate that they could not think of any other way to lodge their protest if they had any. The fact of the matter is that the opposition is just trying to distract from the real issues which BJP wanted to discuss in the House. There are important bills, there is important business to be done. However, on the issue of Soros, they seem to be scurrying and running away from the actual charges that are there that need to be discussed. But instead of doing that, they are casting aspersions on the objectivity and responsibility of the chair, which is indeed very sad. If you remember, it was Kalyan Banerjee and the 60 MPs and many others who were part of the same group who were imitating Jagdeep Dhankar. So they have behaved really badly, and I think this goes to an old animosity that PMC and others feel towards Mr. Dhankar.
Right, ma'am. But the allegations that have been made about how opposition MPs are not being allowed to speak, Mallikarjun Kharge saying we've been compelled to take this step. This is the first time in the Parliament history that you've had such a motion brought against the chair.
That is true. It's the first time in the history of electoral parliamentary history of this country that something like this has been done, and there have been so many serious occasions earlier. So this goes on to show that they have nothing better to do, and that they could not think of any other way but to resort to this, which was indeed not needed. And Mr. Nadda, our party president, has spoken on the issue. This is merely being done to malign the chair and to cast aspersions on his role. And it could have easily been avoided, but that has been done just to create an effect.
Right, ma'am. In the past as well, there was one time when the opposition wanted to bring such a petition, such a motion against the chair. At that time, it was Arun Jaitley who, spoke to leaders of the opposition and managed to arrive at some sort of understanding, and it was avoided at that time. Do you think the BJP currently, the way things are, the way opposition and the government are so divided that soft touch, that diplomatic touch is lacking?
I think it's a responsibility of both, and as far as Treasury benches go, it has been, right before the session began, there was an all-party meeting. There were discussions to be held. In fact, this assurance was given that every issue would be discussed. Despite that, matters have reached to such a low degree that there is no possibility of reconciliation where the opposition goes, and they have done something which is quite outrageous, to cast aspersions on the office. So it's quite shocking, if you ask me.
All
and
right.
it was totally avoidable and undesirable.
All right, Shazia Ilmi, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, and Shazia Ilmi, they're reacting to Mr. Kharge saying that they were forced to take this step, bring a motion against the chair of the Rajya Sabha. We'll slip into a short break, more coming up on the other side.
Hello, Moto. Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric.
Welcome back. Some breaking news now coming in, and AAP goes to the Election Commission with the voter deletion charge. Remember, this is something that AAP has been talking about. Chief Minister Atishi has also spoken about how voters' names are being deleted from the voter list. And today, Arvind Kejriwal, in fact, right now, has taken this complaint to the Chief Election Commissioner, and Atishi too is there. So Kejriwal takes this complaint directly to the Election Commission. In fact, they've said the BJP colluding with the Election Commission, and that there are strongholds that are being targeted where names are being deleted from the voters list. The BJP, remember, has denied this. They've hit back and said Kejriwal is scared and this is a tactic to blame others. Let's go across to Ishika now for more on this story. Ishika, tell us more about Arvind Kejriwal. This is something that AAP has been talking about. Atishi also spoke about this deletion of names, and now they've gone straight to the Chief Election Commissioner.
Well, yes, in fact, and we are present right outside the Election Commission office where right now, in fact, the Aam Aadmi Party National Convener Arvind Kejriwal has reached here with the Chief Minister Atishi. They are currently inside, and certainly they have arrived here with their complaint, with their allegations that they have been raising for the past few days, and that was that voters' names are being deleted from the voters list. And this is certainly a big allegation that came from Kejriwal's side when he held this press conference, and he alleged that it is, in fact, if we talk about in terms of numbers, then it is over 11,000 voters, he claimed, whose names have been deleted, and this has been done after complaint by BJP workers. So this was another allegation that he said. So certainly attacking the BJP, and also also the Election Commission, and serious charges of rigging the election is what came from the Aam Aadmi Party. Now they have gone straight inside to meet the Chief Election Commissioner. What will be the conclusion be? How long will the meeting go? That remains to be seen. Whether or not will he be satisfied, will the Aam Aadmi Party be satisfied with the Chief Election Commissioner's answer or not, that remains to be seen. But on the other hand, if we talk about the opposition, that is the BJP, they in fact continue to say that all of these statements are baseless because the procedure of cutting voters' name from the voters list, it is a long process. So the names cannot be easily cut is what they say. And they also say that it shows that Arvind Kejriwal is scared and he's trying to pin the blame on the Election Commission and the BJP, fearing the anti-incumbency this time in Delhi. So certainly the political war of words has escalated, but all eyes will be after Arvind Kejriwal and Atashi come out of here after holding meeting with the Chief Election Commissioner. Over to you.
Right, Ishika. Also, yesterday there was an interesting meeting with Sharad Pawar and Arvind Kejriwal. We do know that in Maharashtra too, this allegation about how the elections have been managed, there have been several complaints, and this was also discussed during that meeting ahead of the Delhi elections.
Well, yes, certainly, Gargi. Yesterday we did see a very, crucial meeting of the India bloc members where all of them, in fact, came together over the issue of EVMs, and we did see how, be it the Congress, be it the Aam Aadmi Party, or be it, in fact, the Maha Vikas Aghadi in Maharashtra, all of them claiming that, it was because of the alleged manipulation of the EVMs, which is why the BJP, in fact, won in Maharashtra. And yesterday, similar point, was raised by Arvind Kejriwal also in the meeting. He said that even this time this can happen in Delhi, and he also said, regarding this voters deletion issue, he raised in the meeting as well, and he in fact asked for the support from the India bloc members over this issue, because certainly the Delhi polls are going to be held in February. So before that, certainly, we are seeing, the India bloc members coming together over this. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks so much for joining us with those details. And speaking of the India bloc, amidst calls for West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to take up the India bloc leadership, Mamata Banerjee today thanked all leaders for the respect that they have shown her, but she refused to elaborate beyond that. She spoke about the Jagannath temple. The West Bengal Chief Minister's response comes after top leaders like Sharad Pawar and Lalu Prasad Yadav backed Mamata Banerjee to lead the alliance. The leaders of the parties that form the India Alliance is expected to meet after the ongoing Parliament session, and it will be the first after the Lok Sabha elections and also after Congress suffered major electoral losses in Haryana and Maharashtra. Let's just listen into what Mamata Banerjee said.
ए देखो, अभी हमारा जगन्नाथ टेम्पल के बारे में बात करो. अभी हम सबको पास, मैं सबको पास आभारी हूँ कि हर नेता ने मेरे को जो रेस्पेक्ट दिया है, मैं सबको लिए मैं आभारी हूँ. मैं सबको सुस्वास्थ्य कामना करती हूँ और ये लोग अच्छा रहे, इसको पार्टी अच्छा रहे, इंडिया अच्छा रहे, ये हम चाहती हूँ. लेकिन आज हमारा जगन्नाथ टेम्पल का ओर से सबको लिए शुभकामनाएं.
All right, Mamata Banerjee there talking about the Jagannath temple, also saying she's very thankful to everyone. She wasn't very specific there, but this comes a day after several voices from the India bloc spoke out about Mamata Banerjee leading this opposition grouping. Remember yesterday, a long time Gandhi family supporter Lalu Prasad Yadav too spoke out, and he said, yes, Mamata should lead the India bloc. Mamata herself, Mamata Banerjee had expressed this intent. She says, if they so choose, I would like to lead the bloc. This she had said a few days ago. Tejashwi Yadav, also RJD leader, had said that he is open to Mamata Banerjee or any other senior leader leading the bloc. However, he did say there should be a consensus on this issue. Trinamool Congress, on its part, has been quite vocal about Mamata Banerjee leading the opposition, saying that she is the one opposition leader who has managed to in fact, increase her seats in West Bengal despite the full effort of the BJP, and she has managed to protect her turf in a sense there, and therefore she should be the one who's leading the India grouping of opposition parties. This especially after the Congress party lost in Haryana, where they were in a direct fight with the BJP, and then the MVA in Maharashtra lost very badly to the Mahayuti, to the NDA there as well. And Trinamool Congress pointing out that often in a direct fight, the Trinamool Congress in fact does much better than the Congress party. Let's go across to Saurabh now for more. And Saurabh, tell us more about this soundbite, what Mamata Banerjee has just said. She talks about the Jagannath temple. Then she says, I'd like to thank everyone in a very general way, but very interesting that it comes just a day after several voices from the India bloc spoke in her favor.
Well, the question was very clear. It was a direct question to the Chief Minister on what she thought of, several leaders backing her for leading the India bloc. And before the question could be completed, she said, please talk about the Jagannath temple. Remember, she's in Digha today to oversee and inspect the ongoing construction of a Jagannath temple on the lines of the Jagannath temple in Puri. So this was the last question in the press conference. Except to say that she thanked all these leaders and she wanted the India bloc to do well, she did not elaborate. And this is something that perhaps, she would be a little circumspect. Usually, Mamata Banerjee is not someone who shies away from saying what she feels or saying what she thinks. But in this case, she is, of course, probably being very careful in what she says, because remember, she is, of course, one of the, tallest leaders in the opposition bloc, the India bloc, and she has, of course, years of political experience. She's a 3-term chief minister, 7-term MP. So in terms of political, experience, all of that, she's quite equipped. And also, the senior top leaders like Lalu Yadav and others are also backing her. So this is something that obviously is something that perhaps she wouldn't like to elaborate on at just this moment. But perhaps there is, of course, thought to it. And remember, there's also what many expect, that after the parliament session, perhaps the, members of the India Alliance, the member parties, will meet. Although in West Bengal, the Trinamool Congress is clear that when it comes to opposing the BJP, it's the sole party. The Trinamool Congress has accused the left and the Congress of helping the BJP in the state by opposing the Trinamool, which is the primary opponent to the BJP. So obviously there is those things need to be worked out. She's also at one point questioned the proximity or the influence of the left in the decisions of the India Alliance. So all of those things are there. But this one is a very basic comment. But it's the signals are clear. When asked about that, she did not say no or she did not deny it, except to thank these leaders. So, politics and political reporting is also about reading in between the lines. And there is a lot to read in between the lines in the response of Mamata Banerjee.
Definitely there, Saurabh. Thanks so much for joining us with all those details and Mamata Banerjee's latest remarks there, where she thanks everyone for their support. Now let's shift focus to Parliament but also regarding the Trinamool Congress. And as ruckus in Parliament continued today as well, the Trinamool Congress has hit out at both the Treasury benches, BJP as well as the Congress party, saying that both sides are continuously disrupting the House and not allowing any work to be done. A member of Parliament, Kalyan Banerjee, in fact, accused the BJP too of ensuring that the House not ensuring that the House functions. He alleged because of their shouting on both sides, they're not able to raise, the Trinamool Congress is not able to raise their own issues in the House. Well, to talk more about this, we're now joined by Asad Abbas, political analyst and someone who supports the Congress party, Asif Bhamla, spokesperson BJP from Maharashtra, and advocate Tausif Khan, a political analyst and Trinamool Congress supporter. Tausif Khan, first to you. More and more we're seeing this sort of distancing of the Trinamool Congress from the Congress party, and this comes amidst, already they've said they want to raise their own issues, they want the House to function. Today, the Trinamool Congress blaming both the BJP and Congress for not letting the House function.
Gargi, India is a multi-party system. India is not a two-party system, unlike how BJP or Congress would want to run it. In Parliament, there are not only BJP or Congress parliamentarians. People have sent their representative in other party members as well. And they are not given a chance to speak at the behest of only these two political parties. How will the country run? How will we, the members of parliament, will perform their duty to the people? Whether Trinamool, whether Samajwadi Party, whether any other political party, no one is allowed to speak, because we have seen the entire winter session. We have seen adjournments day after day. We are seeing ruckus day after day on the same very issue. Either it is Adani on one side or Soros on the other side, and then no one gets a chance to speak. This is not how the parliament should function.
Asif Bhamla, your response to this, because Trinamool Congress, one of the leaders even said it was blasphemous to see what was happening in the House, at the Treasury benches. You had union ministers themselves, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju stalling the Rajya Sabha, and they said the BJP doesn't want the House to function.
Gargi, I will agree to, though we may be in opposition, but I'm in agreementation with the TMC spokesperson that certainly there is a lot of political war of words that's going on, and parliamentary democracy is certainly in question here. Now, going back to what is happening is, now this, there definitely the Congress is trying to block the Bharatiya Janata Party from its functioning, from ensuring that the bills are clear. After all, the exchequers, it's the money of the taxpayers also that needs to be addressed. The debates are not happening and the bills are not being cleared. Now, that's one aspect. Now, the question here is what my friend from the TMC mentions is that the Congress is also is not able to be a formidable opposition leader because it's taking more of its airtime and it thinks that it is the sole opponent and opposition leader. Now, I understand where he's coming from. I've been hearing from the TMC speakers also that the Congress internally supports the BJP even in West Bengal. So it is not able to put up a strong fight like it did. It was not able to put up a strong or a direct fight when it came to even Maharashtra. So TMC feels that it has an edge, and Mamta can manage the turf well. Now, this is the internal bickering, so-called, what you say, within the India Alliance group is what is something which is a problem of theirs. And of course,
I'm running out of time. I'd like to get Asad Abbas in here, and the Congress finding itself more and more isolated.
And one last 30 seconds.
Absolutely not.
30 seconds. Just a minute,
As a
Mr.
matter of
Bhamla,
fact, it's very interesting how the BJP spokesperson speaks of Haryana and Maharashtra, but does not speak of their losses in Karnataka and Telangana. Respected sir, this is the field of politics and there are bound to be wins and losses. Take both with a pinch of salt. Now addressing both the points. The fact of the matter, Mamata Banerjee, with all due respect, has always said she is indeed very much a part of the India alliance and will continue to do so. And looking at the parliamentary democracy here, which party or alliance does not have its different equations? Also, my friend from the BJP needs to understand that disruption is very much a part of the parliamentary discussions. Their veteran leaders like Sushma Swaraj, Adarnya, Atal Bihari Vajpayee Sahab, even the late Arun Jaitley, were many a times a part of disruptions. They need to understand to discuss important issues which matter to our beautiful nation of India, like what is happening with Adani, what's happening in Manipur, the Sambal violence. It is indeed important to have disruptions because without disruptions, we would not come to the conclusion of Om Birla ji agreeing for a debate and discussion on the constitution. The fact of the matter, my friend from the TMC also needs to understand, aren't there disruptions in the Kolkata assembly? Aren't there, sir? Be it a state assembly, be it the parliament, there are bound to be disruptions. As a matter of fact, both my good friends here, one political analyst, one BJP spokesperson, need to go through the parliamentary order. And therefore, they question the Congress respected, sir, which party has 99 seats in the Lok Sabha? It is the Adharaniya leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi ji. After several years, there is a LOP here, sir. So therefore, you need to understand that you cannot discount the Congress here.
Completely out of time. I'm so sorry, Mr. Asif Bamla. I'm just... Right, we're completely out of time. Thank you so much all for joining us on the program. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Face-off in Parliament, Rahul Gandhi meets Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, asks him to expunge derogatory remarks made in the House against his family and the Congress. The Trinamool hits out at the Congress and BJP over Parliament disruptions, alleges because of their shouting, no work is happening. The Bengaluru techies' suicide sparks a debate on the dowry law in the Supreme Court, too observes growing tendency to misuse the dowry law. Actor Mohan Babu assaults a journalist. His son apologizes. Mohan Babu is hospitalized, skips police summons.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा अखंड धारा उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान।
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं।
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage. New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute.
Welcome back. The Kapoor clan flew to New Delhi to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi ahead of Raj Kapoor's birth centenary celebrations. This is ahead of Raj Kapoor's 100th birth anniversary. The Kapoors have organized a Raj Kapoor Film Festival, which will be held from the 13th to the 15th of December in 101 theatres across 34 cities.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge's big charge on Vice President Dhankar. Kharge says chairman is the biggest disruptor in Rajya Sabha. Dhankar is working like a government spokesperson. TMC slams the Congress party and the BJP amid the parliament disruptions, alleges because of their shouting. The TMC is not able to raise their own issues. Mamata Banerjee has responded to opposition leadership change bid. Mamata Banerjee has thanked India bloc leaders for their support. India bloc leaders are still mulling the leadership change. Bengaluru techie's suicide has sparked a debate on dowry laws. Supreme Court says there is a growing tendency to misuse the laws. Lawmakers demand a relook at the anti-dowry law. After actor Mohan Babu assaulted a journalist, Mohan Babu was hospitalized. He skipped the police summons. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We are starting this edition with a top focus amid the calls for West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to take up the India bloc leadership. Mamata has now reacted, thanking all the leaders of the India bloc for their support they've shown to her, but also she has refused to elaborate beyond that. Well, West Bengal Chief Minister's response comes after top leaders including Sharad Pawar, Lalu Prasad Yadav had backed her to lead the coalition. Well, the leaders of these parties that form the India Alliance are expected to meet also, and what we are also learning is that it's going to be the first after the Lok Sabha election and also after Congress had suffered major electoral loss both in Haryana as well as Maharashtra. Let's first listen into Mamata Banerjee's statement.
ए देखो, अभी हमारा जगन्नाथ टेम्पल के बारे में बात करो. अभी हम सबको पास, मैं सबको पास आभारी हूँ कि हर नेता ने मेरे को जो रेस्पेक्ट दिया है, मैं सबको लिए मैं आभारी हूँ. मैं सबको सुस्वास्थ्य कामना करती हूँ और ये लोग अच्छा रहे, इसको पार्टी अच्छा रहे, इंडिया अच्छा रहे, ये हम चाहती हूँ. लेकिन आज हमारा जगन्नाथ टेम्पल का ओर से सबको लिए शुभकामनाएं.
Saurabh Gupta, my colleague, joins us on the broadcast here. That's the first reaction coming in from Mamata Banerjee after, well, the demand has been growing in, or the support has been growing in her favor to lead the India bloc. Well, there is a meeting also that is expected. India bloc expected to decide on whether Mamata Banerjee would decide would be leading the India bloc, or would it be somebody else?
Well, you know, what is expected is that the India Alliance, or parties that are members of the India Alliance, could perhaps have a meeting after the ongoing parliament session, and this could be the first big meeting after the Lok Sabha elections and also after the electoral losses the Congress party has suffered in Maharashtra and Haryana, and this is something that obviously comes also after the Lok Sabha elections where the Congress did reasonably well in these states. Now, Mamata Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister, did not go beyond thanking the leaders who backed her to lead the India Alliance. She today spoke on the sidelines of the inspection of the newly built Jagannath temple in Puri. And of course, when she was asked this question in response, she said, we heard what she said, that talk about the Jagannath temple, but I want to thank everyone. But in politics, a lot is often read between the lines. And with Mamata Banerjee, not really denying or refusing or any of that, this is something that perhaps is now in political terms in the play, given the fact that top leaders have backed Mamata Banerjee to lead the India Alliance. However, given that it's an issue that will also lead need the consensus of parties like the Congress party, etc., this perhaps may be something that she would not want to elaborate on a public platform till things are concretized. So obviously this is something that Mamata Banerjee has responded to in a very basic way, in a very cryptic statement where she's thanked everyone.
Until things are
but
finalized,
obviously there is a lot to read between the lines.
Well, of course. Well, that was a very cautious response coming in from Mamata Banerjee. We are hoping now, we are expecting that a meeting that the India bloc talks about will take place after the parliament session is over. In that, it is expected to be decided whether it is going to be Mamata Banerjee or somebody else who leads the India bloc. And before that, that was the response, first reaction that came in from Mamata Banerjee there. Thank you so much, Saurav, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments here. Meanwhile, shifting up. There's a huge political storm brewing over India bloc's no trust motion against Jagdeep Dhankar. Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge has leveled a big charge on Dhankar, saying that the chairman is the biggest disruptor in Rajya Sabha and he's been working like a government spokesperson. Meanwhile, the opposition Congress and Gandhi family also continued to face attacks as parliament proceedings were paralyzed for a 4th day today on the George Soros issue. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla had also reprimanded leaders of the opposition for staging protests on parliament premises, while the leader of the House in Rajya Sabha, JP Nadda, continued to target Sonia Gandhi as well over her alleged links with the organization advocating an independent Kashmir. Well, the BJP also slammed the Congress party for bringing a motion against RS Chair Jagdeep Dhankar.
The biggest disruptor in Rajya Sabha is the chairman himself. सदन अगर डिसरप्ट होता है तो उसका सबसे बड़ा कारण हमारे चेयरमैन साहब है। विपक्षी नेताओं को बोलने से रोका जाता है। उनकी निष्ठा संविधान और संवैधानिक परंपराओं की जगह सत्ताधारी दल के लिए है। वे अपनी अगली प्रमोशन के लिए सरकार के स्पोक्सपर्सन बनकर काम कर रहे हैं।
में 72 साल बाद एक ऐसा किसान का बेटा उपराष्ट्रपति के पद में पहुंच करके इस देश को सेवा करने का काम किया है। इस राज्यसभा सदन का सभापति के रूप में पूरा देश देख रहा है किस तरीके से उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय ने इस सदन का गरिमा को रखा है। और हम शुरू से देख रहे हैं कि विपक्ष के लोग ना लोकतंत्र को मानते हैं, ना चेयर का गरिमा को ध्यान रखते हैं। आप लोगों ने, मैं नाम लेकर कह सकता हूं, टेलीविजन में बाहर जाकर के पब्लिक के सामने में उपराष्ट्रपति का नाम लेकर के आप लोग बेमतलब से आरोप लगाते हैं। आप लोग इस सदन का सदस्य होने का लायक नहीं है। आप चेयर को अगर इज्जत नहीं दे सकते हैं तो इस सदन का सदस्य होने का कोई अधिकार नहीं रखते हैं आप। उपराष्ट्रपति का पद को, उपराष्ट्रपति का गरिमा को अगर आप लोग अटैक करेंगे तो हम बिल्कुल बचाव करेंगे और आप लोगों का जो इंटेंशन है इसको हम कामयाब नहीं होने देंगे। आज जब सोनिया गांधी जी और सोरोस का लिंक का जो नाम आ रहा है, हमने ये लिंक नहीं किया है, ये रिपोर्ट हमारा नहीं है। अंतरराष्ट्रीय जगत में, पूरा दुनिया में ये रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा है। कांग्रेस का नेतृत्व और सोरोस का OCCRP का ये लिंक है, ये देश के सामने में है। शर्म आना चाहिए आप लोगों को। देश के विरोध में काम करने वाले, भारत के खिलाफ काम करने वालों के साथ आप लोग तालमेल में रहते हैं। जो जॉर्ज सोरोस बोलते हैं, आप लोग भारत में वही भाषा बात करते हैं।
All right, Vasudha Venugopal, my colleague, joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Vasudha, the Congress party has been unsparing in its attack on Jagdeep Dhankar, the RS chair, and with just a few days left for the winter session to end, doesn't look like this matter, this issue is going to die down anytime soon.
That's right, Kitty. Just 9 days left for the winter session of the Parliament to end. But in a show of unity, all the India bloc allies came together, and all of them have levelled some serious charges against the Vice President and also the Chairperson of the Rajya Sabha, Jagdeep Dhankar. Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress President, in fact, fronted this whole attack, and he said that, he in fact pointed out three important things. One, he alleged that the Vice President and the Chairperson of the Rajya Sabha has been, either glorifying the RSS, extolling the RSS in the floor of the House, or has been defending the government relentlessly. He's also said that, in the previous houses, there's been a tradition of letting the opposition leaders speak. But in the last 3 years, ever since Jagdeep Dhankar took over, that tradition has been completely done away with. And in fact, Mallikarjun Kharge alleged that it is the ruling party MPs who are often given that kind of importance. And, the kind of, and this he said that, the kind of resolution that the opposition parties have submitted to the Rajya Sabha Secretariat asking for an ouster of the chairperson is not a betrayal of protocol. He said that the Vice President or the Chairperson's own conduct has been a betrayal of democracy. He said that the biggest disruptor in the Rajya Sabha is the Chairperson himself. Now, all this is from the opposition point of view, because the ruling party has come out very strongly in the defense of Mr. Dhankar. In fact, Kiran Rijiju today spoke very strong words, and he said that, a farmer's son is being insulted, a person from the Jat family who rose from very humble background and reached the second highest position in the country is being undermined. Congress does not really respect the constitutional positions that the party has. But a show of unity, was in some ways reflected in this press conference, in which TMC also took part. In the last few days, TMC, Samajwadi Party have shown some dissonance, discord with the Congress party's, attacks on the industrialist. But today, all these parties did come about, and they all spoke in one voice, charging the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha of partisan behavior when it came to running of the Rajya Sabha.
Absolutely. Thank you there, Vasudha, for getting us all those details there. We'll go back to Vasudha with more details, more developments as they take place. Meanwhile, that's the latest that we are picking up at this point in time. Well, the ruckus in the Parliament continued on day 13th of the winter session. The TMC today hit out at both Treasury benches as well as the Congress party, saying that both parties were continuously trying to disrupt the House. They were not allowing any work to be done. Well, Kalyan Banerjee accused the BJP too of disrupting the House. He is alleged that because of the shouting that has been taking place in the Parliament, the TMC also has not been able to raise their own issues. Listen in.
Both for the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress Party, House is adjourned every day. House will continue only on the choice of the Congress and BJP. If Congress thinks that today House will continue, the House will continue. If the Congress thinks half an hour House will continue, the half an hour House will continue. If BJP thinks that half an hour House will continue, the House will continue. This is not proper. There are so many parties are there. Parliamentary democracy does not depend upon the Congress and the BJP. One day Congress wants to continue, the BJP is disturbing. One day BJP is trying to continue, Congress is disturbing. And we, the rest of the parties, can't speak anywhere. We can't speak. BJP ruling party, they get the preference. Congress is the main opposition, get the preference. We are not getting, we can't point out our points, our conditions of the state.
Well, joining us is Arvind Sawant, Member of Parliament from the Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena. Sir, पार्लियामेंट नहीं चल पा रहा है, रोज हम देख रहे हैं एडजर्नमेंट्स पे एडजर्नमेंट्स हो रहे हैं. अब तृणमूल कांग्रेस बीजेपी और कांग्रेस को ब्लेम कर रही है. वो कह रहे हैं अपने इश्यूज के चक्कर में बाकी रीजनल पार्टीज का नहीं सोचा जा रहा है और देश के मुद्दे, देश के जो इम्पोर्टेंट बिल्स हैं वो पास नहीं हो पा रहे.
I do not want to be the part of this blaming game. But the fact remains that the BJP, when they were in opposition, don't forget that 2G, 3G scam. And that was hypothetically, it was revealed that it was a hypothetical one. And during that period, they did not allow to function the parliament for the entire session. That entire session was of 1 month. So all 4 weeks the parliament did not work. And during that period, the late Honorable Arun Jaitley ji has said, not to allow the parliament to function is also a democratic function. So it's a right to do that. And same thing Honorable the late Sushma Swaraj ji also said. So therefore, don't think that not to allow the parliament to function the body doesn't mean it to work. It shows that there is a reaction, there is a commotion among the people on that issue. See, you are at liberty to blame someone directly on the floor of the House. The Honorable Speaker or the Chairman allows you to speak, and then you don't want to listen to the answers from the other side. That itself is not judicious functioning. And that's what is happening right now. How can we accuse the LOP that he is a Deshodoi on the floor of the parliament? Do you feel it is the way to work? It is the way to the parliament should function?
All right. Well, that was Arvind Sawant, my colleague Aishwarya had been speaking to. Aishwarya joins us live on the broadcast now. Aishwarya, one thing is very much clear that the Congress party is clearly sidelined by its allies in the India bloc when it comes to raising specific issues in the House. The TMC now accusing both BJP and the Congress party of not letting the House function. What is it that the TMC wants to talk about in the House and is accusing the Congress as well as the BJP of not letting the proceedings take place?
Well, we have seen so far during the winter session of Parliament that Trinamool Congress and Samajwadi Party had left out the Congress party on several issues. Now, for the very first time, the Trinamool Congress had come out in open and had attacked the Congress party for not letting the Parliament function as well. It is the Trinamool Congress who had been stating that it is two major political parties, the national parties, both the BJP and the Congress, because of which the parliament is unable to function. They have their own agendas, they have their own issues, but that is hampering the regional parties, as the regional parties also want to raise their issues in the parliament, their specific agendas. They want funds from the government, and because of Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress, it is the parliament which is unable to function. Lashing out at the Congress specifically, it is the Trinamool Congress who are distanced first on the leadership issue from the Congress party and now on the Parliament Lok Jam as well. There are several alliance partners of the India bloc who had distanced itself from the Congress party. It is Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju who himself stated yesterday that there are several Congress MPs, there are several Trinamool Congress MPs who had come to meet Lok Sabha Speaker, and they want Parliament to function, but their own leader doesn't want the House to function, and therefore the reason perhaps disruptions can be seen every day as far as the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha is concerned. Although today it was Rajya Sabha that got adjourned because of the ruckus, but Lok Sabha is still functioning, it's still underway.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there. Well, the Rajya Sabha, of course, now has been adjourned already, but the proceedings of Lok Sabha continue. But despite that, there has been no work done in the past few days. Well, whether this is something that's going to continue over the next few days as well or not, that remains to be seen. Now, shifting our focus to some more news that we're tracking. The Supreme Court made a big statement today amid outrage over a Bengaluru techie's suicide over his alleged harassment by his wife. We are learning the court today said that anti-dowry law was being used as a weapon to harass husbands. The police have already filed an FIR against his wife and 4 others for alleged abetment to suicide. Well, the 34-year-old man died by suicide at his home in Bengaluru shortly after he recorded a video accusing his estranged wife and her family of harassment. The Bengaluru police are also going to question the wife and her family in UP's Jaunpur.
मेरा बच्चा को टॉर्चर किया, हम लोग को वो भी टॉर्चर किया, पर मेरा बच्चा अपने ऊपर सब लेके अपना, मेरा बच्चा सब बर्दाश्त किया, हम लोग को भी नहीं सहने दिया, अपना कष्ट अपने झेलता रहा अंदर ही अंदर।
मार्च के महीना में वो गया था, मार्च के महीना के बाद जब आया ना तो कहा कि पापा वहाँ का जो मीडिएशन का जो जज है, चाहे जो भी लोग है, वकील है चाहे जज है, जो भी है, वो वहाँ के कानून व्यवस्था जो लॉ है अपने भारत का, उस लॉ से नहीं चलता है। लोग उस लॉ को मानता ही नहीं है। जो ये बता रहा था कि इस धारा में ये लॉ होना चाहिए, तो वो उसको हाई कोर्ट के, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के लॉ को भी नहीं मानता था। उनको तो 40 बार बेंगलोर, कम से कम 40 बार गया होगा बेंगलोर से जौनपुर, और माने इतनी धारा उस पर एक खत्म हो जाता था केस तो दूसरा लगा देती थी। इस बात के कारण जो है तो भीतर से फ्रस्ट्रेट था, लेकिन हम लोग को महसूस नहीं होने दिया कि क्या है नहीं है।
Atul Subhas on the 9th of early morning committed a suicide. Regarding this issue, his brother has given a complaint in Maharashtra police station, stating that there are multiple cases running on him in Uttar Pradesh. The family members of his wife and their relatives demanded money for settling these issues. So they harassed him. For that reason, he has committed suicide. He has given a statement. Based on that, we have registered a abatement for suicide under 108 of BNS in Marthali PS. Investigation is underway.
34-year-old techie in Bangalore has died by suicide after releasing, of course, an 81-minute long video explaining the reasons behind his suicide. This also sparks discussion on the anti-dowry laws as well. I am currently being joined by senior advocate Vikas Pava to tell us more about the anti-dowry laws and the implications of this in this case.
Well, when these laws were formulated, the intentions were very, very good, because we could see a lot of cases where, dowry was being demanded and the women were being harassed. But gradually we have seen in the last about 2-3 decades how this provision has been grossly misused for the purposes of extracting settlement, extracting money from the husbands and the relative. This was not the intention at all. And being part of the criminal justice system, I also find myself speechless and also a bit responsible, because we all lawyers are the one who are handling these cases. Sometimes lawyers also facilitate, something like this, which is very unfortunate. And the police, which also accept these false complaints, takes action and then try to get a settlement and extract money from the husband and the relative, give it to the wife, and then say, now you settle the matter. We see every day in the high courts, because the power to quash these false cases are only at the high court. The high court is seized off with almost, say, around 100 cases, if we see all the single benches. Every day, false complaint files, matter is then settled, money is being paid, they are withdrawn. The high courts obviously intervene with a good intention. They don't want that parties should suffer. But then that is the job of the court. When they are settling, the FIs have to be quashed. So I think we have to take some very serious action, and we must amend 498A. My view is we should make it bailable. We should make it compoundable, number 2. And there should be a mandatory preliminary inquiry before the FIR is registered. And of course, there should be a provision of taking action against the person who's filing the false case.
It is a very serious matter. It is a suicidal case, and there is, because of matrimonial relations strained and harassment is continuously going on, and he approached the judiciary and other forums also. He has not succeeded. Because of disappointment, he lost his life by suicide, making suicide. So the state government has taken it very serious, and thorough serious investigation has to be done, and the judiciary has to take it on its own course, because of these are a lot of cases are before the honorable courts. So this is take one example of this case, and who are the culprits, they have to be investigated and they have to be punished.
तो इसमें पुलिस को भी आपको लगता है कि गंभीरता से कार्रवाई करना होगा?
Definitely, because whenever complaints comes to regarding harassment by the wife or regarding matrimonial cases is concerned, even from husband or from wife also, the police has to take it very serious. If not, like this, suicides will continue in everywhere.
And Section 498A also being raised now, whether it is being misused.
No, because there is a case of the misuse. there is a case of helping some people. It is continuous. It is everywhere. It is there. In atrocity case, in so many things, there is a section is there. There are a lot of complaints are there. Is excess. There is harassment like that. So the investigation officer has to inquire it properly, impartially.
बहुत ही सैडनिंग है क्योंकि पूरा 1 महीने या 2 महीने से जो डिटेल प्लानिंग करके जो जिम्मेदारियां हैं वो लिख के रखना और फिर सुसाइड नोट में भी डिटेल रखना, इन-लॉज का हरासमेंट, पेरेंट्स का हरासमेंट होना और जज पर भी आरोप लगाया है। तो ये जो विजुअल हम टीवी में देख रहे हैं तो उससे तो डेफिनेटली आई थिंक एवरी जो नागरिक हैं डिस्टर्ब हो रहा है, लेकिन वी रेस्पेक्ट द जुडिशरी ऑफ दिस कंट्री। नाउ द केस इज़ अंडर इन्वेस्टिगेशन, सो पुलिस में कार्रवाई चल रही है, तो जो सही में जिनका मिस्टेक है तो उन पर भी कार्रवाई चलेगी।
तो डॉरी एक में लगता है कि कई सारे सवाल खड़े किए गए हैं, जिस तरह से कोर्ट में बार बार जाना, परेशान होना,
तो इस पर भी चर्चा होगी। फिर एक बेंच बिठाएंगे और अगर लॉ में भी अमेंडमेंट चाहिए तो उसके ऊपर भी डिस्कशन होना चाहिए।
अब लगता नहीं कि एक वक्त आ गया है, जिस तरह से उन्होंने मुद्दा उठाया है, उन्होंने यह भी कहा है कि जब तक न्याय न मिले, सजा ना हो महिला उसके परिवार वाले को, पत्नी को लेकर, तब तक बॉडी को लेकर, तो एक पूरा सिस्टम को सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं।
लेकिन डेफिनेटली सेंसिटिव इशू है, लेकिन हम लोगों को भी न्याय के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा होना चाहिए। जुडिशरी हैज़ टू इन्वेस्टिगेट द केस इन डिटेल एंड सी दैट जस्टिस मिलना चाहिए।
हादसा होना ही नहीं चाहिए कहीं देश में। अगर आम जनता को ये उम्मीद बचा नहीं है कि कहीं भी जाओ हर दरवाज़ा को थपथपाओ और उसमें उनकी नाइंसाफ़ी हो रही है, तो ये बहुत खतरनाक बात है एक समाज के लिए। इट्स वेरी रिग्रेटेबल। और इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज और सख्त कार्रवाई इस पे करना, कोर्ट में का भी करना है और पुलिस का भी करना चाहिए।
जुडिशरी पे भी सवाल उठाया।
ऑफ कोर्स जुडिशरी पे सवाल उठा है तो सवाल का जवाब देनी चाहिए। सो मोटो कॉग्निसेंस कोर्ट।
पूरी फैमिली पे केस दर्ज किया गया, तो ये उनका उसने वीडियो में
कानून में प्रोविजंस है, उसको अमेंडमेंट भी कर चुके हैं, तो वो क्यों नहीं लागू हुए, ये तो सवाल यही है।
Thank you for speaking to NDTV, ma'am. Ma'am is also the president of the Supreme Court Women's Lawyers Association. Ma'am, what is your understanding of the misuse of this law?
Very well, Tanushka. Thank you for having me here. The misuse has been there for the past 2-3 decades now, I would say, and with the coming of the Domestic Violence Act, the suicides in men have increased. In fact, it's unfortunate that this happened, but I'm glad that the news, the media has finally woken up and given India the harsh reality of what is happening with the men in this country. To be very honest, these laws need to be revisited. Given the fact the new laws that have come in have just been a replication of the old laws, 498A and 498A in section 86 of the Bharati Nyaya Sanhita of 2023.
So while this case has gained a lot of attention, with many now calling for a relook at the dowry laws. Meanwhile, some more news now that we're tracking. Veteran actor Mohan Babu has been admitted to a private hospital in Hyderabad. His hospitalization comes amid his ongoing family dispute. The doctors had revealed that Mohan Babu had sustained some injuries with swelling observed under his eye. Also, a detailed evaluation was underway and a CT scan has also been scheduled for today to assess his condition further. Well, the Manchu family has been making headlines recently due to the escalating dispute between Mohan Babu and Manchu Manoj over property and family issues. Mohan Babu had accused Manoj of unlawfully occupying his house, while Manoj alleged that his father had always shown favoritism towards his brother Vishnu Manchu. Now, on December 10, tensions peaked when Manoj denied entry to the house, forcefully entered with his associates, claiming his children were inside. During this commotion, Mohan Babu had attacked a journalist, causing the reporter to suffer a fracture. We have reactions coming in. Listen.
నిన్న జరిగిన సంగతి ఒక టీవీ రిపోర్టర్ ఆయనకి గాయాలు తగలడం, ఇట్ ఈస్ రియలీ అన్ఫార్చునేట్. ఉద్దేశపూర్వకంగా ఎవరిని హర్ట్ చేయాలని లేదు. నిన్న మీరు విజువల్స్ చూస్తే, టీవీ విజువల్స్ మీరు కానీ కరెక్ట్గా చూస్తే గేటు పగలగొట్టుకొని తోసుకొని గేటు ఎరగొట్టి లోపలికి వచ్చేటప్పటికి ఒక తండ్రిగా ఆయన రియాక్ట్ అయిన విధం చాలా తక్కువని నా భావన. కానీ ఆయన ముందుకొచ్చి మీరు విజువల్స్ కరెక్ట్గా చూసుకున్నారంటే ఆయన మీడియా వాళ్ళకి నమస్కరిస్తూ ముందుకొచ్చారు. ఆయన చేతులు జోడించి నమస్కరిస్తూ ముందుకు వస్తే ఎవరో ఒకరు ముందుకొచ్చారు, ఏదో మొహం మీద పెట్టారు. ఆ హీట్ ఆఫ్ ద మూమెంట్లో జరిగిందే కానీ ఉద్దేశపూర్వకంగా ఒక వ్యక్తిని కొట్టాలని కానీ ఒక వ్యక్తి పైన ఆగ్రహం చూపించాలని కానీ వ్యక్తిగతంగా లేదు. ఆయన గాయపడిన వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీతో నేను టచ్లో ఉన్నాను, వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్తో మాట్లాడాను. వాళ్ళకి చెప్పాల్సింది మేము చెప్పాం. వీఆర్ ఇన్ టచ్ విత్ దెమ్ అండ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ రియలీ అన్ఫార్చునేట్ ఇన్సిడెంట్. ఐ విష్ దిస్ డిడ్ నాట్ హ్యాపెన్. ఇది జరుగుండకూడదు. ఇట్స్ రియలీ అన్ఫార్చునేట్. ఇట్ హ్యాపెన్.
All right, with that, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले.
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान.
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं.
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था
Welcome back after the break. The India Bloc alliance seems to be falling apart as Aam Aadmi Party National Convener Arvind Kejriwal today ruled out any possibility of an alliance with the Congress Party for Delhi polls. In a post on X, Arvind Kejriwal has said that Aam Aadmi Party will be fighting the election on its own strength in Delhi. There is no possibility of any alliance with the Congress Party. Well, this comes amid reports of an impending seat-sharing deal between the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party for Delhi. With Delhi elections expected by Feb 2025, Aam Aadmi Party has already launched an aggressive campaign. Arvind Kejriwal has also announced several promises targeting key voter groups. Well, listen in to what Aam Aadmi Party leader Raghav Chadha had said.
देखिए, मैं ये बात स्पष्ट कर देता हूं कि आने वाला दिल्ली चुनाव आम आदमी पार्टी अपने संगठन की ताकत और अपने राजनीतिक बलबूते पे लड़ेगी। किसी प्रकार का कोई गठबंधन का सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता। ये जो खबरें हैं कि क्या आम आदमी पार्टी और कांग्रेस के बीच गठबंधन हो सकता है, होने जा रहा है, अन्य प्रकार की खबरें, ये पूरी तरीके से निराधार हैं। आम आदमी पार्टी पिछले 3 दिल्ली चुनाव लगातार अपने बलबूते लड़ती आई है। चौथी बार भी वर्ष 2025 में जब दिल्ली में विधानसभा चुनाव होंगे तो आम आदमी पार्टी अपने काम की और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के नाम की बदौलत चुनाव लड़ेगी और चुनाव जीतेगी। किसी प्रकार के गठबंधन की कोई गुंजाइश ही नहीं है।
Well, my colleague Ishika joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Ishika, after the Congress Party's poor performance in the recently held state polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has also made it clear that it doesn't want to take any chances with getting into an alliance with the Congress Party for the Delhi polls. Where does it leave the Congress Party now?
Well, Kitty, more so regarding, the poor performance of the India alliance, specifically the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party alliance in the Lok Sabha elections that we saw here in the national capital, especially. They won 0 seats. And that is why certainly right after that we heard first it was Gopal Rai, who is in fact, the Delhi state convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, announcing that the Aam Aadmi Party will be going solo for, in fact, these state elections. And after that, we saw, in fact, in the press conference also, Arvind Kejriwal making it very clear. And today itself, in fact, he is reiterating the fact that there should be absolutely no possibility of any alliance between the Congress Party or the Aam Aadmi Party. And Aam Aadmi Party would be fighting these elections with their own strength. So making it clear for their volunteers as well, for the party workers as well, who are present and working on the elections here across Delhi, so that, they are not confused here. While, if we talk about the Congress unit, if we talk about the Delhi Congress unit, well, they have always been a critic of Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party, but the national leadership of the Congress Party, till now, they are neither denying nor they are agreeing to any possibility of any talks regarding the alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party for the state elections. Even today, the state leadership, in fact, the national leadership of the Congress Party has not given any reaction on Arvind Kejriwal's tweet so far. So certainly, it will be interesting to see whether or not, there can be any kind of talks at the last minute or not. But how will it impact both the parties? That certainly remains to be seen.
Clear that there is not going to be any alliance between the Congress Party and the Aam Aadmi Party for Delhi polls, and same was made clear by Arvind Kejriwal in a tweet earlier. Well, remember, the Congress Party and the Aam Aadmi Party had formed an alliance for the Lok Sabha polls. They fought the polls together, but for Delhi polls now, after the repeated poor performance of the Congress Party in the recently held state polls, now the Aam Aadmi Party has made it very clear that there is not going to be any alliance between the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. All right. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. Sanjay Malhotra took charge as 26th chief of RBI for a 3-year term. Sanjay Malhotra was formerly at the position of Revenue Secretary. His appointment as RBI governor points to the government's inclinations towards appointing bureaucrats like him to lead the central bank, so as to ensure better synergy between fiscal and monetary policy.
I will continue to uphold the legacy and take it forward. All businesses, all people, they do need this continuity and stability rather than, a day-to-day kind of a policy. So we continue to uphold this value, this principle of stability. And again, trust. I can assure you that this institution, what it is basically because it has been able to earn the trust.
All right, so Prime Minister Modi today paid homage to great Tamil poet and freedom fighter Subramania Bharati on his birth anniversary. He has also released a collection of the legendary poet's works. Listen into Prime Minister Modi.
मैं सुब्रमण्य भारती जी को श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करता हूं, उन्हें अपनी श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। महाकवि सुब्रमण्य भारती के कार्यों का, उनकी रचनाओं का प्रकाशन एक बहुत बड़ा सेवा यज्ञ, एक बहुत बड़ी साधना आज उसकी पूर्णाहुति हो रही है।
All right, shifting our focus now to some more news coming in from the international news segment. We are learning now, this is the first reaction from Iran on the Syria crisis. Iran's envoy, Dr. Raj Kapoor, has spoken exclusively to NDTV and has said that Israel is to be blamed for destroying the region. Well, Iranian envoy to India, Dr. Raj Kapoor, has said that Israel is destroying the region. It's a threat to the security of the region. And Israel had attacked Syria, destroying its military infra.
I'm joined here by the ambassador of Iran to India, Mr. Elahi. Thanks for talking to us, sir. Can you just brief us what this event is all about?
Today we have Iranian Food Festival to introduce the Iranian cuisine to Indian. We have planned this to promote tourism between two countries. Iranians are keen to visit India. Also, we have witnessed that Indians are keen to and eager to visit Iran. So the first step in this regard is to get familiar and give them the opportunity to test and try Iranian cuisine and give them different knowledge about Iran. So it was planned to give such this feeling and this knowledge to India.
Okay, sir. You see what is happening globally right now, conflict happening in Russia and Ukraine, and the situation in the West Asia is also developing almost every day. Your first observation to that?
You know, we are witnessing the expansionism of Israel. You know, the main concern of the region is the policy of Israel. There is no end, no stop in the brutality and hostility of Israel against the Muslim nation of the region. And it is a real threat to the stability and security of the whole region. You know, we are witnessing that in the recent days, Israel has attacked Syria. It destroyed and demolished most part of the military possibility, military basement of Syria. So I think the whole world, especially the government states of the region, should stop Israel from attacking Syria.
Big breaking news now coming in. Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri arrived in the Parliament House Annex today to brief the Parliamentary Standing Committee on External Affairs on the Bangladesh situation. Remember, he had visited Dhaka recently and also had spoken to his counterpart and met Mohammad Yunus as well and briefed them about the situation. Also had raised India's concerns about the situation of minorities in Bangladesh. My colleague Ghazali joining us on the broadcast here. Ghazali, give us more details.
See, Foreign Secretary Mr. Vikram Misri went to Bangladesh. He met Mr. Yunus, the interim advisor of the government there, as well as his counterpart, the Foreign Affairs advisor, or say the Foreign Secretary, as well as the Foreign Minister. Mr. Misri advised the Bangladesh government about how and why there is a larger concern in India about the situation of minorities there. But beyond that, Mr. Misri as well as his counterpart in Bangladesh hinted that now is the time that India and Bangladesh should look for a future-looking relationship, should move forward, and India promised that from now onwards, India's policy towards Bangladesh would be people-centric. And why it is very important, because the last time when Sheikh Hasina was in power and on the day she was ousted on August 5 earlier this year, the rebels, or say the student groups which are protesting, they were also kind of fueling anti-India protest on the streets. There was high anti-India sentiments on the streets of Dhaka. To bring that down, India promised that from now onwards, its policy towards Bangladesh would not be centric or centered around a particular leader, but it will be more a people-to-people approach from India. And perhaps what Indian Foreign Secretary received from Bangladesh as an input, what was Bangladesh's response when India raised the issue of minorities or situation of minorities in Bangladesh, perhaps all these details will be shared or briefed by the Foreign Secretary to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on External Affairs, which is headed by Dr. Shashi Tharoor.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ghazali, for getting us all those details there. Well, that's the latest coming in at this point in time. We'll keep an eye on the developments taking place. Well, with that, it's time for a quick break. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान।
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं।
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the State of Governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
And joining me now is Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani, Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court and also a former MP. Mr. Jethmalani, pleasure speaking to you, sir. You have put out a tweet which raises several questions on what has been an ongoing controversy of what the BJP says that there is an alleged link between George Soros Foundation and Sonia Gandhi-run Forum of Democratic Leaders Asia Pacific. The question is that this organization was formed in 1994. Your government, the first came to power in 2014. So it's been 11 years. What has the government of the day done to ensure that all those organizations which have anti-India agenda do not succeed or do not continue to function here in India?
Well, I don't know if this particular organization, I'll call it Forum for short because it'll take too much time. The Forum, I don't know whether that had any activities in India, right? But it's come to notice now, and as soon as it's come to notice, it's been taken up in Parliament by the party in power, and I'm sure it'll be followed up. I hope they read my tweet and take the necessary action because it's the most serious issue. I don't know whether the government was aware of this particular organization and Sonia Gandhi's before, or I'm sure it would have come out a long time back in the public domain at the instance of the government or the party.
So in your tweet, you say that the promotion of secessionism is a grave offense under the UAPA and the NIA must swing into action and lodge an FIR. Again, that's a huge point that is being made by you. Do you think all this cannot remain in the realm of insinuation without any evidence, and that all that is being spoken now, it is on the floor of the House? You had the Parliamentary Affairs Minister speaking about it on the floor of the House. You had Leader of the House, Mr. JP Nadda, speaking about it on the floor of the House. Do you think now the time has come for a proper investigation into these alleged links?
Yes, of course, because this is not just speculation. If you go on the website, you will find that there's a whole chapter on Kashmir, and one of the leading things is the way to solve the problem in South Asia is to secure independence for Jammu and Kashmir. That's the agenda. That's what they're promoting. And Sonia Gandhi is the co-founder of this. It's happening under her very nose. I mean, at least she should come out and say that, I didn't actually read this objectives and platforms and aims and objectives of this organization. But no, we are getting a very conspicuous silence.
Okay, so your question...
And she's been co-president of this for quite some time.
Yes. So you're questioning the silence of the Congress party? Do you think they should make their stand clear? They are saying that this is some kind of fake narrative
why the
being run
silence?
by the BJP.
Why just the Congress party? Why just the Congress party? Why not Madam Sonia Gandhi herself? She should make it clear. Her association is established. She's not denying it. I mean, Priyanka Gandhi speaks on the path and dismisses it and saying it's ridiculous. But her name is on the website. The website, these are all undeniable facts. Sonia Gandhi's name is there as co-president. George Soros Foundation has heavily funded this foundation. In fact, it's probably the major patron, right? And thirdly, they have a independent Kashmir agenda. These are all there. Which aspect of them are, which aspect requires investigation? An FIR should be lodged immediately.
Okay, so you are saying that an FIR must be lodged against Mrs. Gandhi?
And there's no denial. Yes, of course. What do you mean? I mean, nobody's above the law. It's an offense. It's an offense to be look. Let me read it out for you so that your viewers have some idea. If I can get to the TV lights which are blinding over here. 1 minute. Let me quickly do this, Maria, please. Okay, this is what it says. An unlawful activity. Right? An unlawful activity in relation to an individual or association means any action taken by such individual or association, whether by committing an act or by words either spoken or written, or by signs or by visible representation or otherwise, which is intended or supports any claim to bring about on any ground whatsoever the cession of a part of the territory of India or the secession of a part of the territory of India from the Union, or which incites any individual or group of individuals to bring about such cession or secession. Now, what can be clearer than that?
Okay, since...
Unless Sonia Gandhi believes that Kashmir is not a part of India.
Yes, since you're talking about these web, almost linkages becoming very, very clear, the BJP on X has put out, multiple organizations which are being allegedly funded by George Soros Foundation. This is about some kind of grave criminal conspiracy against India. If it is happening, as is being alleged, it's a subject of investigation. And that's why I come to this point again, Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani. As a senior counsel, do you think there is enough evidence to initiate an investigation? And what will be the right agency for an investigation of this nature?
Well, this is an offense under the UAPA. What I read out now was a definition of an unlawful activity. It is punishable. The definition is prescribed by the UAPA, the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, and the punishment is also prescribed. It's prescribed under it. So, and it's quite clear that prima facie, this website, right, discloses the offense. Soros is mentioned, Sonia is mentioned, and funding of Soros is mentioned, funding of Soros of the forum, and the secessionist activity which they are promoting, the secession of Kashmir. What does independence of Kashmir mean? Secede from the Union of India. So why is that not enough? That itself is enough evidence. Why do you think they're rubbishing it? They're rubbishing it because they have no answer.
But would you not say that, all these activities are irrelevant after the abrogation of Article 370? Kashmir is part of India.
Why? But the Article 370, on the contrary, it makes it worse. Article 370, look, even pre-Article 370, India, by our constitution and our constituent assembly framers and every nationalist in this country knows that J&K was an integral part of India. Article 370 only gave a special status to Jammu and Kashmir. So whether it was before the Supreme Court judgment on 370 or after, either way it's now secessionism. After the Supreme Court has actually said Article 370 was only a temporary provision, to be associated with this forum and its activities on Kashmir is even worse.
Okay, my last question to you. My last question to you is, sir, that the Congress party says that this is a kind of a narrative which is being built against the top leadership of the Congress party, because the government of the day, particularly the BJP, is feeling cornered over another issue.
Listen, I mean, they can promote this narrative. In my respectful view, it is as pathetic a defense as you can get from the Congress. But I don't expect any better because they have nothing else to say. It's a pure diversion. If you can't answer the specific charge against you, right, you divert. So that's to be expected. It further enhances the guilt.
Mahesh Jethmalani, pleasure speaking to you, sir. Thank you so much for your time here on NDTV.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you so much. Bye.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा अखंड धारा उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान।
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं।
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rao. Stay with us for all the big news stories. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking right now. And the Congress chief's big charge on Vice President Dhankar, says the chairman of Rajya Sabha is the biggest disruptor in the House, says Dhankar, working like a government spokesperson. The BJP hits back. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju says false charges a bit to deflect from Soros. Regional parties hit out at both the BJP and the Congress party for stalling the functioning of Parliament. It is the 13th day of the winter session. They say smaller parties want House to function and to push their issues. Mamata Banerjee responds to the opposition's leadership change bid after several voices spoke out in her favor. She thanks the India bloc leaders for their support. Leaders still mulling that leadership change, which could happen after the winter session. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri to brief the Parliamentary Standing Committee on External Affairs on the subject of future of India-Bangladesh relationship. This after his visit to Bangladesh last week. And the suicide by a Bengaluru techie blaming dowry law sparks a massive debate. Supreme Court too says on a different matter that there is a growing tendency to misuse dowry law. Lawyers and lawmakers demand a relook at the law. Meanwhile, the UP police arrive at the home of his estranged wife. And those are the headlines we're tracking. But first, let's go across now to where the Prime Minister is interacting with innovators, the Smart India Hackathon.
कर रहे हैं और हम जल्दी ये चीज भी कर पाएंगे।
आप लोग जो ड्रोन का पता लगाने वाले सिस्टम पर काम कर रहे हैं, ड्रोन्स के बहुत से पॉजिटिव यूज है, लेकिन कुछ ताकतों द्वारा गलत इस्तेमाल के कारण ड्रोन सिक्योरिटी के लिए चुनौती भी है। आपकी टीम इस चुनौती से कैसे निपटेगी?
सर, जैसे हमारा सिस्टम है, अगर मैं आपको उसकी वर्किंग समझाऊं तो सबसे पहले हमारे पास जो रेडार से डेटा आता है, हम उसमें से सारी नॉइज को निकालते हैं टू गेट अ क्लीन एंड एक्यूरेट डेटा। फिर उस पर हम कुछ टाइम फ्रीक्वेंसी ट्रांसफॉर्म्स लगाते हैं जो ये माइक्रो डॉपलर पैटर्न जनरेट करता है, और फिर हम इन पैटर्न्स को एक मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल में फीड करते हैं जो बताता है हमें कि ये ऑब्जेक्ट एक ड्रोन था या बर्ड था। और हम इस चीज को काफी कॉम्पैक्ट और कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव डिवाइसेस पर भी यूज कर सकते हैं। और ये सिस्टम काफी स्केलेबल है और इसके साथ साथ ही ये काफी अडेप्टेबल भी है अलग अलग एनवायरमेंट्स के लिए, जिसकी वजह से हम इसे एयरपोर्ट्स और बॉर्डर एरियाज के ऊपर भी यूज कर सकते हैं। And to share why we came up with this problem, I'd like to hand over to one of my teammates, Sumit.
नमस्ते प्रधानमंत्री जी।
जी नमस्ते।
ये प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट हमने क्यों चूज करी, इसके लिए मैं राजस्थान श्री गंगानगर से आता हूँ। बॉर्डर के काफी पास का एरिया है, तो ड्रोन्स आते जाते ही रहते हैं। पर पुलवामा अटैक के बाद तो ड्रोन्स का आना जाना बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़ गया। उसके बाद सुबह 4 बजे, रात को 12 बजे कभी भी एंटी ड्रोन सिस्टम स्टार्ट हो जाता और फायरिंग चालू होने लगती। ना उस टाइम पढ़ा जा रहा था, लोग सो नहीं पा रहे थे, बहुत परेशानियां थी। उस समय ये दिमाग में बात रही कि इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ किया जा सकता है। जब इस साल SIS प्रॉब्लम्स आई तो हमारी टीम प्रॉब्लम्स ढूंढ रही थी, तो ये प्रॉब्लम हमारे सामने आई। तब मैंने अपनी टीम को बताया क्यों ना इस चीज के ऊपर कुछ काम किया जाए ताकि हम लोगों की परेशानियों को दूर कर पाए। और आखिरकार हमारी टीम ने इसके ऊपर काम किया और हम ग्रैंड फाइनल में पहुंच पाए।
थैंक यू सो मच सर।
साथियों, आजकल देश में ड्रोन का अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में बहुत इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। आपने नमो ड्रोन दीदी योजना के बारे में जरूर सुना होगा। ड्रोन आजकल रिमोट एरिया में दवाएं और जरूरी सामान पहुंचाने में इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। लेकिन देश के दुश्मन भारत में हथियारों और ड्रग्स की तस्करी में ड्रोन का भरपूर उपयोग कर रहे हैं। ऐसे में मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि आप सभी ऐसी चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए पूरी गंभीरता से काम कर रहे हैं। आपका प्रयास डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी के एक्सपोर्ट को भी नया आयाम दे सकता है और इसलिए मैं आपको बधाई देता हूं। और आपका एक साथी तो स्वयं बॉर्डर पर रहने वालों में से हैं, तो वो इस समस्या को भली भांति समझ भी सकता है और उसके सॉल्यूशन की जरूरत भी समझ सकता है। लेकिन इसके कई पहलू होंगे आगे चल करके, और मैं समझता हूं कि बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में काम करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जो ड्रोन की दुनिया वाले लोग हैं, जो इस प्रकार के रोग ड्रोन्स को लेकर के दुनिया में बर्बादी का काम कर रहे हैं, वे हर
All right, some breaking news now coming in. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is in Delhi amid a tussle over portfolio, or as decisions are to be made on the portfolio. A meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah on the Maharashtra portfolio allocation, and sources say Shinde is not that Shinde is skipping the portfolio meeting. That Eknath Shinde, however, is not visiting Delhi. So this is as we're waiting for that announcement, expansion of the cabinet, who gets what portfolio. Remember, it is the Mahayuti there in Maharashtra, and they have portrayed a united front and said they will be working together for the next 5 years. However, there is a lot happening behind the scenes over the portfolio decisions, and now Devendra Fadnavis, amidst all talk of the portfolio distribution, is in Delhi to meet with Amit Shah. He's met with Rajnath Singh and Nadda as well. However, Eknath Shinde of the Shiv Sena is not visiting Delhi over the portfolio discussion. Let's go across to Radhika now for more. Radhika, what more can you tell us about Devendra Fadnavis' Delhi visit and the fact that Eknath Shinde is not coming to Delhi?
I did speak to Eknath Shinde's team. They said that if there is a consensus and if he is called, then he'll definitely be there for the meeting, because when we did speak to Devendra Fadnavis' team, they in fact confirmed to us that it is a courtesy visit, but there could be portfolio talks as well. Ajit Pawar is also in Delhi, but Ajit Pawar's team in fact stating that this is a personal visit. But we know for a fact that since both the leaders are in Delhi and will be visiting some of the top leaders of the BJP, there will be talks on portfolios. And as of now, no consensus has been reached. Eknath Shinde has been vying for home portfolio, but that is something it looks like BJP will keep for itself. In most likelihood, Sena may get PWD, urban development is what we are hearing. NCP will get finance, just the way it was in the last term, and also irrigation. So BJP at this point is very keen on keeping home portfolio for itself, which Eknath Shinde feels Sena should get, considering Eknath Shinde did not get chief ministership post. But an important meeting, of course, taking place at this point, but Shinde's team denying that there is any kind of disputes now.
All right. Thanks so much, Radhika, for joining us with all those details. So, Devendra Fadnavis here in Delhi and Eknath Shinde, however, hasn't come. Well, now for our exclusive interview and series conversations on Constitution, we spoke to Harish Salve.
Former Solicitor General of India, India's topmost constitutional lawyer, and perhaps the most authoritative voice on Constitution, Harish Salve, is joining us now. It is often said that nobody understands Constitution and constitutional interpretations better than Mr. Salve. Sir, thank you so much for your time. As a seasoned constitutional lawyer, how do you think the Supreme Court has balanced the need for constitutional stability with the imperative of adapting to changing social and political contexts?
If you look at the history of our Supreme Court, and in fact, I'm not the first one to say this, I'm only echoing the words of greater minds of the past. The Supreme Court has been remarkable. If you go back to the 1950s, where India was moving towards economic reform, where we got rid of zamindaris and the feudal structure, the feudal system which was in place by land reform laws, by laws which freed people from serfdom. The Supreme Court was extremely supportive. They construed their right to property in a dynamic way, consistent with a vision for a modern democratic republic. And that has by and large been the history of our Supreme Court. It is not to say that the court has not made mistakes, but the strength of a court is not that it never errs. The strength of a court is in correcting its mistakes. And our Supreme Court has shown that it has the ability to correct mistakes, even if at times it has the ability to make more mistakes. So, but that's the strength of every institution. And I think the overall report card is excellent. There are some major problems which are bedeviling our system. And let us not trivialize those problems. We have got past our problems and we'll get past them again.
So, as someone who has argued several high-profile cases involving executive power, how do you think the Constitution balances the need for effective governance with the need for also holding the executive accountable?
The executive has always been held accountable. There have been moments where the court has failed in its duty. The most signal failure was in 1976, where the phony emergency was upheld and the Supreme Court accepted a nonsensical argument that a right to life could be suspended. The judges were far too clever not to realize that what they were saying was horribly wrong as a proposition of constitutional law. The only other explanation is that they buckled, and they did. That is not the last time they buckled. That will not be the last time they buckled. All institutions have their weaknesses. The US Supreme Court is a tower of strength. Haven't we heard allegations that there are times where the court has buckled? We have allegations about some of the court rulings relating to presidential elections. We have allegations against the Supreme Court of the US Supreme Court backpedaling on established laws. We saw that in the abortions ruling. So these are, you must realize, constitutional law is never constant. It must evolve with with the aspirations of society and with the needs of society. And for that, there will be a little movement. And if one may use a very interesting phrase I heard Lord Sumption, one of the greatest minds ever to have worked in our area. Lord Sumption, in a speech once said about England, and I think you can say the same about India, that the growth of important legal principles is many times crab-like. You go one step forward, one step backward, one step to the left, one step to the right. But that is partly because the court is and should be circumspect in laying down principles. I criticize the Supreme Court for some of the 9-judge benches right now, because they have gone and given judgments in a hurry, which they will repent at leisure. But they have done some things, and but that's a part of the system. You make mistakes, you correct the mistakes. And overall, the report card can only be of an institution which has served its constitutional purpose very well.
Okay, Mr. Salve, can you share your views on the debate which is surrounding the role of constitutional morality in shaping the court's decisions?
Constitutional morality is what underpins the Constitution. Having said that, you cannot start creating constitutional rights out of constitutional morality. It's always a very delicate balance. Let's look at the golden trilogy of rights which we speak about. Let's talk about basic structure. There was a time. Today, if you talk of the basic structure of the Constitution, people of your generation take it as a given. There is no provision in the Constitution which speaks of basic structure. I was a very young constitutional lawyer when the basic structure, in fact, I was a student of law when the basic structure was born. And it was heavily criticized, saying, what is this chimera which the Supreme Court has come up with? Today, you take it as a paradigm of constitutional law. Neighboring jurisdictions have picked it up. Pakistan picked it up. Bangladesh has picked it up. Other jurisdictions have picked up the basic structure concept. So, what was it based on? It was based on a fundamental constitutional morality, that a parliament which functions under the Constitution cannot scrap the Constitution's essential features. That's the basic structure document in one sentence. In one sense, you can call it the underpinning of constitutional morality. As an institution, how does Parliament justify its existence if it is going to pin the very Constitution on which it is found?
So, as someone who has witnessed several challenges to the Constitution over the years, how do you think the document has withstood these challenges, and what lessons can be learned from these experiences, sir?
If the document has failed us in any measure, however slight, let's be very clear, we have failed the document, not the document failing us. Constitutional morality is something which has to be followed by those who are the primary subject of the Constitution. The courts only interpret the Constitution. Our Supreme Court has a very misplaced position in society, and I have never for a minute hesitated to say so. In no country in the world is the Supreme Court such an important institution of governance. Our Supreme Court has been put there and unfortunately preserves that position. That is why there are at times a lot of public disappointment from judgments of the Supreme Court. People don't realize it's a court. The Supreme Court doesn't run the country. The Supreme Court is not the moral guardian of Indians. Let's be very clear about that. The day the people who run our institutions, our parliaments and our legislatures, they lose all sense of constitutional morality, Indian democracy will be in serious trouble. I will only tell you what Lal Narayan Sinha once said, and he was one of the finest constitutional lawyers. He was replying to Mr. Palkhiwala. Mr. Palkhiwala's rhetoric was legendary. And when he argued the Minerva Mills case, in reply, this is what Lal Babu said, and I was a young lawyer sitting there, and I've never forgotten his words. He said, let us never forget that democracy is alive thanks to the Supreme Court of India and has been preserved. But let us also never forget that the Supreme Court and the Constitution is alive because of the Parliament of India. The truth is, each institution has its own position. Without the Supreme Court, the democracy may not be able to survive, but without the Parliament, none of the institutions, including Supreme Court, will be able to survive. So
Mr. Salve,
never minimize the role of our elected representatives.
that's why when the Parliament will be taking up the discussion on Constitution, what do you think will be the important context? And of course, what do you think is the future of the Indian Constitution then?
First of all, I hope I'm sorry, I don't get into a political debate because I understand very little of politics. But I do hope the people who speak on the Constitution don't have an empty booklet in their head. And they do their homework on constitutional principles. It is no use citing rhetoric of Supreme Court judgment saying, criticizing one or the other government. All governments have at times failed in their constitutional duty. That's why we need the court. But I do hope they can all sit down and see where we are going wrong. If you can put the rhetoric aside, they need to decide important issues of moment which are bothering this country. Believe me, today appointment of judges is something which people who run Parliament have to sit together and put their heads together. How do we fix this state of disrepair? And I don't use softer language. The state of disrepair in the appointment of judges. It's an important issue to be resolved. If today there is such huge pendency of cases, what use is it having a constitution if there is no rule of law? And what use is pretending to have a rule of law if a average litigant has to wait 30 years for us or 20 years to get succor from the courts? These are matters which people must decide about constitutional law. If today there are people who are deprived of their rights, how do we make sure that the legal system at the doorstep, mind you, the average Indian doesn't interact with Supreme Court, not even with High Court. The average Indian interacts with the magistrates court, with the lowest court, with the sub-judges court. How do we make sure that that system works efficiently and in a user-friendly way for the common Indian? Then we would have made rule of law living reality. These are matters on which there should be no political divide.
And Mr. Salve, the fact is that you are a living legend yourself, as someone who has, interpreted Constitution like no other. Like no other. So that's why I want to understand from you, the role of judicial review in shaping the Constitution, and whether you believe that the judiciary has overstepped its bounds in certain instances.
The role of judicial review has been the single most important feature of developing our Constitution. Unfortunately, when the wind blows in a particular direction, it becomes hard to arrest it. Let me tell you where the Supreme Court got the wrong message from the elected government of the day. 1992 December, the Kar Sevaks had gathered outside the mosque, the Babri structure. I don't want to use controversial expressions. Justice Venkatachalaya, presiding over the bench, sitting with Justice Ray, called the government and said, "What do you plan to do?" And the Attorney General said, "The forces are there waiting for your Lordship's orders." To which Justice Venkatachalaya said, "We don't command your forces. We command you to maintain law and order. You do what you think is right. You're on the ground. You take the decisions." What was this invitation? This invitation was, this is a politically controversial decision. Either we have the courage to say, yes, we have to go ahead and finish this, or we accept that we can't do this, we are going to work this. Those were political decisions to be taken, not hiding behind the skirts of the Supreme Court. The trouble is, if for every difficult decision you hide behind the skirts of the Supreme Court, then you are creating a court larger than life. And then when they come with decisions which you don't like, you say they are expanding their territory. Of course, they are expanding their territory. Is it right? No, it's not right. The judges must resist the temptation to do so. But the fact is, you are putting the temptation in their way. So we need a major reboot of judicial review in India. I must say, I heard a conversation once, I won't know, by a former Chief Justice, who said, we have judicial conversation with the government where we summon them and ask them to do things. I was speaking for myself. I was horrified to hear this. The Supreme Court judges must remember and remind themselves today, they speak only one way. They speak through their judgments.
And nobody speaks like
Today,
Mr. Harish Salve.
Partly thanks to you people who say Supreme Court ne phatkar lagai. You know, please report their judgments, not their comments.
All right, sir. That's a point to be noted by journalists like me as well. Pleasure speaking to you, Mr. Salve. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And I swipe it there. Bound rewards. मैं everywhere. कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँगा
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले.
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान.
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं.
Welcome back. A huge political storm is taking place over India bloc's no trust motion against Vice President and Rajya Sabha Chair Dhankar. The opposition has said they were forced to table the no confidence motion against Jagdeep Dhankar because he is the biggest disruptor of the upper house. That's what Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge said in a press conference. He said his actions have hurt the dignity of India, as he also stressed there is no personal fight against the Rajya Sabha chairman. He said, we have been compelled to take this step. We have already given a notice. The opposition is here to speak, standing together on this sensitive issue. I'm sad to say the chairman left us with no option. The BJP, however, hit back at the opposition, claiming that this was being done as a distraction to the Soros issue, and also spoke about Jagdeep Dhankar's humble beginnings, how he's the son of a farmer.
The biggest disruptor in Rajya Sabha is the chairman himself. सदन अगर डिसरप्ट होता है तो उसका सबसे बड़ा कारण हमारे चेयरमैन साहब है. विपक्षी नेताओं को बोलने से रोका जाता है. उनकी निष्ठा संविधान और संवैधानिक परंपराओं की जगह सत्ताधारी दल के लिए है। वे अपनी अगली प्रमोशन के लिए सरकार के स्पोक्सपर्सन बनकर काम कर रहे हैं।
भारतीय लोकतंत्र में 72 साल बाद एक ऐसा किसान का बेटा उपराष्ट्रपति के पद में पहुंच करके इस देश को सेवा करने का काम किया है। इस राज्यसभा सदन का सभापति के रूप में पूरा देश देख रहा है किस तरीके से उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय ने इस सदन का गरिमा को रखा है। और हम शुरू से देख रहे हैं कि विपक्ष के लोग ना लोकतंत्र को मानते हैं, ना चेयर का गरिमा को ध्यान रखते हैं। आप लोगों ने, मैं नाम लेकर कह सकता हूं, टेलीविजन में बाहर जाकर के पब्लिक के सामने में उपराष्ट्रपति का नाम लेकर के आप लोग बेमतलब से आरोप लगाते हैं। आप लोग इस सदन का सदस्य होने का लायक नहीं है। आप चेयर को अगर इज्जत नहीं दे सकते हैं तो इस सदन का सदस्य होने का कोई अधिकार नहीं रखता है। उपराष्ट्रपति के पद को, उपराष्ट्रपति का गरिमा को अगर आप लोग अटैक करेंगे तो हम बिल्कुल बचाव करेंगे और आप लोगों का जो इंटेंशन है इसको हम कामयाब नहीं होने देंगे। आज जब सोनिया गांधी जी और सोरोस का लिंक का जो नाम आ रहा है, हमने ये लिंक नहीं किया है, ये रिपोर्ट हमारा नहीं है। अंतरराष्ट्रीय जगत में, पूरा दुनिया में ये रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा है। कांग्रेस का नेतृत्व और सोरोस का OCCRP का जो लिंक है, ये देश के सामने में है। शर्म आना चाहिए आप लोगों को। देश के विरोध में काम करने वाले, भारत के खिलाफ काम करने वालों के साथ आप लोग तालमेल में रहते हैं। जो जोश सोरोस बोलते हैं, आप लोग भारत में वही भाषा बात करते हैं।
समाजवादी पार्टी MP जावेद अली इज हियर विद अस। सर, आज जो आप लोगों ने ये मुद्दा उठाया है, इसमें एक शो ऑफ यूनिटी भी दिखा। आपको ये इंडिया ब्लॉक भी एकदम साथ में आई है। ये मुद्दा वाइस प्रेसिडेंट और चेयरपर्सन का इतना इम्पोर्टेंट क्यों है आपके लिए?
लोकतंत्र के अंदर सदन सुचारू रूप से काम करें, ये अपेक्षा संसद से की जाती है। लेकिन हमारा दुर्भाग्य है राज्यसभा का कि पिछले 2.5-3 साल से हम लोग सदन के अंदर कोई भी विषय जनता का उठा नहीं पा रहे हैं और उसमें सबसे बड़ा अवरोध सदन की पीठ की तरफ से आता है। विपक्षी दलों के सांसदों को बोलने का अवसर नहीं दिया जाता, विपक्षी दलों के सांसदों के नोटिस नहीं लिए जाते, 0 आवर में समय नहीं मिलता, क्वेश्चन आवर में संसदीय सत्ताधारी दल के लोगों को भाषण करवाए जाते हैं, 0 आवर में बगैर नोटिस दिए हुए उनको बुलवाया जाता है और विपक्ष के नेता जब भी हाथ उठाते हैं उनको खड़े तक नहीं होने दिया जाता। तब तक सदन या तो स्थगित कर दिया जाता है या नथिंग विल गो ऑन रिकॉर्ड का ऐलान कर दिया जाता है। तो ये परिस्थिति है। इन परिस्थितियों के लिए तो हम सदन के अंदर नहीं आए हैं, हम तो यहाँ जनता के सवाल उठाने के लिए आए हैं और वो हम लोग उठा नहीं पा रहे हैं। तो हम समझते हैं कि जो सबसे बड़ा अवरोध है उसको ही क्यों न हटाया जाए, तो वो एक एक्सरसाइज हम लोग कर रहे हैं।
जावेद जी, कुछ दिनों से हम देख रहे थे कि इंडिया ब्लॉक में लीडरशिप कौन होगा, उस पर बहुत चर्चा हो रही है। ममता बनर्जी का भी नाम चल रहा है। आपकी इसमें क्या राय रहेगी?
बिना कोई लीडर तय किए हुए इंडिया ब्लॉक पार्लियामेंट के इलेक्शन में गया और अनेक राज्यों में हम लोगों ने अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस की, जैसे उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर, महाराष्ट्र के अंदर, पश्चिम बंगाल के अंदर, सब जगह की। तो लीडरशिप का इशू इतना महत्वपूर्ण इशू इस वक्त नहीं है। अभी तो कोई इलेक्शन भी आसपास नहीं है। जब इलेक्शन आएगा, इसकी ज़रूरत महसूस की जाएगी तो फिर लीडर भी चुन लिया जाएगा।
आखिरी सवाल सर, 1 नेशन 1 पोल, एक उम्मीद है, एक स्पेकुलेशन है कि इसी दौरान, इसी सेशन के दौरान आ सकती है। आपकी पार्टी इसमें क्या मत लेगी?
हमारी पार्टी का मत है, जब चुनाव आयोग ने इस पर ऑल पार्टीज मीटिंग बुलाई थी, उसमें भी हम लोगों ने कहा था कि हम इस विचार के समर्थन में नहीं हैं, क्योंकि भारत में बहुत विभिन्नताएं हैं। भारत के अंदर असेंबलीज़ के समय अलग अलग पूरे होते हैं। हम एक दिन भी किसी असेंबली का समय कम क्यों करें? और एक दिन भी किसी असेंबली का समय ज़्यादा क्यों करें? यहाँ तो कई सालों के हिसाब से कम या ज़्यादा करने पड़ेंगे। लोकसभा अगर भंग हो जाएगी तो क्या सारी असेंबली भंग करेंगे? अगर लोकसभा भंग हो जाती है किन्हीं परिस्थितियों, सारी असेंबली भंग करके किया जाएगा? क्या शेष समय के लिए लोकसभा के चुनाव करे जाएंगे? या विधानसभा कोई भंग होती है कोई असेंबली तो उसका शेष समय के लिए किया जाएगा या फिर नए सिरे से उसका चुनाव किया? ये बहुत सारे जटिल सवाल हैं जिनको इतना सिंप्लीफिकेशन इनका नहीं करना चाहिए, ये संभव नहीं है। और मैं तो एक बात लाइटर मोड में कहता हूँ कि ईद, बकरा ईद, होली, दिवाली, क्रिसमस, ईस्टर, ये सब क्यों ना एक दिन कर दिए जाएं, क्योंकि अलग अलग करते हैं तो ज़्यादा खर्चा होता है, इसलिए सब त्योहारों को एक ही दिन अब मना लिया करें तो कम खर्चा होगा। ये कोई बात नहीं है।
ठीक है, थैंक यू सो मच सर। TMK MP Tiruchi Shiva is with us. Thank you, sir, for speaking to NDTV. Why was the issue of the Rajya Sabha chairperson's conduct so important for all the India allies?
See, I would like to remind you, in the erstwhile Parliament building, there will be a balance carved on the chair of the chairman. That means it is equal. It's like a balance which within both the sides. But now what we are experiencing is totally tilted towards the treasury benches, because they are allowed to speak whenever they want to. Not only whenever they want to, whatever they want to. They can even go beyond the rules. They can level allegations. They can spill mud. They are allowed very coolly. They are listening. Everything goes on record. Whereas the opposition party, if we want to raise very important issue, even the floors are not given, for especially to the leader of opposition. He is supreme among all of us, not only the parliament, leader of the house and leader of opposition. And the saddest part is his mic is switched off now and then. The second minute it will go off. So the leader of opposition's position is like that. And we are not able to raise very genuine issues, whereas they are allowed to speak everything they want to. Even what happened yesterday, they leveled an allegation against a member, not the leader of opposition of the other house. The rules say that we can discuss only about, we cannot discuss anything about members of the other house.
Right.
And when I raised the point of order, the chair said, yes, it is a valid point, I will give my ruling later. But today again, allegation was raised against Mrs. Sonia Gandhi. Of course, she was in the house. Normally, they won't mention the names and make allegations. If anything has to be leveled against, it will be given in writing and get the permission or substantive motions. So they don't follow the rules, they go beyond everything, and they are allowed means what to do. And sometimes when the deputy chairman comes, he never looks at our side. Even if he shout, he will nod his head and look only at that side, and he will be listening to them however much time they will be speaking. So when all these things, we have resorted to all means by way of complaining, by pleading, by giving petitions, but nothing was done means the only way left out to the option is moving a no confidence motion. That is of course a means of democracy. That we have done.
Okay. My last question to you, sir. There's a speculation that this one nation, one poll could be brought in as early as this session. DMK has opposed it, saying that it's a threat to federalism in the past. Would there be a rethink on that position?
No, never. We always stand on the same position. We are not for that. We have got valid arguments for that. That will be placed before the House when it comes up for discussion.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
And staying with news of Parliament, regional parties have hit back at both the BJP and Congress for the House not functioning. Smaller parties say they want the House to function so they can raise their issues. And regional parties have said their voice, however, is drowned out in the din, accusing both the Congress of holding up the House, but also the Treasury benches that they're not making an effort to ensure that the House will run. Trinamool leader Kalyan Banerjee said no one is willing to listen to us, while the Thackeray Shiv Sena said we are not part of a blame game.
Both for the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress Party, House is adjourned every day. House will continue only on the choice of the Congress and BJP. If Congress thinks that today House will continue, the House will continue. If the Congress thinks half an hour House will continue, the half an hour House will continue. If BJP thinks that half an hour House will continue, the House will continue. This is not proper. There are so many parties are there. Parliamentary democracy does not depend upon the Congress and the BJP. One day Congress wants to continue, the BJP is disturbing. One day BJP is trying to continue, Congress is disturbing. And we, the rest of the parties, can't speak anywhere. We can't speak. BJP ruling party, they get the preference. Congress is the main opposition, get the preference. We are not getting, we can't point out our points, our conditions of the state.
Well, joining us is Arvind Sawant, Member of Parliament from the Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena. Sir, पार्लियामेंट नहीं चल पा रहा है, रोज हम देख रहे हैं एडजर्नमेंट्स पे एडजर्नमेंट्स हो रहे हैं. अब तृणमूल कांग्रेस बीजेपी और कांग्रेस को ब्लेम कर रही है. वो कह रहे हैं अपने इश्यूज के चक्कर में बाकी रीजनल पार्टीज का नहीं सोचा जा रहा है और देश के मुद्दे, देश के जो इम्पोर्टेंट बिल्स हैं वो पास नहीं हो पा रहे.
I do not want to be the part of this blaming game, but the fact remains that the BJP, when they were in opposition, don't forget that 2G, 3G scam. And that was hypothetically, it was revealed that it was a hypothetical one. And during that period, they did not allow to function the parliament for the entire session. That entire session was of 1 month. So all 4 weeks the parliament did not work. And during that period, the late Honorable Arun Jaitley has said, not to allow the parliament to function is also a democratic function. So it's a right to do that. And same thing Honorable the late Sushma Swaraj also said. So therefore, don't think that not to allow the parliament to function the parliament doesn't mean it to work. It shows that there is a reaction, there is a commotion among the people on that issue. See, you are at liberty to blame someone directly on the floor of the House. The Honorable Speaker or the Chairman allows you to speak, and then you don't want to listen to the answers from the other side. That itself is not judicious functioning. And that's what is happening right now. How can we accuse the LOP that he is a Deshodoi on the floor of the parliament? Do you feel it is the way to work? It is the way to the parliament should function?
ना हम सेरोस के मुद्दे के साथ है, ना हम अडानी जी के मुद्दे के साथ है. तो मैं समझती हूँ सदन को चलना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो पूरा जो ये लोकसभा सत्र जो है विंटर सेशन है, तो मैं समझती हूँ कि हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि दोनों पक्ष के लोग इसको चलाने में पूरी निष्ठता दिखाएंगे, और हम चाहते हैं समाजवादी पार्टी की सदन चले.
Are not allowing to function. Actually, it is the ruling party. They initiate the hangama. The ruckus is created by them. It is totally unprecedented. Never the ruling party has given an adjournment motion in the past.
Let's go across to Aishwarya now for more. And Aishwarya, the regional parties now speaking out against both the BJP and the Congress, saying between these two parties, the House is not functioning. They're saying that we are suffering. There are several issues that they want to raise.
Well, since the beginning of the winter session of Parliament, we have seen that how the regional parties, specifically Trinamool Congress, Samajwadi Party, had distanced themselves from the Congress party as far as the protests are concerned. And now today it was for the very first time that the Trinamool Congress Member of Parliament Kalyan Banerjee lashed out at the Congress and Bharati Janata Party, two major national parties, and stated that these two political parties have just stalled the entire parliament because of their own issues. The regional parties are the real sufferer of the winter session of Parliament. They want to raise their own concerns. They want to raise issues concerned to their states. But it is these two political parties who are running their own agenda. And because of that, we are witnessing adjournments after adjournments. So now, of course, the India bloc seems divided over this issue. Samajwadi Party has stated that we are not in favor of these two major issues that the BJP and Congress Party is taking forward. We want to raise the issues related to the public, and we also want funds to be released from the center. And therefore, they urged the major political parties to let the House function. Now, remember, yesterday, Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, in fact, went on to say that there are several Congress MPs, there are several Samajwadi Party MPs, Trinamool Congress MPs, DMK MPs who have approached the Lok Sabha Speaker, and they want the House to be functioned, but it is their leadership who doesn't want the House to be functioned. There had been blame game which is going on, but what we are witnessing is adjournments after adjournments and Parliament getting disrupted.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. And speaking of the India bloc and the opposition, amid calls for West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to take up the India bloc leadership, Mamata Banerjee thanked all the leaders. She made a very general comment thanking everyone for support and the respect that they have shown her. She refused to elaborate beyond that this was to a question about the leadership of the India bloc. The West Bengal Chief Minister's response comes after top leaders like Sharad Pawar, even Lalu Prasad Yadav backed Mamata Banerjee to lead the alliance. The leaders of parties that form the India alliance is expected to meet after the winter session is over, and then perhaps they will decide on leadership, especially after the Congress suffered major electoral losses in Haryana and Maharashtra.
ए देखो अभी हमारा जगन्नाथ टेम्पल के बारे में बात करो। अभी हम सबको पास, मैं सबको पास आभारी हूँ कि हर नेता ने मेरे को जो रेस्पेक्ट दिया है, मैं सबको लिए मैं आभारी हूँ। मैं सबको सुस्वास्थ्य कामना करती हूँ और ये लोग अच्छा रहे, इसको पार्टी अच्छा रहे, इंडिया अच्छा रहे, ये हम चाहती हूँ। लेकिन आज हमारा जगन्नाथ टेम्पल का ओर से सबको लिए शुभकामनाएं।
The Aam Aadmi Party today met with the Election Commission to present evidence on the alleged deletion of voters' names from electoral rolls ahead of the Delhi Assembly elections. This delegation was led by former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. It also included Atishi, the present Chief Minister. Now, speaking to the media after the meeting, Arvind Kejriwal said, "We requested the Election Commission to stop this mass deletion of names before elections and FIRs to be registered against those who have applied a mass deletion." EC has said that no mass deletions will be done before the elections.
हमारी मांग थी कि ये मास डिलीशन बंद किया जाए। अभी समरी रिवीजन चुनाव आयोग ने किया है, मास डिलीशन बंद किया जाए और जिन जिन लोगों ने इस किस्म के आवेदन किए हैं उनके खिलाफ FIR दर्ज की जाए। चुनाव आयोग ने मोटे मोटे तौर पे हमें आश्वासन दिए। एक तो ये कि कोई मास डिलीशन अब चुनाव के पहले नहीं किया जाएगा। दूसरा ये कि अगर कोई भी डिलीशन किया जाता है तो वो लिस्टों के आधार पे नहीं किया जाएगा। किसी को भी अगर डिलीशन कराना है तो उसे फॉर्म 7 भरना पड़ेगा, उसी के आधार पे डिलीशन होगा। अगर ऐसा होता है तो हमें लगता है कि गलत डिलीशन सारे बंद हो जाएंगे।
Today, the Aam Aadmi Party National Convener Arvind Kejriwal met with the Chief Election Commissioner along with Chief Minister Atishi and the other senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party like Raghav Chadha and Sanjay Singh. Now, they met with the Chief Election Commissioner to raise the issue of the alleged vote deletion from the voters list ahead of Delhi polls that is going to be held in February. Now, what we know is that, this big allegation came from Arvind Kejriwal's side, and he alleged that if we talk in terms of numbers, then over 11,000 voters, their name were being deleted from the list of the voters, and this was done allegedly on the complaints that was given by the BJP workers. Now, after meeting with the Chief Election Commissioner, Arvind Kejriwal said that, in fact, he has got 3 to 4 assurances from, from the Election Commissioner. Number one, that, there will be field inquiry that will be done. There will be a procedure that will be followed regarding the vote deletion. And in fact, in cases where in fact there is a fake deletion of votes, in that case, Election Commission will also think of filing an FIR. Now, certainly after all of this points, it does seem that the Aam Aadmi Party for the time being is satisfied. But on the other hand, if we talk about the opposition, that is the BJP, they continue to call it absurd statement on the part of Arvind Kejriwal. They continue to say that the Aam Aadmi Party knows that this time there is anti-incumbency and they are scared, and that is why they want to pin the blame on somebody else, and thus they have found a way to blame it on the Election Commission. So certainly the political war of words also escalating over this. But how in fact it is going to pan out in the coming days, that remains to be seen. Now, with camera person Stephen Anthony, this is Ishka Verma for NDTV.
Well, that's time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, how the Supreme Court has also commented that dowry laws are being misused in the country. We'll get to the details.
And it's right there. Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV.
Welcome back. Flagging a growing tendency to misuse laws protecting women from cruelty by their in-laws, the Supreme Court said courts must exercise caution while deciding dowry harassment cases to prevent unnecessary harassment of innocent people. Now, the remarks are significant amid a nationwide debate on the misuse of dowry prohibition laws in the aftermath of a 34-year-old man's suicide in Bengaluru. Before he died by suicide, Atul Subhash recorded an 80-minute video in which he accused his estranged wife and her family of slapping multiple cases on him and his family to extort money from them. Atul also criticized the justice system in a 24-page suicide note. Meanwhile, the UP police visited the residence of the Bengaluru techie and also filed an FIR against his wife and 4 others for alleged abetment. The UP police also visited the estranged wife's house in Jaunpur.
मेरा बच्चा को टॉर्चर किया, हम लोग को वो भी टॉर्चर किया, पर मेरा बच्चा अपने ऊपर सब लेके अपना मेरा बच्चा सब बर्दाश्त किया, हम लोग को भी नहीं सहने दिया, अपना कष्ट अपने झेलता रहा अंदर ही अंदर।
मार्च के महीना में वो गया था, मार्च के महीना के बाद जब आया ना तो कहा कि पापा वहाँ का जो मीडिएशन का जो जज है, चाहे जो भी लोग है, वकील है चाहे जज है, जो भी है, वो वहाँ के कानून व्यवस्था जो लॉ है अपने भारत का, उस लॉ से नहीं चलता है, लोग उस लॉ को मानता ही नहीं है। जो ये बता रहा था कि इस धारा में ये लॉ होना चाहिए, तो वो उसको हाई कोर्ट के, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के लॉ को भी नहीं मानता था। उनको तो 40 बार बेंगलोर, कम से कम 40 बार गया होगा बेंगलोर से जौनपुर, और माने इतनी धारा उस पर एक खत्म हो जाता था केस तो दूसरा लगा देती थी। इस बात के कारण जो है तो भीतर से फ्रस्ट्रेट था, लेकिन हम लोग को महसूस नहीं होने दिया कि क्या है नहीं है।
To obviate the harsh realities, what the criminal justice systems has done is to have in all jurisdictions a crime against women cell or a women's cell or an anti-dowry cell, which actually deals with the matter as a social issue to try mediation, to try and resolve matters. If it is not resolved, only then do FIRs get registered. Secondly, in offences of this nature, because the punishment is less than 7 years in terms of the old section 41 of the CRPC and the new provision under the BNSS, there is no automatic.
मैं उसके बारे में क्या बताऊं, मेरा बच्चा तो सब बयान दे गया है।
मेरा बच्चा बहुत टॉर्चर हुआ है,
बहुत टॉर्चर, इतना टॉर्चर हुआ कि हमको नहीं बताता था कि मेरे माँ बाप दुखी थे।
मेरे बच्चा को टॉर्चर बहुत किया गया है, मेरा बच्चा को इंसाफ दिलाओ।
कहीं ना कहीं हत्या की गई है।
अब ये तो आप उसमें सुने हैं ना कि टॉर्चर करना भी एक हत्या है, टॉर्चर करना भी एक हत्या है।
मेरा बच्चा बहुत परेशान हो गया, मेरा बच्चा बहुत
हम तो यही मानते कि कानून व्यवस्था सही हो और मेरे बच्चे को इंसाफ मिले। हमको कोई आश्वासन अभी नहीं मिला है, हम लोग तभी वहाँ से आए।
क्या FIR दर्ज कराए हैं आप बेंगलोर में?
FIR तो हम नहीं कराए, हमारा बच्चा सब एक छोटा लड़का है, वही सब वहाँ के जो लोग थे NGO वाले वही सब।
आप किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं इसके?
हमारा बच्चा तो हरदम जाता था, हरदम हर समय जो है कितना बार
हम कहते हैं केस में तो मजिस्ट्रेट जब चल गया, मेरे बच्चे को बहुत कष्ट दिया गया, मेरे बच्चे को बहुत कष्ट दिया गया, मेरे बच्चे को बहुत कष्ट दिया गया, अब जाने दीजिए, मेरे बच्चे को बहुत कष्ट दिया गया। पानी 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 सर थोड़ा सा आगे पानी 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 पानी
Heart-rending scenes over there. The parents of the Bengaluru techie there at the Patna airport, surrounded by the media, very distraught mother in anguish, crying, and as you can see, she seems to have fainted there as they were surrounded by the media. She was extremely emotional. She was crying about her son who died by suicide, and this was Atul Subhash who recorded this long video, and he also left several pages of notes as well, and blaming his estranged wife's family for extorting them and for mental torture, which led him to take this extreme step. Right, moving on now to some other news, and the Kapoor Khandan met with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There you can see those visuals that have now been released. The Kapoor clan came from Mumbai to Delhi to speak to the Prime Minister. This is ahead of Raj Kapoor's birth centenary celebrations, marking Raj Kapoor's 100th birth anniversary, where a festival will be held from December 13th to 15th in 101 theatres across 34 cities. And this event is expected to be one of the most extensive retrospectives ever dedicated to Raj Kapoor's cinema.
राज कपूर साहब ने दुनिया में भारत के सॉफ्ट पावर की ताकत को एस्टैब्लिश कर दिया। आपको कैमरा नहीं होता करना, फोटो तो रैरली होता होगा।
बहुत कम वस्तुएं मुझे बचे थे फैमिली में, करीब 10 या 12 वस्तुओं में से एक है, तो आपको पेश करना चाहते हैं हम।
यहाँ जो पीएम म्यूजियम बना है उसमें रखा हूँ।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
The Kapoor Khandan in Delhi to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi ahead of Raj Kapoor's birth centenary celebration.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था
कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चलेगा।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान।
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं।
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
And I swipe it there, बाहू rewards, मैं everywhere, कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top rank.
Get it free with single ID.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India.
Hello, good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. It's time for news break on the broadcast. Let's quickly take you to the top stories we are tracking at 6 p.m. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge's big charge on Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. Kharge says chairman biggest disruptor in the Rajya Sabha. Dhankar working like government spokesperson. Regional parties hit back at the BJP and the Congress for stalling the parliament. Smaller parties want House to function and want to push their issues. Mamta responds to opposition leadership change bid, says thanks India Bloc leaders for support. India Bloc leaders still mulling over the leadership change. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri to brief the Parliament Standing Committee on External Affairs on the subject of future of India and Bangladesh relations after his visit to Bangladesh. Devendra Fadnavis in the national capital amid the portfolio tussle. Meeting with Amit Shah on Maharashtra portfolio allocation. Fadnavis will also meet Rajnath Singh and Nitin Gadkari. Bengaluru techies suicide sparks debate on the dowry law. Supreme Court says growing tendency to misuse dowry law. Lawmakers demand relook at the anti-dowry law. The pandemonium, the uproar continues in the Lok Sabha, ladies and gentlemen. Huge storm in the Parliament as India Bloc has moved the no trust motion in the Parliament against Rajya Sabha chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar. The opposition, in fact, was forced to table the no confidence motion against the Rajya Sabha chair because, as per the opposition, he is the biggest disruptor in the upper house. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge said his actions have hurt the dignity of India. Mr. Kharge also spoke about he has no personal fight against the Rajya Sabha chairperson. We have been compelled to take this step. We have already given a notice. The opposition is here to speak, standing together on this issue, is a sensitive issue. I am sad to say, Chairman left us with no option.
The biggest disruptor in Rajya Sabha is the chairman himself. सदन अगर डिसरप्ट होता है तो उसका सबसे बड़ा कारण हमारे चेयरमैन साहब है। विपक्षी नेताओं को बोलने से रोका जाता है। उनकी निष्ठा संविधान और संवैधानिक परंपराओं की जगह सत्ताधारी दल के लिए है। वे अपनी अगली प्रमोशन के लिए सरकार के स्पोक्स पर्सन बनकर काम कर रहे हैं।
भारतीय लोकतंत्र में 72 साल बाद एक ऐसा किसान का बेटा उपराष्ट्रपति के पद में पहुंच करके इस देश को सेवा करने का काम किया है। इस राज्यसभा सदन का सभापति के रूप में पूरा देश देख रहा है किस तरीके से उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय ने इस सदन का गरिमा को रखा है। और हम शुरू से देख रहे हैं कि विपक्ष के लोग ना लोकतंत्र को मानते हैं, ना चेयर का गरिमा को ध्यान रखते हैं। आप लोगों ने, मैं नाम लेकर कह सकता हूं, टेलीविजन में बाहर जाकर के पब्लिक के सामने में उपराष्ट्रपति का नाम लेकर के आप लोग बेमतलब से आरोप लगाते हैं। आप लोग इस सदन का सदस्य होने का लायक नहीं है। आप चेयर को अगर इज्जत नहीं दे सकते हैं तो इस सदन का सदस्य होने का कोई अधिकार नहीं रखते हैं आप। उपराष्ट्रपति के पद को, उपराष्ट्रपति का गरिमा को अगर आप लोग अटैक करेंगे तो हम बिल्कुल बचाव करेंगे और आप लोगों का जो इंटेंशन है इसको हम कामयाब नहीं होने देंगे। आज जब सोनिया गांधी जी और सोरोस का लिंक का जो नाम आ रहा है, हमने ये लिंक नहीं किया है, ये रिपोर्ट हमारा नहीं है। अंतरराष्ट्रीय जगत में, पूरा दुनिया में ये रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा है। कांग्रेस का नेतृत्व और सोरोस का OCCRP का जो लिंक है, ये देश के सामने में है। शर्म आना चाहिए आप लोगों को। देश के विरोध में काम करने वाले, भारत के खिलाफ काम करने वालों के साथ आप लोग तालमेल में रहते हैं। जो जॉर्ज सोरोस बोलते हैं, आप लोग भारत में वही भाषा बात करते हैं।
समाजवादी पार्टी MP जावेद अली इज हियर विद अस। सर, आज जो आप लोगों ने ये मुद्दा उठाया है, इसमें एक शो ऑफ यूनिटी भी दिखा। आपको ये इंडिया ब्लॉक भी एकदम साथ में आई है। ये मुद्दा वाइस प्रेसिडेंट और चेयरपर्सन का इतना इम्पोर्टेंट क्यों है आपके लिए?
लोकतंत्र के अंदर सदन सुचारू रूप से काम करें, ये अपेक्षा संसद से की जाती है। लेकिन हमारा दुर्भाग्य है राज्यसभा का कि पिछले 2.5-3 साल से हम लोग सदन के अंदर कोई भी विषय जनता का उठा नहीं पा रहे हैं। और उसमें सबसे बड़ा अवरोध सदन की पीठ की तरफ से आता है। विपक्षी दलों के सांसदों को बोलने का अवसर नहीं दिया जाता, विपक्षी दलों के सांसदों के नोटिस नहीं लिए जाते, 0 आवर में समय नहीं मिलता, क्वेश्चन आवर में संसदीय सत्ताधारी दल के लोगों को भाषण करवाए जाते हैं, 0 आवर में बगैर नोटिस दिए हुए उनको बुलवाया जाता है। और विपक्ष के नेता जब भी हाथ उठाते हैं उनको खड़े तक नहीं होने दिया जाता, तब तक सदन या तो स्थगित कर दिया जाता है या नथिंग विल गो ऑन रिकॉर्ड का ऐलान कर दिया जाता है। तो ये परिस्थिति है। इन परिस्थितियों के लिए तो हम सदन के अंदर नहीं आए हैं, हम तो यहाँ जनता के सवाल उठाने के लिए आए हैं और वो हम लोग उठा नहीं पा रहे हैं। तो हम समझते हैं कि जो सबसे बड़ा अवरोध है उसको ही क्यों न हटाया जाए, तो वो एक एक्सरसाइज हम लोग कर रहे हैं।
See, I would like to remind you, in the erstwhile Parliament building, there will be a balance carved on the chair of the chairman. That means it is equal. It's like a balance which within both the sides. But now what we are experiencing is totally tilted towards the treasury benches, because they are allowed to speak whenever they want to. Not only whenever they want to, whatever they want to. They can even go beyond the rules. They can level allegations. They can spill mud. They are allowed very coolly. They are listening. Everything goes on record. Whereas the opposition party, if we want to raise very important issue, even the floors are not given, especially to the leader of opposition. He is supreme among all of us, not only the Parliament, leader of the House and leader of opposition. And the saddest part is his mic is switched off now and then. One second minute it will go off. So the leader of opposition's position is like that. And we are not able to raise very genuine issues, whereas they are allowed to speak everything they want to.
My colleague Aishwarya now joins us with more details on this story. He covers the Parliament for NDTV. Aishwarya, let me understand this from you. I mean, while there is both the sides sticking to their stated position and the pandemonium continues. Now, this numbers may not support the opposition benches, but messaging is going to be very, very big.
Well, certainly, and several opposition MPs have stated that this is not a fight against any individual. This is to save the institutions, and this is a fight to save the institutions, and a message needs to be sent across through this notice that had been submitted as far as the removal of the Vice President is concerned. Now, the constitutional experts have clearly suggested to us that there has not been any rule defined because there is no past history as far as the no confidence motion against the Rajya Sabha chairperson is concerned. And therefore, the reason perhaps a 14 days notice needs to be given, Lok Sabha needs to be intimated about this particular notice. And it is the deputy Rajya Sabha chairperson he should admit this motion, because it could not be Rajya Sabha chairperson himself who could admit the motion. So these have technicalities and rules, whether the 14 days straight rule in one session is because it's not left and 14 days notice period needs to be given. So whether this will be admitted in the next session itself is something which is a big question. But the opposition is united together on the front as far as the bringing no confidence motion against the Rajya Sabha chairperson. On the other side, what we have been told is that it is the India bloc who had also stated that it is because the Rajya Sabha chairperson who was working in a very biased way according to them. Mallikarjun Kharge went on to say that for the very first time we have seen somebody who is a vice president who is also now the voice of the government. He do not allow the opposition MPs to speak in the Rajya Sabha, and therefore with a very heavy heart they are bringing this notice. He also stated that when the motion will come, he is very confident of having numbers on their side as well. But opposition has stated that because they have not the numbers, of course, messaging has to be sent across to the government that they are not in favor of such kind of ruling by the Rajya Sabha chairperson.
All right, thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with all those details on this story. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, sticking with the opposition, in fact, the India bloc and the tussle over whether there should be a change as far as the leadership is concerned. Amid the calls for the change of the leadership, TMC netas, in fact, asking for that. Now, Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, has thanked the leaders, those who have backed Mamata Banerjee's leadership, but she has, in fact, only showed her gratitude and respect, nothing more. The West Bengal Chief Minister response comes after top leaders like Sharad Pawar, Lalu Yadav backed Mamata Banerjee to lead the India Alliance. The leaders of the parties that form the India Alliance is expected to meet after the ongoing Parliament session, and it will be the first time the meeting will take place after the Lok Sabha elections and the defeat suffered by the Congress in Haryana and Maharashtra.
ए देखो अभी हमारा जगन्नाथ टेम्पल के बारे में बात करो. अभी हम सबको पास, मैं सबको पास आभारी हूँ कि हर नेता ने मेरे को जो रेस्पेक्ट दिया है, मैं सबको लिए मैं आभारी हूँ. मैं सबको सुस्वास्थ्य कामना करती हूँ और ये लोग अच्छा रहे, इसको पार्टी अच्छा रहे, इंडिया अच्छा रहे, ये हम चाहती हूँ. लेकिन आज हमारा जगन्नाथ टेम्पल का ओर से सबको लिए शुभकामना है.
Mamata Banerjee has made it very clear that she is not interested at all in any big chair of Delhi, but he is interested to build up a alternative platform who can defeat Bhajpa. In those states where the main responsibility to defeat Bhajpa is upon Congress, like Haryana, like Maharashtra, So Congress has failed. They have failed miserably. The senior leaders of the country and India alliance, they are suggesting the name of Mamata Banerjee as the responsible face of, acceptable face of India. But
जी कुछ दिनों से हम देख रहे थे कि इंडिया ब्लॉक में लीडरशिप कौन होगा, उस पर बहुत चर्चा हो रही है, ममता बनर्जी का भी नाम चल रहा है, आपकी इसमें क्या राय रहेगी?
बिना कोई लीडर तय किए हुए इंडिया ब्लॉक पार्लियामेंट के इलेक्शन में गया और अनेक राज्यों में हम लोगों ने अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस की, जैसे उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर, महाराष्ट्र के अंदर, पश्चिम बंगाल के अंदर, सब जगह की। तो लीडरशिप का इशू इतना महत्वपूर्ण इशू इस वक्त नहीं है। अभी तो कोई इलेक्शन भी आसपास नहीं है। जब इलेक्शन आएगा, इसकी ज़रूरत महसूस की जाएगी तो फिर लीडर भी चुन लिया जाएगा।
Some stunning and really shocking visuals have come through the CCTV footage of the bus, the mishap which took place in Mumbai, which resulted in the death of 7 people. Now, inside bus visuals have been released by the BEST, the visuals before the accident and the moments of chaos of people, those who were inside the bus when the bus completely went out of control and went on almost a rampage, ramming autos and people, in which 7 people have died. Now, the driver rammed into many vehicles and 7 people were killed in the Kurla tragedy. The bus driver has been sent to police custody till December 21st. With that, we are slipping into a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming back with much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
कैशबैक है स्लो, करते नहीं इम्प्रेस, लाइफ हुई इजी, कितना कुछ फ्री, ओनली विद सिंगल आईडी। ये भी फ्री, वो भी फ्री, कितना कुछ फ्री, ओनली विद सिंगल आईडी। गेट फ्री विद सिंगल आईडी। कितने सारे ऐप्स हैं मुझसे जुड़े, ब्रांड्स मेरे पास है सबसे बड़े। Only with single ID. Get it free with single ID.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान।
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं।
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives.
Now, where Aam Aadmi Party Chief Arvind Kejriwal today met the Election Commission. Mr. Kejriwal met the Election Commission with the complaint that there is deliberate attempt by the BJP to in fact strike off names of Aam Aadmi Party supporters and voters from the electoral rolls. Mr. Kejriwal met the Election Commission today after making these allegations and has presented a 3,000-page, in fact, complaint to the Election Commission. The EC has said that no mass deletions will be done before the elections, is what the former Delhi Chief Minister informed the media.
हमारी मांग थी कि ये मास डिलीशन बंद किया जाए। अभी समरी रिवीजन चुनाव आयोग ने किया है, मास डिलीशन बंद किया जाए और जिन जिन लोगों ने इस किस्म के आवेदन किए हैं उनके खिलाफ FIR दर्ज की जाए। चुनाव आयोग ने मोटे मोटे तौर पे हमें आश्वासन दिए। एक तो ये कि कोई मास डिलीशन अब चुनाव के पहले नहीं किया जाएगा। दूसरा ये कि अगर कोई भी डिलीशन किया जाता है तो वो लिस्टों के आधार पे नहीं किया जाएगा। किसी को भी अगर डिलीशन कराना है तो उसे फॉर्म 7 भरना पड़ेगा, उसी के आधार पे डिलीशन होगा। अगर ऐसा होता है तो हमें लगता है कि गलत डिलीशन सारे बंद हो जाएंगे।
Right, so that was Arvind Kejriwal. Let's from Delhi politics shift to Maharashtra politics, where these visuals are coming in of Maharashtra newly minted Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis meeting the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, and this is Mr. Baban Kule, the president of the BJP in the state of Maharashtra. Now, these are important meetings which are taking place in the national capital. Along with Mr. Fadnavis, there is also Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, who is in the national capital. One key figure who is missing is Eknath Shinde. What sources are telling us that this meeting is to try and finalize the portfolio and the cabinet expansion. So after the long delay of 11 days when Mr. Fadnavis was, his name was finalized as the Chief Minister, is there now tussle going on within the Mahajuti for the top portfolios as far as the government in Maharashtra is concerned. My colleague Radhika joins us with more details on this story. Radhika, so Chief Minister tussle over, cabinet portfolio tussle on.
Absolutely, cabinet portfolio tussle is on at this point. Devendra Fadnavis is in Delhi. Ajit Pawar also in Delhi. Eknath Shinde not in Delhi. We did speak to the teams of all three leaders, Devendra Fadnavis' team, saying that it is a professional visit, it is a courtesy visit, but there could be discussions on portfolios as well. Ajit Pawar, of course, meeting NCP leaders there, but again, likely discussion on portfolios. Eknath Shinde's team stating that if there is a consensus reached and if there is an invite for a meeting, he will be present. But now what we are hearing is that Eknath Shinde is not ready to give up. His negotiation tactics continue. He is playing hardball as far as some of the key portfolios are concerned. Sena wants home portfolio, but BJP not ready to give up that important portfolio. Sena feels since Eknath Shinde gave up chief ministership position, they would want one of the key portfolios, which is home. But BJP feels it has able leaders to manage this portfolio, and in the last term it was the BJP that handled home. But as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, in the last term it was Devendra Fadnavis who was the Deputy Chief Minister, but he was also given home portfolio. Something similar should happen this time as well, is what Shinde as well as many Sena leaders feel. So tug of war over home portfolio specifically continues. But as far as the other key berths are concerned, what we are given to understand is that in most likelihood Sena will get PWD, urban development as well as revenue. NCP most likely to get finance, but that is also something Eknath Shinde wants. But NCP to get finance as well as planning and irrigation. Now, as far as tentative formula is concerned, based on the winning numbers, BJP most likely to get about 20 to 22 berths, Sena close to 12 and NCP close to 9 to 10 is what we are hearing. But certainly no consensus reached, discussions, deliberations going on. We have another assembly session, the special assembly session just got over where the speaker was elected. Now another session going to take place which is the winter session from 16th of December. But before that, what we are being told is that there could be a consensus reached, and who will get what is something that we may get to know in a few days. But certainly discussions could happen with BJP top brass in Delhi is what we are hearing.
All right. Thank you so much, Radhika, for joining us with all those details at this moment. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, flagging a growing tendency to misuse laws protecting women from cruelty by their in-laws. The Supreme Court has said courts must exercise caution while deciding dowry harassment cases to prevent unnecessary harassment to the innocent people. The remarks are significant amid a nationwide debate on the misuse of the dowry prohibition laws in the aftermath of a 34-year-old man's suicide in Bengaluru. Now, before he died by suicide, Atul Subhash recorded an 80-minute long video in which he accused his estranged wife Nikita and her family of slapping multiple cases on him and his family to extort money from them. Atul Subhash was also criticized justice system in his 24-page suicide note. Meanwhile, UP police has visited the residence of Bengaluru techie. The police have also filed an FIR against his wife and 4 others alleging abetment to suicide. The police have visited the estranged wife's house in Jaunpur as well. The techie's family demands justice. Meanwhile, parliamentarians are demanding change in the law for men who fall victim due to the lack of gender neutrality in this case. Going across to my colleague Prabhakar, who is joining us at this moment on this story, has been tracking this very, very closely. Prabhakar, it's a tragedy, but the tragedy has sparked a debate. I mean, what is happening as far as the investigation is concerned?
See, the investigation will certainly be happening in Bengaluru because that is where the incident has happened. But we are right now in Patna because the family of Atul, the family hails from Samastipur, which is in Bihar, and they have just arrived from Bengaluru after the cremation which happened yesterday. And as we speak, I am parked at Patna Airport. If I could just show you, that's the vehicle where the family members of Atul, his brother, his parents, his father, brother, they're all in that particular car you can see on your screen. And now they are leaving for Samastipur, which is their native village. And the moment they landed here, they were surrounded by media as expected. But especially the mother, while she was talking to the media on camera, she fainted. She fainted in front of the camera. She was crying. Both the parents were actually in a very desperate situation. And as you can see, this is the vehicle. You can see the mother, father, then the entire family members. They're all leaving for they're just leaving the Patna airport premise. They're leaving for Samastipur, and that is where the family lives. Now, we were talking to his brother, his maternal uncle, and his cousins. They all had accompanied Atul's parents here. They were saying that Atul actually gave no hint as far as his mental condition was concerned. He was sounding very normal to them, but for last 3-4 months, he has been writing that suicide note, that 40-page suicide note he was writing for last 3-4 months, and he was giving all details into that. He also recorded the video message which we are showing on our screens, but when he was talking to his family members, he was actually giving no hint, no clue as to how mentally disturbed he was. And he had a word with his family members just a day, on the same night actually, at 10 p.m. he was talking to his parents, and he was sounding very normal to them. So they're all taken by surprise as to how he could have taken such a drastic decision.
Right, thank you, Prabhakar, for joining us with all those details. In fact, disturbing the whole video, and there needs to be an investigation now. Earlier, we spoke, in fact, to the father and the other relatives of Atul at the airport. Prabhakar spoke to them. Listen in.
इतनी न्याय प्रणाली अपनी कमजोर है कि मैं उसके बारे में क्या बताऊं। मेरा बच्चा तो सब बयान दे गया है। बहुत टॉर्चर, इतना टॉर्चर हुआ कि हमको नहीं बताता था कि मेरे माँ बाप दुखी थे। अब ये तो आप उसमें सुने हैं ना कि टॉर्चर करना भी एक हत्या है, टॉर्चर करना भी एक हत्या है।
Slipping into a short break at this moment. News and updates will continue. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
हमारा संविधान भारत की
Meanwhile, the Kapoor clan flew down to the national capital. These are some pictures. They met Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, some visuals and pictures have been released. There you see Karisma Kapoor. Earlier, that was Kareena Kapoor and Saif Ali Khan, along with, in fact, the Kapoor family. They met Prime Minister Modi. And this was to mark the 100th birth anniversary of Raj Kapoor. There is now a full plan, in fact, a starry affair at the Prime Minister's residence. And to mark that 100th anniversary, there is a special, in fact, a 3-day movies screening of Raj Kapoor, which is going to take place in and around the country. Let's just play out some visuals, ladies and gentlemen, for you of this meeting that the Kapoors had with the Prime Minister.
हम एक हफ्ते से सिर्फ ये डिसाइड करें कि हम कैसे आपको कहेंगे प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी, प्रधानमंत्री जी।
मैं भी आपका परिवार का हूं भाई।
वेट करी थी जब आपको मिलेगी 10 साल से बनाए करेंगे
10 साल
जी 10 साल
पहले वेट कर रहा था
राज कपूर साहब ने दुनिया में भारत के सॉफ्ट पावर की ताकत को एस्टैब्लिश कर दिया।
फोटो तो रैरली होता होगा।
बहुत कम वस्तुओं मुझे बचे थे फैमिली में, तो ये 10 या 12 वस्तुओं में से एक है, तो आपको पेश करना चाहते हैं हम।
यहाँ जो पीएम म्यूजियम बना है उसमें रखा हूँ।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
पिछले हफ्ते जो हमारी व्हाट्सएप फैमिली ग्रुप है, हमें एक हफ्ते से सिर्फ ये डिसाइड करें कि हम कैसे आपको कहेंगे प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी, प्रधानमंत्री जी। रीमा बुआ मेरे को रोज फोन करके पूछ रही है क्या मैं ये बोल सकती हूँ, क्या मैं ये वो बोल सकती हूँ।
मैं भी आपका परिवार का हूँ भाई, आपको जो मर्जी पड़े वो बोलिए।
बहुत अच्छा रट के आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी। इतने कीमती वक्त में आपने सबको आज यहाँ निमंत्रित किया राज कपूर के बर्थडे 100वीं बर्थडे पे अवसर पे। हम आपका शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। और पापा की पिक्चर के गाने की 1-2 लाइन याद आ गई। मैं ना रहूंगी, तुम ना रहोगे, लेकिन रहेंगी निशानियां। आपने इतना सम्मान प्यार दिया है, आज के दिन को सारी इंडिया देखेगी कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्राइम मिनिस्टर हमारे ने कितना सम्मान कपूर परिवार को दिया है। राज
कपूर साहब का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है जी। आपका स्वागत करने का अवसर मिला और राज साहब का 100वां जन्मदिन यानी हिंदुस्तान की फिल्म इंडस्ट्री की स्वर्णिम यात्रा का वो कालखंड है जी। अब 1947 नीलकमल, अब 2047 को हम जा रहे हैं। 100 साल की एक प्रकार से जब यात्रा बनेगी तो कितना बड़ा देश को कंट्रीब्यूशन है। आजकल हमारे यहाँ डिप्लोमेटिक वर्ल्ड में सॉफ्ट पावर इसकी बहुत चर्चा होती है कि भाई जिस जमाने में सॉफ्ट पावर शब्द का जन्म नहीं हुआ होगा, शायद राज कपूर साहब ने दुनिया में भारत के सॉफ्ट पावर की ताकत को एस्टैब्लिश कर दिया था। यानी एक बहुत बड़ी भारत को उनकी सेवा थी।
रणबीर के साथ हुआ है, वो गाड़ी में बैठा था और एक रशियन टैक्सी ड्राइवर था और उसने बोला कि आर यू फ्रॉम इंडिया? ओह, एंड ही वाज सिंगिंग अ सॉन्ग, आई एम राज कपूर्स ग्रैंडसन। से बेटा
मैंने कहा था कि मैं उनका पोता हूं, तो हमेशा मुझे फ्री टैक्सी
फ्री हो जाती है।
एक काम हो सकता है क्या, खास करके सेंट्रल एशिया, कोई ऐसी फिल्म बने जो वहाँ के लोगों के दिल दिमाग पर राज साहब आज इतने सालों के बाद भी, यानी आज भी उनका पूरा कंट्रोल है। मैं बताता हूँ,
आज छोटे बच्चों को भी सिखाते गाते।
हाँ, यानी उनके जीवन में प्रभाव है। मुझे लगता है कि सेंट्रल एशिया में बहुत बड़ी ताकत है जी। हमें पुनर्जीवित करना चाहिए, हमें इसको नई पीढ़ी तक जोड़ना चाहिए और एक लिंक बने, वैसा कोई क्रिएटिव वर्क करना चाहिए और बन सकता है।
वो उनको इतना प्यार मिला उसमें कि ये थोड़ा से उनका नाम इंटरनेशनली भी बाहर गया और उनको बोल सकते छोटे से तरीके से एक कल्चरल एम्बेसडर। लेकिन आज मैं ये आपको बोलना चाहती हूँ, वो छोटे से कल्चरल एम्बेसडर थे, लेकिन हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर इंडिया के तो हमें ग्लोबल मैप में डाल दिया है। एंड वो हम वी आर सो प्राउड, ईच मेंबर ऑफ दिस फैमिली इज वेरी प्राउड।
देखिए, देश की आज प्रतिष्ठा बहुत बड़ी है। सिर्फ योगा ले लीजिए जी, आज दुनिया के किसी भी देश में जाइए, योगा के प्रति इतना
मम्मी और मैं, हम दोनों, बेबो लोलो, हम सब योगा में बहुत रुचि रखते हैं।
वैसे मैं दुनिया के जितने लीडर से मिलता हूँ, लंच डिनर अगर साथ में है तो मेरे अगल बगल में जितने भी है वो मेरे से योगा के लिए ही चर्चा करते हैं।
एक छोटा सा ट्रिब्यूट है नाना जी के लिए। एक्चुअली दरअसल मेरा पहला फिल्म है एज अ प्रोड्यूसर एंड मेरा सपना था कि मैं अपने फैमिली के साथ कुछ करूं, तो सब इस फिल्म में है।
मैं एक चीज बोल सकती हूँ?
बिल्कुल।
ये वो ग्रैंडसन है, रादर ग्रैंडसन्स, मेरे दोनों बच्चे, ये अपने नाना को मिले नहीं है और ये पिक्चर बना रहे हैं और उनकी सब उस अरमान ने इतनी खोज की है हर चीज की और उसमें थोड़ा बहुत जस्ट फॉर हिम ही इज मेकिंग।
जो कुछ सीखे हम फिल्मों के माध्यम से और जो माँ ने सिखाया मुझे उनसे सीखे हम।
देखिए जब आप रिसर्च करते हैं ना तो एक प्रकार से आप उसको जीते हैं जी, उस दुनिया को जीते हैं। तो आप बड़े भाग्यवान हैं जी कि भले आपने नाना जी को देखा नहीं लेकिन नाना जी को जीने का आपको अवसर मिल रहा है।
जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, ये बहुत बड़ा सपना है मेरा और आई एम रियली थैंकफुल, फुल फैमिली इज पार्ट ऑफ दिस।
मुझे याद है हमारे यहाँ इनके फिल्मों की ताकत क्या थी। जनसंघ का जमाना था और दिल्ली का चुनाव था, तो चुनाव में जनसंघ के लोग हार गए। तो अडवाणी जी, अटल जी ने कहा यार चुनाव तो हार गए, क्या करेंगे, तो चलो बोले मूवी देखते हैं। तो वो मूवी देखने गए, राज कपूर साहब की मूवी फिर सुबह होगी। जनसंघ के दो नेता पराजय के बाद जाते हैं और मूवी देखते हैं फिर सुबह होगी, और आज फिर सुबह हुई। मैं चाइना में था, आपके पिताजी का एक गाना था, उसको वो प्ले कर रहे थे। तो मैंने मेरे साथियों को कहा, मैंने इसका मोबाइल फोन पर रिकॉर्डिंग करो, मैंने ऋषि साहब को भेजा था। अच्छा। और वो इतने प्रसन्न हो गए।
इनफैक्ट अभी हाल ही में आप आई थिंक अफ्रीका गए थे और वहाँ भी मैंने एक क्लिप देखा था, आप एक जवान के साथ खड़े थे और वो उस टाइम मेरा गाना गा रहे थे। समझा, बट मैंने वो क्लिप देखा था और काफ़ी लोगों ने मुझे भेजा था और सब लोग बहुत खुश हो गए। बट एक चीज़ मैं कहना चाहूँगी, गाना जो है जो दुनिया को यूनाइट करता है, स्पेशली जो हिंदी गाने होते हैं, मतलब लोग गाते ही रहते हैं, शायद शब्द उनको समझ में ना आए। और ये मैंने काफ़ी देखा जब हम ट्रैवल करते हैं, खास करके ऑफ कोर्स विद राज कपूर सॉन्ग्स, बट इवन नाउ आई थिंक एक जो एक स्पेशल फीलिंग और एक सेंटिमेंट होता है हमारे गानों में, सब लोग बहुत इंस्टेंटली कनेक्ट करते हैं। और उसी के साथ एक क्वेश्चन था आपके लिए, क्या आप गाने सुन पाते हैं?
मैं सुन पाता हूँ क्योंकि मुझे अच्छा लगता है, कभी मौका मिल जाए तो मैं जरूर सुन लेता हूँ।
आप पहले प्रधानमंत्री हैं जिससे मैं मिला हूँ और आपने आंखों में आंख लगा के इतने मतलब पर्सनली हमसे मिले हैं और 2 बार मिले हैं। आप में इतनी अच्छी एनर्जी है और आप इतनी मेहनत करते हैं और आप जो करते हैं मैं आपको कंग्रेचुलेट करना चाहूँगा और थैंक यू फॉर ओपनिंग योर डोर्स और हम सबसे मिलने के लिए और इतने एक्सेसिबल होने के लिए, तो बहुत खुश।
मैं आपके पिताजी को मिला हूँ और मैं सोच रहा था कि आज मुझे 3 पीढ़ी को मिलने का मौका मिलेगा, लेकिन आप लाए नहीं तीसरी पीढ़ी को।
They're all big actors. We are not in the creative field. My children are trying level best. That we would be invited by the Prime Minister. मतलब पापा थैंक यू।
13, 14 और 15 दिसंबर को हम राज कपूर का एक रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव कर रहे हैं। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, NFDC और NFAI ने हमारी बहुत मदद की। हमने उनकी 10 फिल्म लेके उनको रिस्टोर किया है, ऑडियो और विजुअल। तो हम पूरे हिंदुस्तान में कुछ 160 थिएटर्स में 40 सिटीज़, अराउंड 40 सिटीज़ उनकी फिल्में दिखा रहे हैं। तो 13 तारीख को हमारा प्रीमियर है जो हम मुंबई में करें। पूरी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री को हमने बुलाया है।
Thank you. जय गणेश।
Now shifting our focus to the new NDTV series, Meet Our MPs, my colleague Aishwarya spoke to LJP MP from Samastipur, Shambhavi Chaudhary, one of the young MPs in the House. In fact, in this candid chat, Shambhavi spoke about her aspirations as a child to become a politician following her father and grandfather's footsteps. Shambhavi further said she wants infrastructural development for her constituency, Samastipur. Take a look.
Well, hello and welcome to our special segment, Meet Our MPs. And today I'm being joined by a Member of Parliament from Samastipur, Bihar, from Lok Janshakti Party, Shambhavi Chaudhary. Thank you so much for speaking to us. So, in this segment, we get to know our MPs. And my very first question to you, very young, amongst the young MPs, how do you thought of coming to politics? From where this idea came?
First of all, thank you for having me on your show, and thank you to your entire team, the entire team of NDTV. And coming to your first question, the thought of coming into politics, I'm a third generation politician from my family, and I always saw my father and my grandfather work towards the society, work for their people, work for their constituency, and obviously bring about a change in the societal structure as well as a change within themselves, how they serve people, how people's expectations and aspirations directly get related to you. So I grew up watching all of this, and as a child I decided, okay, whenever I grew up, I want to do something that can make a difference.
Okay. Not just politics or something else as well which can impact society. Is that the thought?
Definitely, I always thought of doing something that, because before I entered into active electoral politics, I was also working as a director for one of the schools.
Okay.
So I was always either in the education line. My internships have also been always affiliated to NGOs, working with NGOs, working in the education sector or the health sector. I used to run, I still do, I used to run a foundation in my grandfather's name. We work in eradicating the health issues in women. We work for education for the downtrodden. So I've always been inclined towards working for other people, like living my life and trying to make a difference so that this life is, it's a full life.
Shambhavi, as we're speaking inside the Parliament complex, being a very young MP, do you think that there is some challenge before you for addressing some issues inside the Parliament? Do you feel that being one of the young MPs?
No, I think the environment is very supportive. All the seniors really, I am being guided by all of them. They always push me beyond my limits, and always, they will sit with me, they will talk to me, they will ask me if you have any problem. So generally the environment is very supportive. I haven't incurred any problem. In fact, the speaker, he himself is very supportive of first timers. Like, he would always come and ask ki questions dale, puchna hai kya. Whenever we go meet him, then he's like ki kitna bole aur bolna hai. Like, he will always, if you write supplementary chits also, he'll give you a chance to ask the question. So definitely not inside the Parliament, but yes, outside the Parliament, sometimes I think there is a stereotypical notion that maybe young people are immature, how much can she do? So all of these things are there.
Have you encountered any such incident where this happened? Because your leader himself is one of the young leaders, Chirag Paswan. How do you get to learn from him as well?
So my leader, definitely, he has always talked of his own MY Samikaran, which is Mahila and Yuva, and how he pushes all, there are so many political parties that talk about equal representation of women, but how many of them are actually giving in? Lok Janshakti Party is one party.
Correct.
Our leader has made it possible, where he gave 2 out of 5 seats to women, and about 4 of their 5 MPs are young MPs. So definitely he's given us a chance. So leader is supportive, the Parliament is supportive, infrastructure is supportive. I'm talking about the society. Sometimes people might, they never say it on the face, but it's always there in the back of their mind that, oh, maybe she's a little immature, how much can she do? So I think, and they've never said it to me, but I think they do progress that kind of...
Shambhavi, let's also talk about your constituency, Samastipur. What change, when you are representing thousands of people over there, what change you want to bring in your constituency? What are the problems that you see and you want to get these things definitely done in your 5 years of term?
So I am focusing on infrastructure because Samastipur is a constituency which has lacked infrastructural development in the last, I think, 5-8 years. It's not picked up as much as the capital of the state has, and it's very well connected to other industrial hubs like Begusarai, Patna.
Correct.
So, if we make a good infrastructure over there, it'll be easy for the youth in the constituency, for the women in the constituency to adapt to whatever. Like suppose they want to go to an educational institution or they want to work outside, they need to have that kind of infrastructure, a safe and a sustainable infrastructure that can stay till time progresses.
Okay.
So infrastructure, definitely I feel it's very, very crucial
Important.
to have good roads, good connectivity, good infrastructure in terms of health and education, not just roads and pulls, but good schools, good hospitals. Right now I'm also focusing on 100% implementation of central schemes. So usually what happens is ki koi scheme ko, suppose it's being implemented for 70% and 75%, people think it's a good number, but I want to work where the schemes are implemented 100% and the schemes actually reach to the people that they're designed for. So trying to erase the middleman and directly focusing on the people of my constituency. Other than that, I'm also constantly working around the small things. Like small things bring about a big change. And there's been a physical absence of a member of parliament in my constituency for a very long time.
You usually travel to Samastipur every weekends?
Not weekends. I think when I'm based in Patna only. I live in Patna, so I'm based in Patna. And I when the session is not going on, I equally divide my time between Samastipur and Delhi. My focus is always Samastipur. I try to give as much time as I can to my constituency. I am also young. I feel I have the zeal to work. I have the energy that I can completely put in my constituency, and that's what I want to do. And I think we have come a long way since the last 6 months, and we still have miles to go.
Shambhavi, before I end this, many youngsters who will be listening to us, they also want to come and become a member of parliament. As this, Lok Sabha, we are witnessing a lot of young MPs. What approach they should have to choose this political party to go with, or this political leader to go with, to follow this? What was in your mind as well? Of course, you had the political background and leaning towards this party, but if you want to give a message.
So definitely I would always vouch for my own leader, and our party's president, Lok Jan Shakti Party's president, Chirag Paswan, is very welcoming to young people. He wants to connect with them. So have a positive approach towards it. If you want to choose a political party, then being associated with Lok Jan Shakti Party, I think would be your best bet, because we encourage young people, we listen to them, we try to engage in a dialogue with them. How many leaders do try that? Whenever we're traveling in our state, we always try to engage with young people. We try to listen to them. My father always says that a good politician is somebody who's also a good listener. So you should always have the courage to listen to what other people are saying and try to adapt it. So Lok Jan Shakti Party is definitely moving ahead in welcoming young people, young faces, new faces who want to bring about a change. So have a positive approach and try to connect with us.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. So that was Shambhavi Chaudhary, Lok Jan Shakti Party MP from Samastipur, Bihar, clearly giving her thoughts as far as her journey from Samastipur to Delhi as a member of parliament is concerned.
Now, Iran's first reaction on the Syrian crisis. Iran's envoy to India has spoken to NDTV and has said Israel is destroying the region. In fact, Iran envoy has said that Israel is destroying the region and is a threat to the security of this entire region. And Israel attacked Syria, destroyed it and its military infrastructure.
I'm joined here by the ambassador of Iran to India, Mr. Elahi. Thanks for talking to us, sir. Can you just brief us what this event was all about, the Iran festival?
Today we have Iranian food festival to introduce the Iranian cuisine to Indian. We have planned this to promote tourism between two countries. Iranians are keen to visit India. Also, we have witnessed that Indians are keen to and eager to visit Iran. So the first step in this regard is to get familiar and give them the opportunity to test and try Iranian cuisine and give them different knowledge about Iran. So it was planned to give such this feeling and this knowledge to India.
Okay, sir. You see what is happening globally right now, conflict happening in Russia and Ukraine, and the situation in the West Asia is also developing almost every day. Your first observation.
You know, we are witnessing the expansionism of Israel. You know, the main concern of the region is the policy of Israel. There is no end, no stop in the brutality and hostility of Israel against the Muslim nation of the region. And it is a real threat to the stability and security of the whole region. You know, we are witnessing that in the recent days, Israel has attacked Syria. It destroyed and demolished most part of the military possibility, military basement of Syria. So I think the whole world, especially the government states of the region, should stop Israel from attacking Syria.
Meanwhile, Israeli troops continue to move further into the buffer zone separating Israel and Syria following the fall of the Assad regime. The IDF moved to seize control of the demilitarized strip that has separated both the countries for over 50 years, citing security concerns. Our colleague Trent Murray is at the border and he has sent us this report. Take a look.
Well, we are here at the Israel-Syria border, and as you can probably see behind me here, this is now an active military zone. That is, after the IDF was instructed by the Israeli government to move tanks, troops and artillery into the demilitarized zone, which has separated Israel and Syria since all the way back in 1974. That vast area there you can see behind me is looking into Syria. In the past, UN has been in there overseeing this DMZ, but they have now, for all intensive purposes, been relieved of duty, given that the IDF is pouring resources in to seize control of that DMZ. Now, the Israeli government says that they are doing this because they are concerned about their security, given the events of what has happened in Syria in recent days. Assad's troops were at one point up in that area guarding the other side of the demilitarized zone. But when his regime fell, well, those troops abandoned their post. And it was at that point that the Israelis decided to move in. It's also not just on the ground that we are monitoring. Up in the sky, the constant buzz of drones and even fighter jets. The Israelis have confirmed they have launched over 300 airstrikes across Syria in recent days. They are targeting the remnants of Assad's military, hitting army bases, air force bases, naval ports and weapons storage areas. Again, the justification of this is that they are concerned that extremists could get their hands on those weapons left behind by the former military and could pose a risk to the state of Israel. But the decision by the Israeli government is also attracting criticism. Regional players here, including Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, all expressing concern that what is happening behind me is Israel effectively taking advantage of the power vacuum in Syria right now, taking advantage of that to try and seize this territory permanently for themselves. Trent Murray for NDTV at the Israel-Syria border.
Quick break at this moment. News and updates will continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility.
according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. Devendra Fadnavis, the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra, is in New Delhi to discuss the final shape of the state cabinet and also to resolve sticking points. Meanwhile, India bloc parties have come together wanting the ouster of Rajya Sabha chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar, alleging partisan behavior even as the BJP has come out strongly in his defense, calling him a farmer's son and a very knowledgeable person. All this and more coming up, but first, the headlines. In the Bengaluru techie suicide case, cops now to question wife, FIR against wife, family for abetment of suicide. Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, is in New Delhi in the midst of portfolio tussle. The meeting is with Home Minister Amit Shah on the Maharashtra portfolio allocation. Devendra Fadnavis also has met Rajnath Singh and Nitin Gadkari. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri will be briefing the Parliamentary Standing Committee on External Affairs on the subject, future of India-Bangladesh relationship after his visit to Bangladesh last week. Congress chief's big charge on Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. Kharge says the chairperson of Rajya Sabha is its biggest disruptor. Mallikarjun Kharge has also said that Jagdeep Dhankar works like a government spokesperson, whereas the BJP has defended the Rajya Sabha chairperson, calling him a knowledgeable guy. Regional parties hit back at the BJP and Congress for stalling the functioning of the parliament. They say smaller parties want the House to function and to also push their issues. Flagging a growing tendency of misuse of laws that are meant to protect women from cruelty from their in-laws, the Supreme Court has said that courts must exercise caution while deciding dowry harassment cases to prevent unnecessary harassment and abuse of innocent people. Now, the remarks are significant because they come in the midst of a nationwide debate on the misuse of dowry prohibition laws in the aftermath of a 34-year-old man's suicide in Bengaluru yesterday. Before he died by suicide, Atul Subhash recorded an 80-minute video in which he accused his estranged wife Nikita Singhania and her family of slapping multiple cases on him and his family members to extort money from them. Atul Subhash has also criticized the justice system in his 24-page suicide note. Now, police will be questioning his wife in Jaunpur.
Atul Subhash on the 9th of early morning committed a suicide. Regarding this issue, his brother has given a complaint in Maharashtra police station, stating that there are multiple cases running on him in Uttar Pradesh. The family members of his wife and their relatives demanded money for settling these issues. So they harassed him. For that reason, he has committed suicide. He has given a statement. Based on that, we have registered a abatement for suicide under 108 of BNS in Martali PS. Investigation is underway.
इतनी न्याय प्रणाली अपनी कमजोर है कि मैं उसके बारे में क्या बताऊं। मेरा बच्चा तो सब बयान दे गया है। मेरा बच्चा बहुत टॉर्चर हुआ है। बहुत टॉर्चर, इतना टॉर्चर हुआ कि हमको नहीं बताता था कि मेरे माँ बाप दुखी थे। बच्चा को टॉर्चर बहुत किया गया है। अब ये तो आप उसमें सुने हैं ना कि टॉर्चर करना भी एक हत्या है। टॉर्चर करना भी एक हत्या है। मेरा बच्चा बहुत परेशान हो गया।
ये सब चीज़ें निंदनीय हैं। ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। युवाओं पर इस तरह का बोझ नहीं होना चाहिए। जो उनकी सैलरी है जिससे उससे भी कई 3 गुना 4 गुना हर महीने वो प्रोवाइड करा रहे हैं। करोड़ों का उन पे जो है वो और मांग हुई जा रही है, तो वो प्रेशर में आके वो लड़के ने ऐसा किया। बट आई थिंक कि इस तरह के वो भी होने चाहिए और एक अलग बॉडी भी होनी चाहिए।
वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट इंसिडेंट। The intention of the Parliament, while bringing many of these legislations to protect women, especially from dowry harassment and such domestic abuse matters, though was lofty, though was laudable, has also been minefields for misuse, and this has also been the concern of the Supreme Court in multiple instances. In a multitude of cases, the Supreme Court has tried to introduce balance and safeguard against misuse of these provisions.
Prabhakar, my colleague, joins us with more details on this. Prabhakar, this is a very tragic incident. Of course, it is the wife's family which is in the dock, which is facing a lot of these accusations. Tell us, as far as the investigation is going on, what is the update on that?
See, the investigation will be carried out in Bengaluru because that is where the incident has happened, and the Bengaluru police, as we know, is already dispatching a team to Jaunpur where Atul was married and where that girl, his wife, is staying. So the investigation would be carried out by the Bengaluru police, by the Karnataka police. But his family hails from Samastipur in Bihar, and today, after his cremation, that is, his cremation happened yesterday, and today they were all here to go back to their native village, that is Samastipur. Now, while talking to media, we all saw how his mother was completely unconsolable, and she literally fainted in front of the camera. Before fainting, she was actually talking about how her entire family was harassed, was being targeted by Atul's in-laws, and why Atul actually took such a drastic step to end his life. That was just to save his family members, because all these family members, his mother, his father, his brothers, they were all accused in that particular case, and Atul believed that if this case continues, that they also might have to go behind bars. So in order to save his family members is why he ended his life. Interestingly, they said that they were in continuous touch with him, and Atul actually did not throw any hint as to how mentally harassed he was. When he was talking to his family members, he sounded very normal, but deep within he was quite disturbed because of this entire incident which was happening, this entire legal battle which he was fighting all alone, and he finally ended up ending his life.
Right. Thank you, Prabhakar, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other stories, veteran actor Mohan Babu is admitted to a private hospital in Hyderabad. His hospitalization comes in the midst of his ongoing family dispute. The doctors had revealed that Mohan Babu had sustained some injuries with swelling observed under his eye. A detailed evaluation is underway and a CT scan has been scheduled for today to assess his condition further. Now, the Manchu family has been making headlines recently due to escalating disputes between Mohan Babu and Manchu Manoj over property and family disputes. Now, Mohan Babu has accused Manoj of unlawfully occupying his house, while Manoj has alleged that his father had always shown favoritism towards his brother Vishnu Manchu. On the 10th of December, however, tensions peaked when Manoj denied entry to the house, forcibly entered with his associates, claiming his children were inside. During the commotion, Mohan Babu attacked a journalist, causing the reporter to suffer a fracture.
నిన్న జరిగిన సంగతి ఒక టీవీ రిపోర్టర్ ఆయనకి గాయాలు తగలడం ఇట్ ఈస్ రియలీ అన్ఫార్చునేట్. ఉద్దేశపూర్వకంగా ఎవరిని హర్ట్ చేయాలని లేదు. నిన్న మీరు విజువల్స్ చూస్తే, టీవీ విజువల్స్ మీరు కానీ కరెక్ట్గా చూస్తే, గేటు పగలగొట్టుకొని తోసుకొని గేటు ఎరగొట్టి లోపలికి వచ్చేటప్పటికి ఒక తండ్రిగా ఆయన రియాక్ట్ అయిన విధం చాలా తక్కువని నా భావన. కానీ ఆయన ముందుకొచ్చి మీరు విజువల్స్ కరెక్ట్గా చూసుకున్నారంటే ఆయన మీడియా వాళ్ళకి నమస్కరిస్తూ ముందుకొచ్చారు. ఆయన చేతులు జోడించి నమస్కరిస్తూ ముందుకు వస్తే ఎవరో ఒకరు ముందుకొచ్చారు, ఏదో మొహం మీద పెట్టారు. ఆ హీట్ ఆఫ్ ద మూమెంట్లో జరిగిందే కానీ ఉద్దేశపూర్వకంగా ఒక వ్యక్తిని కొట్టాలని కానీ ఒక వ్యక్తి పైన ఆగ్రహం చూపించాలని కానీ వ్యక్తిగతంగా లేదు. ఆయన గాయపడిన ఆయన వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీతో నేను టచ్లో ఉన్నాను, వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్తో మాట్లాడాను. వాళ్ళకి చెప్పాల్సింది మేము చెప్పాం. వీఆర్ ఇన్ టచ్ విత్ దెమ్ అండ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ అ రియలీ అన్ఫార్చునేట్ ఇన్సిడెంట్. ఐ విష్ దిస్ డిడ్ నాట్ హ్యాపెన్. ఇది జరుగుండకూడదు. ఇట్స్ రియలీ అన్ఫార్చునేట్. ఇట్ హ్యాపెన్.
So that's veteran actor Mohan Babu's son addressing a press conference there. Remember, Mohan Babu is admitted to a private hospital in Hyderabad. This comes in the midst of an ongoing family dispute. Doctors had revealed that Mohan Babu had sustained some injuries. A detailed assessment is also underway. The Manchu family, remember, has been making headlines because of this escalating dispute between Mohan Babu and Manchu Manoj over property issues. Mohan Babu has accused Manoj of unlawfully occupying his house, while Manoj has claimed that his father had always shown bias towards his brother Vishnu Manchu. But of course, on the 10th of December, tensions peaked and Manoj, who was denied entry into the house, he forcibly entered the house with his associates, claiming his children were inside. And during this commotion is when a journalist suffered from injuries. Mohan Babu had attacked him, which is why this whole controversy really blew out. You can see the videos there of the attack that happened. Manchu Manoj, meanwhile, has come out and clarified that we are in touch with the injured people, and that, remember, the Manchu family has been making headlines for past few days, and this is due to an escalating dispute between Mohan Babu and Manchu Manoj. Uma Sudhir, my colleague, joins me with more details on this. Uma, tell us, what is the update? Manchu Manoj's press conference was supposed to be an apology, but it also in some way shows that the dispute between the family members is only escalating.
There have been a series of developments, in fact. One, that Manchu Manoj is now saying that his father is a godlike figure and that he has been trapped by his half-brother Manchu Vishnu, and he has also said that the father is someone who ended up supporting Manchu Vishnu only because he has been trapped by the elder brother. What I must point out is that the Mohan Babu family, the Manchu family, in fact owns about 580 crore rupees estimated assets value, And Manchu Manoj is the younger son of Mohan Babu, born to his second wife, who is also the sister of the first wife. After the death of the first wife, he married Nirmala Devi, to whom Manchu Manoj has been born. Manchu Vishnu and Manchu Lakshmi are also actors born to the first wife, and they have been having differences simmering for quite a while, and all this had escalated after Mohan Babu and Manchu Manoj had filed complaints against each other, with the father alleging some kind of a threat to his life and to his property that he anticipated, and Manchu Manoj said that this is an attempt to defame him and to also silence him. What has now happened is that after Mohan Babu was admitted to the hospital today, he did not appear before the police, and he has now got a relief from the High Court, which has said that by December 24 he can appear. So he has got relief till December 24 in appearing before the police. Manchu Manoj, who appeared before the police, he has furnished a bond of 1 lakh rupees, and that is when he said that his father is in fact a godlike man, and he has been trapped in this entire issue as well. So while on the one hand the family dispute is continuing, the public spectacle is continuing, but there seems to be some kind of an effort to try and ensure some kind of a rapprochement that happens. But as of now, the brothers, both of them have in fact publicly apologized, saying that the attack on the journalists was not the fault of the father. Manchu Vishnu has blamed Manchu Manoj, and Manoj says that because he went, he in fact admitted that because he entered his father's house forcibly, taking the media in, that's why such a situation had arisen, and he is also apologizing for the attack on the journalist. So while an FIR has been lodged against Mohan Babu for the assault on a journalist, Ranjit, TV9 reporter, who has suffered 3 fractures, we are told, after he was hit by a mic by Mohan Babu, as being shown in the visuals there. He is now, what we do understand is that while the FIR is on, there is some attempt at damage control to try and ensure that this doesn't become a police case against Mohan Babu, quite serious. They will probably try and approach the family also, we are told, to try and work out some kind of settlement. Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Masudhi, for joining us with those critical details. We'll keep coming back to you as you track the story. Meanwhile, there are developments in New Delhi with regard to Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis, the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra, is in the capital in the midst of portfolio discussions. This meeting is going to be with Amit Shah, the Home Minister, and this is going to be on the Maha portfolio allocation. Remember, Devendra Fadnavis was sworn in as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra on the 5th of December. The Deputy Chief Ministers, Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde, were also sworn in, and now these discussions are regarding who gets what and what portfolio will be given to which party. In fact, all the ministers are expected to be sworn in. What we know from our sources is by December 14th is when the final shape of the cabinet will be clear. What we also understand is that Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister, is also in New Delhi, and he has met NCP leader Praful Patel. Eknath Shinde, however, is not visiting Delhi, and Shinde and Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar were supposed to meet Amit Shah. This is Devendra Fadnavis' first trip to Delhi after becoming the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Fadnavis has already met Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, and Nitin Gadkari, who's also a senior minister in the Modi cabinet. Fadnavis is all likely to meet JP Nadda, the president of the BJP, and also Home Minister Amit Shah, and also Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the next few days.
Absolutely. Cabinet portfolio tussle is on at this point. Devendra Fadnavis is in Delhi. Ajit Pawar also in Delhi. Eknath Shinde not in Delhi. We did speak to the teams of all 3 leaders, Devendra Fadnavis' team, saying that it is a professional visit, it is a courtesy visit, but there could be discussions on portfolios as well. Ajit Pawar, of course, meeting NCP leaders there, but again, likely discussion on portfolios. Eknath Shinde's team stating that if there is a consensus reached and if there is an invite for a meeting, he will be present. But now what we are hearing is that Eknath Shinde is not ready to give up. His negotiation tactics continue. He is playing hardball as far as some of the key portfolios are concerned. Sena wants home portfolio, but BJP not ready to give up that important portfolio. Sena feels since Eknath Shinde gave up chief ministership position, they would want one of the key portfolios, which is home. But BJP feels it has able leaders to manage this portfolio, and in the last term it was the BJP that handled home. But as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, in the last term, It was Devendra Fadnavis who was the Deputy Chief Minister, but he was also given home portfolio. Something similar should happen this time as well, is what Shinde as well as many Sena leaders feel. So tug of war over home portfolio specifically continues. But as far as the other key berths are concerned, what we are given to understand is that in most likelihood Sena will get PWD, urban development as well as revenue. NCP most likely to get finance, but that is also something Eknath Shinde wants. But NCP to get finance as well as planning and irrigation. Now, as far as tentative formula is concerned, based on the winning numbers, BJP most likely to get about 20 to 22 berths, Sena close to 12 and NCP close to 9 to 10 is what we are hearing. But certainly no consensus reached, discussions, deliberations going on. We have another assembly session, a special assembly session just got over where the speaker was elected. Now another session going to take place which is the winter session from 16th of December. But before that, what we are being told is that there could be a consensus reached, and who will get what is something that we may get to know in a few days. But certainly discussions could happen with BJP top brass in Delhi is what we are hearing.
Maharashtra portfolios are being finalized there, and we get you another story from Mumbai. These are visuals from the Mumbai Best bus accident that happened on Monday. The Mumbai police have now arrested Sanjay More, who's 50 years old, the driver of the Best bus which rammed into pedestrians and multiple vehicles in Kurla West on Monday, killing 7 people and leaving 42 people injured. Sanjay More has been charged with culpable homicide not amounting to murder. As investigations continue into the cause of this accident, these are the inside visuals of the Best bus, and these visuals are just before the accident occurred, and there are of course chaotic moments that you can witness there. The driver is understood to have rammed into many vehicles. 7 people have been killed in this Kurla tragedy, and now the bus driver has been sent in police custody till the 21st of December.
जो हमारे जो 2 एक्सीडेंट हुए, वो एक्सीडेंट दोबारा होना नहीं चाहिए, बार बार होना नहीं चाहिए। इसलिए हम लोग बैठ के आज बात किए अपने इसमें क्या रास्ता निकालेंगे। अपघात जब होता है तो 10 लोग, 15 लोग, 5 लोग ऐसे गुजर जाते हैं उसमें एक्सीडेंट में, तो उस पर रोक लगाने के लिए हम लोग क्या करना चाहिए, इसलिए हम लोग का आज मीटिंग था।
Moving on to some political stories, the Aam Aadmi Party today met the Election Commission to present evidence on the alleged deletion of voters' names in the electoral rolls ahead of the Delhi Assembly elections that are scheduled to happen next month. In fact, the delegation was led by former Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal. Speaking to the media after the meeting, he said, and I quote, "We have requested the ECI to stop this mass deletion of names before elections and FIRs be registered against those who applied for these mass deletions of names." EC has said that no mass deletions will be done before elections. This is what the former Chief Minister of Delhi said today.
हमारी मांग थी कि ये मास डिलीशन बंद किया जाए। अभी समरी रिवीजन चुनाव आयोग ने किया है, मास डिलीशन बंद किया जाए, और जिन जिन लोगों ने इस किस्म के आवेदन किए हैं उनके खिलाफ FIR दर्ज की जाए। चुनाव आयोग ने मोटे मोटे तौर पे हमें आश्वासन दिए। एक तो ये कि कोई मास डिलीशन अब चुनाव के पहले नहीं किया जाएगा। दूसरा ये कि अगर कोई भी डिलीशन किया जाता है तो वो लिस्टों के आधार पर नहीं किया जाएगा। किसी को भी अगर डिलीशन कराना है तो उसे फॉर्म 7 भरना पड़ेगा, उसी के आधार पर डिलीशन होगा। अगर ऐसा होता है तो हमें लगता है कि गलत डिलीशन सारे बंद हो जाएंगे।
Moving on to some global stories, while West Asia is on the boil again, Iran's envoy has spoken to NDTV. This is Iran's envoy to India, Dr. Raj Kapoor, who has said that Israel is destroying the whole part of that world. Iranian envoy to India has also said that it is Israel that needs to be blamed for this crisis, and Dr. Kapoor has also said that Israel is a threat to the security of West Asia.
I'm joined here by the ambassador of Iran to India, Mr. Elahi. Thanks for talking to us, sir. Can you just brief us what this event was all about, the Iran festival?
Today we have Iranian food festival to introduce the Iranian cuisine to Indian. We have planned this to promote tourism between 2 countries. Iranian are keen to visit India. Also, we have witnessed that Indian are keen to and eager to visit Iran. So the first step in this regard is to get familiar and give them the opportunity to test and try Iranian cuisine and give them different knowledge about Iran. So it was planned to give such this feeling and this knowledge to India.
Okay, sir, you see what is happening globally right now, conflict happening in Russia and Ukraine, and the situation in the West Asia is also developing almost every day. Your first observation?
You know, we are witnessing the expansionism of Israel. You know, the main concern of the region is the policy of Israel. There is no end, no stop in the brutality and hostility of Israel against the Muslim nation of the region. And it is a real threat to the stability and security of the whole region. You know, we are witnessing that in the recent days, Israel has attacked Syria. It destroyed and demolished many, most part of the military possibility, military basement of Syria. So I think the whole world, especially the government states of the region, should stop Israel from attacking Syria.
Well, moving on, the Kapoor family flew to New Delhi to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi ahead of Raj Kapoor's birth centenary celebrations on the occasion of Raj Kapoor's 100th birth anniversary. The Kapoors have organized a Raj Kapoor Film Festival. Now, this festival will be held from the 13th of December to the 15th of December in 101 theatres across 34 cities in India. This event is expected to be one of the most extensive retrospectives dedicated to the cinema of Raj Kapoor. The Kapoors also spoke about that meeting with the Prime Minister. Let's listen in.
पिछले हफ्ते जो हमारी व्हाट्सएप फैमिली ग्रुप है, हमें एक हफ्ते से सिर्फ ये डिसाइड करें कि हम कैसे आपको कहेंगे प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी, प्रधानमंत्री जी। रीमा बुआ मेरे को रोज फोन करके पूछ रही है क्या मैं ये बोल सकती हूँ, क्या मैं ये वो बोल सकती हूँ।
मैं भी आपका परिवार का हूँ भाई।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
कट। आजकल हमारे यहाँ डिप्लोमेटिक वर्ल्ड में सॉफ्ट पावर इसकी बहुत चर्चा होती है। जिस जमाने में सॉफ्ट पावर शब्द का जन्म नहीं हुआ होगा, राज कपूर साहब ने दुनिया में भारत के सॉफ्ट पावर की ताकत को एस्टैब्लिश कर दिया था। एक बहुत बड़ी भारत को उनकी सेवा थी।
हाल ही में आप आई थिंक अफ्रीका गए थे और वहाँ भी मैंने एक क्लिप देखा था, आप एक जवान के साथ खड़े थे और वो उस टाइम मेरा गाना गा रहे थे समझा आप, पर मैंने वो क्लिप देखा था और काफ़ी लोगों ने मुझे भेजा था, सब लोग बहुत खुश हो गए। और उसी के साथ एक क्वेश्चन था आपको, क्या आप गाने सुन पाते हैं?
मैं सुन पाता हूँ क्योंकि मुझे अच्छा लगता है, कभी मौका मिल जाए तो मैं जरूर सुन लेता हूँ।
थैंक यू फॉर ओपनिंग योर डोर्स और हम सबसे मिलने के लिए इतने एक्सेसिबल होने के लिए बहुत खुश।
मैं आपके पिताजी को मिला हूँ और मैं सोच रहा था कि आज मुझे 3 पीढ़ी को मिलने का मौका मिलेगा, लेकिन आप लाए नहीं तीसरी पीढ़ी को।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in Parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान।
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं।
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter
And impact your lives.
news that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. 9 days to go for the winter session of the Parliament to end, but there's no sign of the logjam ending between the opposition and the Treasury benches. Now, BJP MPs have made it very clear they have doubled down on the Congress on the allegations of links of their party leaders with George Soros-funded individuals and organizations. Opposition, on the other hand, has submitted a resolution against the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha, Jagdeep Dhankar, alleging his partisan conduct, Manipur, Sambhal, inflation, employment, GST, state of schools, hospitals, dams, flood management, gender issues, law and order. The Parliament was supposed to discuss all of this, but in fact, there were at least 5 entirely new bills that were expected this session. They were seen as transformative in nature. But the deadlock has largely been between the BJP and the Congress. While the blame game plays out, we ask today, what about the smaller parties in the fray who look at the Parliament as a means of solving issues of people who actually voted for them? Are their voices not being heard? From TDP to BRS to YSRCP to BJD to Shiv Sena to AIDMK and several others. What do representatives of these parties feel? That's what we will try and understand. We will be joined by a panel of experts, but first let's listen into some political reactions.
Both for the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress Party, House is adjourned every day. House will continue only on the choice of the Congress and BJP. If Congress thinks that today House will continue, the House will continue. If the Congress thinks half an hour House will continue, the half an hour House will continue. If BJP thinks that half an hour House will continue, the House will continue. This is not proper. There are so many parties are there. Parliamentary democracy does not depend upon the Congress and the BJP. One day Congress wants to continue, the BJP is disturbing. One day BJP is trying to continue, Congress is disturbing. And we, the rest of the parties, can't speak anywhere. We can't speak. BJP ruling party, they get the preference. Congress is the main opposition, get the preference. We are not getting, we can't point out our points, our conditions of the state.
पार्लियामेंट नहीं चल पा रहा है, रोज हम देख रहे हैं एडजर्नमेंट्स पे एडजर्नमेंट्स हो रहे हैं। अब तृणमूल कांग्रेस बीजेपी और कांग्रेस को ब्लेम कर रही है। वो कह रहे हैं अपने इश्यूज के चक्कर में बाकी रीजनल पार्टीज का नहीं सोचा जा रहा है और देश के मुद्दे, देश के जो इम्पोर्टेंट बिल्स हैं वो पास नहीं हो पा रहे।
I do not want to be the part of this blaming game, but the fact remains that the BJP, when they were in opposition, don't forget that 2G, 3G scam. And that was hypothetically, it was revealed that it was a hypothetical one. And during that period, they did not allow to function the parliament for the entire session. That entire session was a 1 month. So all 4 weeks the parliament did not work. And during that period, the late Honorable Arun Jaitley has said, not to allow the parliament to function is also a democratic function. So it's a right to do that. And same thing Honorable the late Sushma Swaraj also said. So therefore, don't think that not to allow the parliament to function the parliament doesn't mean it to work. It shows that there is a reaction, there is a commotion among the people on that issue.
ना हम सेरोस के मुद्दे के साथ है, ना हम अडानी जी के मुद्दे के साथ है। तो मैं समझती हूँ सदन को चलना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो पूरा जो ये लोकसभा सत्र जो है विंटर सेशन है, तो मैं समझती हूँ कि हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि दोनों पक्ष के लोग इसको चलाने में पूरी निष्ठता दिखाएंगे और हम चाहते हैं समाजवादी पार्टी की सदन चले।
They are not allowing to function. Actually, it is the ruling party. They initiate the hangama. The ruckus is created by them. It is totally unprecedented. Never the ruling party has given an adjournment motion in the past.
Joining us now is Liz Matthews, senior journalist. We also have Sanjay Gupta, leader of Shiv Sena UBT. We have Abbas Haider, who is a Samajwadi Party leader. We'll also be joined by the TDP spokesperson in a short while from now. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. Liz Matthew, to you first. You've been covering the Parliament for many years, and you know, Parliament, like I understand, is the story not just about expectations, but it's also about aspirations. What do smaller parties feel when they are caught in this whole act of either you take on the Congress party or you take on the BJP? Are their expectations not being met?
Exactly. You know what, the grievances, the smaller parties, it was always there, Vasudha, in the past also, like, in the past session, the houses also, the smaller parties always, do not get priority. Or they, even in a debate, even if it happens, they get 2-3 minutes maximum. So they always have this grievance that, the bigger parties, they misuse the time, or like you don't utilize the time properly. And, this session also, like the other parties, whether it is the BJP allies or the Congress allies in the India bloc, or the allies in the NDA bloc, they have been complaining that, they do not know what is happening. The allies ministers are not realizing, whether the house is going to run. They are running between the houses, and when they are going to take up a, reply to a question or appear in the question hour, the house gets adjourned. And the similar way, the smaller parties in the India bloc also have been complaining today. All of a sudden, the house started functioning. Who made the decision? Nobody knows. So this is, and also like, they take decisions and they don't even keep the allies in the loop. That is a problem with both the sides, and the smaller parties are always at the receiving end. They are mostly regional parties, and they have issues, maybe local issues. They are answerable, they are, are accountable. They have to present a report card before the voters. Not just the smaller parties. Actually, if you are talking to the backbenchers of both the big parties, like whether it is the BJP or the Congress, you ask them, they are very upset about what is happening, because we have been over the sessions, we have been witnessing not just in 18th Lok Sabha, we have seen it in the 17th Lok Sabha towards the end also, like suspensions, abrupt adjournments. It has been it has been the saga, like even the story of Parliament, with the continuous disruptions. Sometimes from the opposition, sometimes from the treasury benches. Yesterday, in fact, it was the treasury benches which did not want to, but at least that's how they acted. That's how behaved in the house. They raised the issue. Today, the main opposition raised the issue of Soros for whatever reasons, and like I said, they're always at the receiving end the issues of the people and the smaller parties in the house, who want to, the MPs wanted to raise the issue, many issues. Like, several different states have different issues. They wanted to raise it, but they are not getting the opportunity, and nobody is even asking them.
Right.
Do you want...
That's right. Abbas Haider, this is a very important point that Liz is making, that, numerically, smaller parties, regional parties may not be that significant as national parties, but these are states with issues, and these issues deserve to be taken up in the parliament. I know that Samajwadi Party also has been raising matters related to Sambal and also inflation, unemployment. How do you feel about this, this debate that is completely centered on national issues, either what the Congress wants or either what the BJP wants? Does the Samajwadi Party feels fulfilled in terms of its parliamentary aspirations, considering that this is the best performance that the party has had in years?
Thank you, Vasudha. Thank you for inviting me first. On this topic, I would like to say that as bigger, larger parties are not giving adequate time to the Samajwadi Party. And contrary to your question, I would like to say that Samajwadi Party is third largest party in the parliament right now. So definitely we have outshone other smaller parties in the state also. And acting as a third largest party in the parliament, we would definitely like to raise the issues which our MPs would like to raise in parliament and bring to the notice of whole country through the voice of the parliament, as they are the voice of the people of their region. And every constituency has got some different issues, different agendas, some issues which are related to the day-to-day issues happening with the people, the problems they are facing. The employment problem is there, unemployment problem is there, less government jobs are there, and the issue of a regular issue of this paper leak is there in Uttar Pradesh. So that is the responsibility of Samajwadi Party MPs, that they raise these issues in the parliament and they put the voice of their people in front of whole country. And other parties, the bigger parties, they are not letting Samajwadi Party or their regional alliances also to give the adequate time to them to put forward their point of views, to put forward the issues of their region. So I would definitely like to raise an alarm for this, that other parties and the alliances also, they must consider that the adequate time and proper valid questionnaire should definite time given to should be given to the regional alliances also.
राइट संजय गुप्ता, जब जून 4 के रिजल्ट्स आए थे सर, तब ऐसा लगा था कि किसी भी पार्टी का मेजॉरिटी नहीं है, तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि पार्लियामेंट में एक डायलॉग होगा, एक सेंस ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्टिव डायलॉग होने की उम्मीद थी. लेकिन आपको क्या लगता है, आपके नंबर्स जो हैं वो इतने बड़े नहीं हैं जैसे नेशनल पार्टीज़ के हों, लेकिन फिर भी आपको लगता है कि महाराष्ट्र के जो इशूज़ हैं, जो शिवसेना यूबीटी उठाना चाहती है, क्या वो एक तरीके से अंडरमाइन हो रहे हैं?
देखिए, सरकार के किसी भी पॉइंट के खिलाफ अगर अपोजिशन का कोई भी लीडर कोई भी बात कहता है तो उसकी बात को संजीदगी से लेकर के सुनना चाहिए और उस पर निर्वाचन आयोग को अपना संक्षिप्त विवरण देना चाहिए. मैं ये मान सकता हूं कि ईवीएम के सिस्टम में वो उस तरह की खराबी नहीं हो सकती जिस तरह की खराबी की बात कही जाती है, क्योंकि अगर ईवीएम के सिस्टम में खराबी होती तो बीजेपी की 240 सीटें नहीं आती, बीजेपी की लोकसभा में 2024 में 340 सीटें आती. मगर अगर आदित्य ठाकरे जी ये कह रहे हैं कि इसमें ईवीएम में कहीं पर कोई खराबी है तो निर्वाचन आयोग को उन्हें बुलाना चाहिए और उनसे पूछना चाहिए कि किस मुद्दे पर, किस पॉइंट पर वो ऐसा कह रहे हैं, और उन पॉइंटों का संक्षिप्त जवाब उनकी तरफ से, निर्वाचन आयोग की तरफ से आना चाहिए. तो अपोजिशन की कोई भी ऐसी बात हो, हालांकि मैं हम ब्लेम गेम में नहीं जाना चाहते, जैसे कि अरविंद सावंत साहब ने कहा कि हम ब्लेम गेम में नहीं जाना चाहते, जैसे कि डिंपल यादव जी ने भी कहा कि हम अडानी जी पर उस तरह की बात नहीं करना चाहते, हम चाहते हैं कि पार्लियामेंट चले। मैं इन वक्तव्यों से सहमति रखता हूं, मगर अगर अपोजिशन का कोई भी लीडर किसी भी तरह के पॉइंट पर कोई बात सरकार को कहता है तो सरकार को उसको संजीदगी से लेकर के उसके जवाब को देना चाहिए, क्योंकि विपक्ष भी संघीय ढांचे का ही एक पार्ट है, संसदीय प्रणाली का ही एक पार्ट।
Right. Liz, you've also been writing on this. Tell us, is there a sense of frustration, or for that matter, a sense of unrest that's also creeping into a lot of these MPs who feel that voices are not being heard and they're not really being able to perform their parliamentary responsibility as they would have expected to?
Yes, Vasudha, that's exactly the problem. Like during the question hour and 0 hour, it is the chances are on the loud. So anybody can get, whether it is smaller party or bigger party, every member will get a chance to raise supplementary or raise star questions and all. But the question of this timing or the slot comes when the big debate happens. So as long as these debates don't happen, they don't get a chance. One. Second, when the House is not not in session, when it gets adjourned over minor issues or whatever issues, then this chance of getting, raising the question is lost. The chance of raising the matters of public importance during 0 hour, that is lost. So these MPs, most of them, when they go back to their constituency, they have to tell their, the constituents, the voters, that this is what we have done. We have seen the MPs are making dossiers, the MPs are making, the documents and the video films about how they have raised their issue and how they are getting the work done for the constituencies. As long as this is not happening in the House, all these people are coming, they are leaving their constituency and coming to Delhi, the capital, to attend this session. Almost like, this 20-25 days, they are completely out of their constituencies. So they have to show something to people that this is what we are doing. They are public servants. They are elected by the people. They are accountable to answerable to their constituents. So this, when this is not happening, every MP, every responsible MP, they get disturbed. And for a Lok Sabha MP, it is very important. That is where the Congress people were complaining, some MPs were complaining, the Rajya Sabha people take the decision, they are not answerable to the voters directly. This is also an issue. Like, when you strategize the party's, flow when you decide the flow strategy, you have to take into account these MPs, whether they belong to the smaller, your allies,
Right.
What do they say? What is their demand and how do they want to do this in this house or behave in this house? That is not taken into account by both the leading parties. This has been the complaint from both the sides.
Right. Josna Tirunagari, spokesperson of the TDP, also joins us. Ma'am, TDP actually had a wave in the state of Andhra Pradesh, both Assembly and also Lok Sabha, with 16 MPs so critical to the working of the NDA government. Do you actually feel let down with the way Parliament is being run? Because, from Polavaram to skill census, your government is also being described as a government with a sense of urgency, right? Chandrababu Naidu has been speaking about reform. For all of that, you need answers from the centre, you need help from the centre. Are your expectations being met from the way the Parliament is being run now?
Good evening, Vasudha. I think as more than a TDP spokesperson, as a citizen of India, I think we have to be more responsible inside the Parliament. I think that's what I feel. When you ask me all these questions, yes, definitely, as a party, as a regional party, and from a state which has been, completely neglected for the past 5 years almost, and a lot of destruction happened in the state for the past 5 years in the earlier regime. Now we are, trying to reconstruct the state in a way. We are trying to, make it possible, whether as you rightly quoted, Polavaram or Amaravati or, the capital city of Amaravati or different institutions or the educational institutions, the railway lines, everything. But what is happening is every day for the past, I think it's almost 2 weeks that the Parliament has started. Kahin pe bhi koi bill nahi pass ho raha hai. Nothing is happening on floor. The only thing that's happening is couple of hours, 1 or 2 hours in a day. They come, they disrupt the Parliament and they just leave. Simple. मतलब ये तो ऐसा हो गया ना वसुधा जी कि पढ़ाई तो करना नहीं है इन लोगों को, स्कूल में एडमिशन तो ले लेंगे पर पढ़ाई तो करना नहीं है, तो क्या कर लेंगे, जाके हल्ला कर दो, रोज आ जाओ हल्ला कर दो और जाके कैंटीन में बैठ जाओ, बस यही चल रहा है. एंड आई गिव यू एन एग्जांपल हियर, आई वांट टू कोट दिस एग्जांपल. सी, द अदर डे राहुल जी वोर अ टी-शर्ट विथ अदानी जी एंड सम अदर, मोदी जी या किसी का भी वो टी-शर्ट ये पहन के घूम रहे थे बाहर, पार्लियामेंट के बाहर हल्ला मचा रहे थे कि नहीं नहीं वी हैव टू बी अलाउड इनसाइड, ये तमाशा हो रहा है, एंड दे वांट टू शो दोस पोस्टर्स एंड ऑल. नाउ आफ्टर ऑल दिस दे से नहीं नहीं हमारे ऊपर जुल्म हो रहा है यहाँ पे दिल्ली में, एंड द सेम कांग्रेस इन द स्टेट ऑफ तेलंगाना दे वोंट अलाउ द ऑपोजिशन एमएलएस टू कम विद द सेम टी-शर्ट्स. कहाँ की हिपोक्रेसी है ये? एंड दूसरी बात वसुधा जी, द पॉइंट इज they are going agendaless. The only agenda for the opposition in today's thing for them is to disrupt the house.
Right.
कोई बिल ना पास हो, कुछ भी ना हो, बस खाली टाइम वेस्ट कर दो, समय निकाल दो, बस ऐसे ही समय निकालते रहो, आप चले जाओ, बस हो गया. जाओ
Right.
कुछ नौटंकी करो वहां पे, कुछ थिएट्रिक्स करो, कुछ वही पॉलिटिकल रिटोरिक करो. एक दिन बोलते हैं धनखड़ जी बहुत अच्छे हैं, दूसरे दिन आके बोलते हैं कि नहीं नहीं धनखड़ जी से तो हमारी बन नहीं रही है, करेंसी नोट्स पकड़ लिया उन लोगों ने, so we are not gonna, we want him to be removed. What?
Okay. Abbas Haider, you rightly said that Samajwadi Party has one of the highest numbers of MPs also. Does that also give you a lot of confidence to move a little bit away from the compulsions of being part of an alliance, because the UP victory is entirely yours? Why does that then really sort of in some way stop you from actually charting your own path?
See, till the time our higher leaders decide this, we are not the part of this alliance. Until and unless I cannot comment on that point. Right now, we are the part of alliance only, and I would say that only that we are part of alliance on India bloc, and it is not official that we are separated from India bloc.
Okay.
And definitely we are